squeeze that in. I did want to see what Cassandra was up to. I might do Cassandra later, members only. I might do something later on, members only. We'll see. We shall see. See who else is on right now. Who can we raid? Who could we do a raid and help give these a couple people? Oh, let's see something. Um, Gonna head to the dispensary next. Pick up some herb and yeah. Sorry, while you listen to me babble, trying to do the raid thing. Save. Boom. There we go. Perfect. All right, that was fun. I'm glad I came out here. Listen, I was really bored. I didn't want to do a real show. None of my shows are real, though. Who the hell am I kidding? I should have just typed this OJ in the morning. It's the same shit. But, yeah, I'm going to get out of here. We will see you tomorrow. Maybe tonight. I don't know if the potato. I don't know what's up with him. I don't know if he's sick or what. Dabbleverse.tv. Dabbleverse.tv is where you can find all of your current electric needs. TukiSoup.com for all your El Horrible Rocky Tuki needs. And then, of course, you know where I'm at. You're here. OJ in the morning. You guys have a wonderful day. I hope to see you tomorrow. Let me just make sure I'm missing one. Oh, I almost did the Edgelord, unless I played this. If I didn't, I don't think I did. SJ's on the phone with the FBI, you pothead. Oh, I'm sorry I missed that. That must have been when I was talking about pot. Well, I'm always talking about pot. But I hope you guys have a wonderful day. And we will see you soon. Peace. Nigga, 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 nigga. I want nigga, 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 nigga. I'm 200% nigga. Nigga,
I had a friend that said, "Can you marry me to the streets?" And I said, "Yes, actually, I can. I've got paperwork I can fill out for you in the streets. I can marry you for like 72 hours if you want. I've got paperwork." What's up, Flat Cat? Good morning. We're chilling. We started this stream off with some weird shit. What's up, Clearwater Chat? Oh, that's not right. I got large. Oh, hey. Hey, Funky Queen. The fruit said you. You know, it's funny. I've been drinking Sunny D all morning. I summoned him. Sam Bentley, will you marry me? I don't believe in the institution of marriage for myself, but I will marry other people. Just for like 72 hours, though. Thank you for subbing. That means a lot. I'm trying to get my fucking viewer count up. And all that jazz. What's up, King Voltaires? Taylor Fluor, Johnny Rockwell, morning dude, Soviet Skunk, Guru One, like a zillion people. What's up, weekend? Clearwater chat is Clearwater chilly. It's getting cold here in Tampa. It's cold here too, man. It's 45 degrees. I'm only like an hour and 45 minutes away from y'all. It's cold here too. Raise gay for Bay. That's true. That should be on a t-shirt too. What's up, John Zero X? Hi, Lemmy. I love you. Granny, I just subbed. Thank you, man. Granny has been pestering me to do a show together once a week. So, just throwing that out there. I keep saying no because couples don't bode well in this territory, turns out. What's up, Reno Hightower? I'm like, nah, dude. What's up, Portland, Shane Gillis? No, bro. No. He's like, once a week. Come on, man. For like an hour. You and me. No. I ain't gonna be our Uncle Jack. I'm not gonna let him sit there for an hour and make fun of me. I'm gonna do it for free all day. What's up, Nicholas? I'm not playing any games. I'm just listening to a soundtrack, man. See that? It's Donkey Kongy. What's up, Billy Hopscotch? And 76. Hello. You guys are making me nervous. Granny's a sex pest. I wouldn't have it any other way. What's it, Ewa? It was pretty good. Figured the timing was decent. Isn't it crazy to think that you're only like 10 degrees away from potentially getting snow, but it could never happen? You'd think it would sometimes. It would not stick. It wouldn't even hit the ground. The only time I've ever seen it snow in Florida was up in the Panhandle, and it was beautiful. I was so happy. But it was like 3:30 in the morning. What was it? Who was a violent kid? Oh, the 1v1 me pussy kid? Yeah. That's a sound drop I've got over on my Twitch. I got some things going on over here. Some things and some stuff. Yeah. We have fun. We have fun. Wait till Mikey gets here. Hope you're not wearing earbuds. Granny and Lenny are a perfect couple of characters. That's fair. That is. Oh, you saw a dragon. Thought, no, that's my dragon. He patrols. He patrols this place, so you better watch your ass. He's gonna set your nuts on fire. He goes straight for the nuts every time. Like, dude, that's kind of weird. That's weird. Stop pestering you about it. So watch balls. Please ignore that. Don't mind. Please. What's up, Seamus McGinnis? Good boy. Really makes me giggle. What about the ocean? What about the ocean? What about the ocean? The ocean's beautiful. I try to stay out of it though, really. It's kind of gross to me. So high I can't even see the dragon anymore. There's a lot going on my screen as well. So if you're like overstimulated visually or audibly, auditorily, I don't apologize because that's what we're out here. Overstimulation. We're like stimulation warriors. We're all overstimulated. There's like a lot of alive, microscopic things in there that you can't even see, dude. And you can get like a flesh-eating bacteria, dude. Fuck that. No thanks. What's up, green onions? It doesn't snow in Florida because the palm trees are too busy waving. That's true. What's up, Wayward? Good morning. I'm here on my own accord. Obnoxious John did not send me. Much love to you, Brandon Chat. Back to work, yes. Have a good day. Have a great Thursday. It's like pre-Friday, dude. It's Friday Eve. Oh, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying we should stop letting the ocean push us around like this. I'm of the mind that the ocean can do whatever it fucking wants. If it wants to wipe a whole friggin' civilization off the map, it is free to do so. It's cool. I'm not gonna bitch about it. I'm not. Even if it's my house. I'm gonna be like, well, Earth be earthin'. I guess that's what happens when you meet something with indifference as a human being who feels too much for harm. Why is it happening to me? Because the earth is pretty indifferent about what it does and who it kills. That's respect. There are two videos you should watch. That Sam Hyde Dear Elon one, and then the Whitney Cummings on CNN New Year's Eve for the roast 2024. It's pretty wild. Both of those things scare me. To like play. Because I know Sam Hyde drops N-bombs. He drops not super safe for TOS things. Think we should build a wall to keep the ocean out? Human beings have been doing that for a long time. Do you even watch Game of Thrones, dude? Imagine an imaginary molten core. You think it's imaginary? I don't know. I've never been that far down. Granny gave cancer leprosy. I sent you the censored YouTube version. I've seen the version on Twitter. Twitter is uncensored. Okay. You sent that to me on the Discord. The audio's gonna be weird for a second. Deepest hole ever is 8 miles. Shut it, little pussy. Oh, but I'm just kidding. I love you. Just wanted to make one more joke. Feels the grossest. Should have said kinky. No longer anybody's favorite. Sam Hyde is a tool. Says JLBlades. Oh, this seems interesting. He's about to talk about Elon Musk. I don't know what's going on. Do you feel the Earth moving at 66,000? That's not a number, okay. You either need to delete a zero or move a comma. No, I don't. I feel nothing relatively. Obviously. Gravity. Or whatever. I'm not gonna have a science debate with you, dude. I don't care. I don't care. As long as my feet are on the ground, I'm fine. I don't care about science. It's either science or God. So either or, cool beans. Thanks. You know what I mean? I don't care. I went down that fucking road, man. I've been down the existential fucking spiral. And you know where it got? You know where I just ended up? You know where I ended up? Was I don't fucking know, nor do I care anymore. I'm just going to exist. weird, dude. I just want to be a human on the earth. Whether it's a simulation or not, I don't even care. If I'm simulated, if I'm not even here, if I'm not even real, if I'm just a computer program, I'll take it. It's cool. This reality is pretty dope, in my opinion. Even the bad shit. You know what I mean? I'm fine. I'm very, very content just existing. Gravity's bullshit. You know what? I'll jump on that bandwagon. Birds aren't real. I love birds aren't real. I don't even care. I'm 38. I went to a fundamentalist Baptist high school, got indoctrinated, got super militant atheist, got super existentially sick all the time, until I was just like, fuck it. I'm just gonna smoke. I'm just gonna smoke and hang out. It's not. Birds are real. The CIA and KGB and Chinese have all made militarized spy birds. Amen. Smart. That's we just learned that animals have been part of warfare for millennia. Millennia. Yep, the acoustic kitty. We learned about that too. Yep, we know, Gravy Chef. Atheism is cringeworthy, says Gaben. I agree. I agree that militant atheism with too much emotion behind it is cringy, for sure. But I still have a lot of respect for people like Christopher Hitchens. You know what I mean? I love him. Matt Dillahunty is doing it for content, in my opinion. You know, I'm sure he believes everything that he says, but a lot of what he does is content based. Christopher Hitchens went to like South Korea and shit. Although again, it is very, very coincidental that man died of esophageal cancer. I mean, God's not real. Oh, oh, Mikey, what's up, Mikey? If you're wearing earbuds, I suggest you take them out immediately because there's about to be two air horns and they're going to be seriously loud. One of my favorite things about music. Good morning, Mikey. I don't know, man. I don't know space. I'm not like super good at math at all. I'm not good at math whatsoever. Everybody's got their strong and weak points. A big weak point of mine is math, which sucks. Whatever though. Again, I accept it. I'm fucking retarded. Sam Hyde peaked with his TED talk. He did a TED talk? Fuck off. No, he did not. Let's see what he's got to say. Actually, does it have the music on it?
Glad I caught you. Glad I got you there. Elon Musk. By the way, please don't watch this if you're not Elon Musk, okay? This is a one-off video that we're doing. This is private, personal. I put this in, I don't know how you got this, unless you're on the Aspen Gold Discord server, in which case you know my every move. Okay, me and Aspen Gold. I've been planning this for a while now. Most criticals involved, and yeah, I guess if you're on the most critical Discord server, you would have access to this file. So kudos to you, hacker. I don't think you
What's up, Astro?
And listen, no, as a comedian first and foremost, I don't. Thank you, Lemmy. Thank you, Lemmy. Shots for you. This shots for you.
Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. 17 months, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Thank you.
That's the thing, Smurf King.
We're watching Sam Hyde's message to Elon Musk. When did this come out? A day ago.
Seriously, but it is a fact that shit posts.
I love Moist Critical. Cable diffs. Good too.
And public opinion are now intermingled permanently. That's not going anywhere. And that's just the way it is. I get all my news from memes, basically. That's talking about news. Is that how you get news? How would you get news if you look at memes and watch a show? That's even more fucking retarded. You turn that off. It's a smart thermostat, so it's going to take 15 minutes to figure out how the fucking thing works. It's very intuitive. I don't know why the Nest thermostat is taking you so long to learn and intuit. Okay, a toddler can figure this out. A toddler on an iPad.
Yes, it is, guys.
Nest thermostat. That's Chris Lynch, by the way. Elon. Do not hire him, okay? He's leaving this job very soon. She's white. He's too lazy. Chris, you're so lazy and white. So, well, yeah. You guys should have studied violin harder as kids. I swear to God, Phil, that would have figured this out by now. I want to believe that Elon is one of the great men of our age, and that he has what it takes to become a 21st century Andrew Carnegie. It's important to have great men to look up to. Trump, Joe Rogan, Elon, Tucker. And it's not necessarily important to have great men are perfect, but they're symbols of what he could be. And Rock Paul took steroids, he would be another one valued in the game. I want to offer you escape, exit from this hole. You are a beloved figure. Every time you do anything remotely based, people lose it. Oh my God, he's based! Yo! He just said that woke liberals are cool. It's based. What's he say? Yeah, anytime you post an AI kitten in a MAGA hat, people lose their it's based! Fucking based, man! For the guy who's the free speech guy. And not only that, but the reasoning for the first principles guy, the logical fallacy guy, the Reddit guy, good faith argument, everybody, whatever. All that shit. Blanket banning VoIPers, taking away blue checks, changing the algorithm of the site because 100 people ratioed you because there's fucking 50,000 posts. They're all organic, by the way. This is not some Russian bot farm. It's not some nefarious behind the scenes. That's Elon. Fuck. That's not what it is. It's you tapped into a critical, most critical. You tapped into a most critical, and we're back to most critical. Mainline concern for the American people. And you treated it in a way that was political and dismissive. You just became a Republican 3 months ago. You talked about removing.
What's up, Big White Tommy? Good morning. We're watching Sam Hyde's message to Elon Musk. It's pretty interesting so far. He's got my attention. It's fair to say. No, you're not tripping, cows. It is sped up. Loses try hard, losing respect for Sam Hyde. I also like AI kittens. I'm one of those people in the chat, or not in the chat, but like on Twitter, liking those kinds of posts. I love kittens. Again, I'm not a big bandwagon, so badly.
A big portion of regular people root and stem. People fucking love you. They will forgive you. Nobody is trying to get you to become turbo base build full Pat Buchanan immigration policy. People broadly understand that you are a San.
Fuck. Of course I'm muted, god damn it. Okay, this is what I want you to do. I want you to put your current view of who Sam Hyde is aside. And realize that he is also a person, a thinking person, a smart person, with an opinion and a community. Okay? So I feel like maybe we should hear him out. I'm an Elon fan. I'm a Trump fan. Not quite sure what he's going to be talking about here, but I really feel like we should hear him out and not. We all know and understand that he is a fucking troll. He's like the king of trolls. But he also has a brain and opinions and thoughts and stuff. And I think we should hear him out. Someday somebody's going to make you want to turn around and say goodbye. Until then, baby, are you going to let him hold you down and make you cry? Don't you know? Don't you know? Things can change. Things will go your way. If you hold on for one more day. Can you hold on for one more day? Things will go your way. Hold on for one more day. Thank you. Thank you. Nerd. I love it. But yes, please, hear me out. Hear him out. Echo on the Jonas.
Lord Byron was gay. Let him suck all the dicks. Little Emmy, December 26th, 2024.
Is it still echoing? If it is, I have no idea how to fix it.
Francisco, Tech, California, international immigrant. If you want to be a regular tech guy, that's fine. You can do that. You can be Larry Ellison. You can go play on the boat. Nobody's going to give a fuck. Realize what you're fighting for. If you're going to be the tech king, you've courted the MAGA base. You want these people on your side. They're ready to be on your side. But you have to fight not for Ben Shapiro's idea of the country of America. The notion of America as this collection of ideas. That's not what it is. It's Americans. That's who you have to fight for. If you're in America, doing business in America, you want to be the man in America, you have to fight for the American people. You're not fighting for a paragraph. You're not fighting for a set of ideas, man. It's the American people who need your help. That's fundamentally why I think people are pissed off at you. And it's an easy fix. Just don't call them retards. Elon, have you met Chris? He's on Asmongold. He's screaming all the time. He's just playing his games and stuff. It's amazing what the kid does with video games. I can't believe it. People didn't suddenly have a flare-up of India hate. I've been monitoring the Indian hate websites for a while. It's actually sent to my homepage. I've been checking these websites out. I watch what these people do. There were very few overt Indian haters spewing their nonsensical filth everywhere 72 hours ago. What happened? Okay, 72 hours ago, most people in the MAGA base looked at Vivek Ramaswamy with some notion of admiration or, hey, that guy says cool stuff every once in a while. Hey, you know what? I think I like that guy. Now, he's got to be deported. It sucks, man. And he's not being deported because of the color of his skin. He's being deported for the content of his character. And I think that truly was a masked off moment where we saw that Vivek Ramaswamy really is just a fucking nerd who needs to go back. I think that what he did is different. I think everybody's spurged out. I'm spurging out right now. I'm going to spurg out later, okay? On Chris Lynch. And also, Indians do cool stuff every once in a while. Like the chest slapping wrestling. You guys watch the action movies? He's shooting a bullet out of the air with guns, flipping over the Indian clubs, shoulder rehab exercise. Fantastic. But hate. It's irrational hate. It's just racism. It's just a nonsensical racism. The hate and racism of anti-Indians.
Careful with that shit, King Walden. That's mean. That's really mean. So mean.
Sentiment. It's there to the extent that Indians are being used to replace white people. That's it. We have to stop playing pretend. We're not talking about exceptional Indians here. And that's why this is sort of spreading like wildfire. People sharing these H-1B lists of what the jobs are. You are not in Calcutta scouting for the next Indian Einstein. You're not. We have to make it to outer space and invent new computers. Let's get to India and get the next Nikola Tesla. That's not what's happening. We're talking about people at fucking gas stations. And you bring them over, you put them in a fucking gas station, and then we'll go around all the gas stations in the USA and find the next genius. Well, what if he's not an idiot? What if he's working at a gas station in North Carolina? He could be there. We don't know. Why don't we bring everybody here, and then we can look for everybody? That's actually a fucking genius idea. We bring fucking everybody here, and then, like a needle in a haystack, we find the one man who can invent electrical computer. That sounds fucking retarded, and it's not true. You have to at least say that the H-1B program is being scammed. If you don't admit that, then as far as like any type of discussion that goes anywhere is concerned, it's over. It's over. This is a direct quote from Moist Critical himself. I'm speaking on his behalf. He was too busy streaming Marvel Rivals to talk to me. So I'm here on his behalf, giving you opinions that he approved. Okay. Nobody's expecting you to go full Steve Bannon here. You're a tech bro. We get it. Immigrant. But if you are on Team America, and by Team America, don't mean Ben Shapiro's collection of ideas. America's not a collection of ideas. America is a people. Americans. If you are Team America, then the most prominent talking points need to be the immediate deportation of illegals and the end of the abuse of the American worker by programs like this H-1B, gamification of stuff like this that's set up to benefit people who aren't us. Nobody wants to solve the Japanese birth rate problem by turning Japan into India. That's preposterous. That only would work in a computer simulation where you can just change the code and make a Japanese person. I tried it. It can't be done. In my laboratory, okay, where Asmongold is right now, down in the basement, I've tried over 150 times to turn an Indian into a Japanese man. The only thing I was able to accomplish was boiling them. Right? If you think Elon or Asmongold, if you're watching this, if you think you can turn an Indian person into a Japanese person by boiling them, that's not going to happen. Okay? Go down to my basement, talk to 150 Indians that I already tried out. Doesn't work. Nobody wants to solve the American birth rate problem. What's going to happen? We're going to run out of people. Oh, the stock price is going to go down. Oh, that's a problem for the all-in podcast to figure out. It's David Sachs. Sachs of what? Sachs of gold? Just start calling yourself David Sachs of gold. What's the other guy? Jason Sachs? Asmongold? Asmongold. David Sachs changed his name to Asmongold. Branding's already set up for you. Asmongold wants to kill himself. You can replace his body and become the top streamer in America. I shouldn't say Asmongold. I love Asmongold. That's classic. It's ultimate. It's the best streamer. Is he good? I think he's good. I never watched him. I just know his name's Asmongold. The only people who want to fix the American birth rate problem by turning America into India are fuckers. People are not interchangeable economic units. If they're not more than that, then that's just an extension of antinatalism. That's just nihilism. That's just people don't matter. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the universe doesn't care. Shit. The universe cares. That's why we're here. It's understandable why a computer guy, why an engineer would think that, or would want to think that, because it makes solving problems so much easier. We have hardwired group preferences. We have genetic memory. We have culture. This is not learned stuff. It's so deeply embedded in us that it carries on for thousands of years. Thinking of people as interchangeable units, well,
Articulate John, he's talking about the H-1B program that Elon Musk is trying to instate. I guess they're recruiting a bunch of Indian people to come here and do tech stuff for cheap. That's just the long and short of what I'm gathering from what this is. They're recruiting out of country. They're outsourcing to Indians for tech. And Elon is like in charge of this. So Sam Hyde, this is his message to Elon Musk.
would be useful in a simulation or in an economic theorem. It strips them of their humanity. And by the way, it's one of the first steps towards any authoritarian dictatorship type system. It's one of the first steps towards Marxism, is thinking of people as just labor. It's a very gross, anti-human thing to think, just to appeal to the redditor in you. That's middle brain shit. Stupid people at the bottom of the spectrum know that everybody is special. Everybody's special. Everybody's different and has their own thing. Retards know this. Geniuses understand that everybody is a unique product by and for their zeitgeist, or zeitgeist if you want to go with the Moist Critical pronunciation. Everybody is uniquely a product of their time and location and has their place in space and time. The smart people know this, the stupid people know.
Most of the jobs are 30K shit jobs, not tech. Then they shouldn't be outsourcing for that either. That should be for entry level, just out of college kids. In my opinion, they shouldn't be outsourcing for that kind of shit. They should give Americans American jobs.
No, this is people in the middle.
I don't want this to be happening any more than anybody else does. I like Elon Musk, and to think that he would be behind something like this, I want to hear. I want information. I want some information, because this is kind of a terrifying notion. Coming into 2025, trying to get rid of the illegal immigrants, platforming a lot on getting rid of illegal immigrants to give Americans their jobs back, or whatever the fuck. This seems very counterintuitive to that, a lot, like blatantly. And I need to know more, because it seems too blatant to be real. Does that make sense? Americans want the cheapest product possible, and the only way companies can do it is to pay the cheapest workers. Yeah, that is what we're trying to not do. Right? I thought is that maybe I was misinformed or hopeful or I don't know.
110 IQ, which is the worst IQ to have, who think that people can just be pushed around and moved around and changed. They can't. No hate towards Hispanics, okay? But that's why the room that I'm sitting in is covered in dust, is because the general contractor I hired used Hispanic labor. I didn't know. They laid down masonry cement. When I said I wanted polished concrete floors, masonry cement, you can't polish it. They left board marks and footprints in it. And I had to pay another crew of black people. Okay, shout out to Greg to come in here with jackhammers and get this shit dumpstered out of here. I went and hired my own blacks. I went in the ghetto and hired them by hand. That's how you need to hire blacks for SpaceX. And what you get is you get lower quality construction. You get lower wages for the blue collar workers who are here and fighting. Do you realize that people are fucking up against a wall fighting to make ends meet? Do you understand that the American people are on the ropes right now? Your people and not the world, okay? It's the American people. That's where this shit is popping off. That's where you came to do business. The American people are your problem now, to the extent that you want people to pay attention to your opinion. And by people, I mean actual people, not Patrick Bet-David, not Ian Miles Chong, Scott Adams, not these fucking f***its that'll walk around sucking your ass because you have money and because you made an electric car. But to the extent that you want that, you have to protect the American people. You're all about being pro-natalism and increasing the birth rate. Why is the average dude going to want to have kids when he can barely afford to live by himself and eat Domino's? Hey, why isn't China importing Infinity Indians right now? If it's such a huge economic advantage, why isn't China doing it? We need to do a naval blockade of China to make sure they don't get any of these amazing Indians. Every Indian that makes his way into China is a threat because China will use their genius to get one over on us. That's the biggest threat this country's facing right now. I think we need to go nuclear. I think we need to say, if China imports enough Indians, it's like diamonds. It's like nanotechnology. Indians are like nanotechnology. We have to be willing to use nuclear weapons to keep China from getting these precious Indians. That's step one. Sounds retarded, right? Because it is. It's retarded. It's subtarded. Ever hear of a subtard? Oh, by the way, Moist Critical coined that term, subtard. Competing with China in what sense? GDP? Making a number go up? Having software companies that are valued more highly? Competing with China in what sense? And at what cost? If the cost is making America look like Calcutta, that's not worth it. That's not a price that we're willing to pay. People keep posting these aerial drone display videos of drones shaped like a dragon. And correct me if I'm wrong, that's something that a bright high schooler could do on a smaller scale, is it not? Making drones move.
Corn diff. It says, in a lot of cases, Mexican field workers are still most economical for getting weeds out of a cotton field. I see it every year. You know what we got over here? We've got Cubans. We don't have Mexicans. They're down here. We have Cubans. And they are some of the most hardworking people I've ever met in my life. Like, truly, truly and honestly. And every Cuban I've ever met is just so happy and grateful to be here. You know what I mean? It's like the total opposite of the Mexican stereotype or whatever, the lazy Mexican stereotype. Because Cubans work their fucking asses off. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Around in 3D space. How is that an impressive problem to anybody except boneheads who are mystified by drones in the first place? Look at this aerial drone display. It's a ballet of killer drones. How can we compete with that? That's what drones do. They move around in coordinate space. Who gives a fuck? Well, it's the low-hanging fruit of robotics that mystifies people. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Didn't we have...
This bill isn't about supporting people trying to come over here to work. It's about pushing people through without any vetting process. That seems like two prongs of the same fork to me. That's semantics.
Have more impressive shit in the 80s? Isn't this more impressive?
With no pilot to compromise performance, even more unusual craft and propulsion systems have been designed and tested.
Why do we need to compete with them? Can we just take their spies out and tell them to fuck off? When do I get some Chinese pussy? Okay, am I not a big enough media figure that the CCP, is it the CCP, Chinese Communist Party? Why aren't they sending these hot spies to fuck with me? suck my dick for blackmail. When's that gonna happen? China, I'm waiting, okay? I have 300,000 YouTube subscribers, or 250,000 probably, 200,000. How much am I yours? If you have over 100,000 Twitter followers, you should demand that a hot Chinese spy comes and sucks your dick. Okay? You take video. Whatever. Why is that? Am I not popular enough to get this fucking mingling? To get Bing Bing over here? Ah! A Tesla Model X and Bing Bing over here sucking me. That's my price, China. Send them over. Do we need to build giant cities that nobody lives in to compete? Do we need to turn our country into a surveillance state? Fucking nightmare to compete. Do we need to essentially have slave labor to compete? What type of competition are you talking about? And at what cost? Competing with China is competing with literal slave labor, and that's impossible to compete with. It's not worth competing with. And nobody who has a real sense of what matters in life thinks anything about competing with China. We've been hearing this for 30 fucking years. As long as China has been an industrial nation, there have been headlines, The Economist. I remember this in the dentist's office when I was a kid. China's looming on the horizon. We have to accept a lower quality of life, immediately compete with China. That's the thrust of every article.
Balls, that should be on a fucking t-shirt.
You, the American worker, you have to take less pay and accept more bullshit because there's a big boogeyman looming on the horizon. It's China for 30 years. Before that, it was Japan. It's constant. It's to keep wages suppressed. It's to make you shut up. Elon doubles down in this tweet, offering a false dichotomy. Either we have to have more legal immigration, or you, the person disagreeing with it, you want America to fail for your own personal gain. What personal gain are you talking about? You want America to fail for your own personal gain. What is Elon? What are you talking about? How does anybody personally gain from this? The only gain happening is in stock prices of tech companies. That's the gain. That's where the gain is. Cui bono. That's who stands to benefit from this arrangement. This tweet, it's not first principles thinking. It's not in good faith dialogue. This is a dishonest mischaracterization. Nobody's calling you a liar. People say things in the heat of the moment that are dishonest, though. This is a dishonest mischaracterization of the tens of thousands of people who are blowing up your website. This is not an own on Elon. This is not dunking on Elon. I know that you can bring the ban hammer down, and I know that you are going to be tempted to do so. You already have with the Goipers, which, by the way, you have to undo that, man. You blanket banned people, not for saying you're not for posting swastikas, but for stating their opinion on this H-1B issue. That is a complete violation of the trust that the people you wanted to like you placed in you when you said that you're for free speech. It's straight George W. Bush. You're either with us or you're with the terrorists. That's what this is. You're either agreeing with me or you're fucking an enemy. You're an enemy. It's not an argument. It's not a well-reasoned position. It's just my way or the highway. Is that what free speech is? Is that who you are? You can just be a celebrity. You can be like Ellen DeGeneres. You can be like The Rock. You can get Ozempic. You can get breast implants. Start going on The View. Whatever you want for popularity. You can do that, of course. But to the extent that you have popularity, if you keep digging this hole, it will be misplaced, and it'll be there because you're rich.
You know, I have noticed an uptick of Elon hate on Twitter. Gray Show said Elon was about free speech until the speech was against him. Like, even before the H-1B thing, I've noticed a lot of negative feedback towards Elon. A lot of weird behavior from Elon, also. I don't know. It's just, I've seen a lot of people shitting on him as of late. I noticed it like about a month ago.
What does winning actually mean? Healthy functioning societies, they need more than gadgets. They need more than Marvel, more than Boy Slop. They need a shared ideology, heritage, history, beliefs, and values.
When did this all come out? When did Elon, when was this H-1B thing brought to light? Has this been something that everybody has just ignored, or it's been like on the wayside, you know? Or is it, oh, at Christmas Day? Okay. Oh my god, dude. What? I still like Elon better than politicians. I do too, I'm gonna be honest. But this is a big one. This is kind of a biggie. This one's a hard pill to swallow. HB1. Is it HB1 or H1B? I need to get that shit right so I don't look like a retard What's up, Tax? Good morning. We're politicking today a little bit. Sam Hyde style, though. H1B? Okay. All right, back to it.
Values, religion.
Wait, Laura Loomer and Steve Bannon are going hard against Elon. Wow.
Or they collapse and they crumble. That's Babel. That's Rome. That's every empire that's been crushed because there wasn't social cohesion. Basic bitch libertarian principles aren't enough. Maybe they're enough to get a VC funding. Maybe they're enough to create interesting exercise of some sort, but they're not enough to hold people together. And again, we're back to the idea of people as a collection of economic units. That's what at the foundation of Marxism. That reality is just math, and thus the justification for a lot of Marxism is also what leads Silicon Valley libertarian kind of people to attempt to quantify the unquantifiable. Mount Rushmore, the space program, the interstate system.
AJ says, wait, so you're telling me the richest man on the planet, possibly one of the smartest, actually has his own agenda? Nah, come on, man. Touche, AJ.
Motion pictures, electricity. These are all things that are not quantifiable. They're quantifiable in the sense that you can look back, you can say that they cost X amount of dollars, or that a certain amount of concrete steel was used in the construction. But these dream projects are unquantifiable things. There's no slider in the program. You can crank up the number of Indians to 200 million and bring the American dream to fruition faster. Okay? There's no data entry point where you can bump up the Indians and get Chrysler buildings popping up everywhere, more Art Deco construction. We do not need more bloated code bases, more tech gadgets, more poorly run hotels, more work ethic. Okay? What we need is leaders willing to fight for the American people, not for corporations, not for the idea of America, but for the American people. That is the only thing that we need on the brink of collapse, on the eve of our crumbling. It needs to be something higher, a higher ideal than tech company market caps. If it's just that, then it's just noise. It's just not reality. Reality is the hundreds of thousands of kids who are graduating with massive college debt, hundreds of job applications. They're being looked over for people who are not us. That's not a meritocracy. That's not some idealistic, high-minded thing. It's just money. Apple and Google might win, but America will be worse. The soil that all this winning flourishes out of is salty. And that means that the next Apple, the next Google, will be Chinese. Potentially the next SpaceX will be Chinese. Wouldn't that be strange? Wouldn't that be interesting if China makes it to Mars first? It would be great for humanity. Why don't we do it? Let's do it. China makes it to Mars before America. Does that sound like fun? It's just humans. They're just interchangeable economic units. Why wouldn't we want that? I think we do it. Sounds good to me. How do we define winning? I just won. That was Asmongold that I spit on. I killed him. I'm not dissing Asmongold. I'm just playing around. I spit on Moist Critical. I'll spit on his face. Fucking guy. We love Moist. We have a deal with Moist right now. It's for nicotine pouches. These are Moist nicotine pouches. I call them Moist. Did you know Moist is a Yiddish word? I didn't know Moist Critical is actually Jewish. Did you know that? Crazy fact. Winning. Is winning making it so that tech companies have even higher valuations? Is that winning? It's the valuation of Netflix. I figured it out. That's why we're not winning, is because Netflix stock isn't high enough. That's the only way to win. I want to kill my neighbors and burn them alive and blow up my car, but it's okay because Netflix is worth $3 trillion. I want to cut my fuck off and scramble my brain with fucking fluoride. I'm gonna win because Netflix is worth $3 trillion. I can't believe the dollars are this high. I can't believe we're winning this much. The dollars are this high. We have such good drones and spying technology. We're winning. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. At least leftoid medicine vaccine brain niggas. Bleep that out, please. I said people. At least people whose blood has been replaced with vaccines and are so far on the left they salute Mickey Mouse. They think that they're helping people. If winning is just drones doing an aerial display while a robot jerks me off to sample my DNA, then everything's lost. I killed a homeless person today, Chris. Did you know that? It was free speech. I said, you fucking dirty ass bum ruining my street, I'll kill you. And then I used a speech gun to shoot a speech bullet to his speech head. I ripped an NFL cheerleader team. The guys, too. I used free speech on them.
Do they have male cheerleaders in the NFL? National Flag League. Look it up, please. Does the NFL have male cheerleaders? That is awesome if that's true. A third of the league's male cheerleaders. America is the greatest country on earth. Here's your male cheerleaders. Is everybody on fentanyl? Everybody working at D'Angelo's? Everybody working at the mall? They're all retards. Everybody who's had their lives destroyed by Big Pharma, by the grist mill of inflation and taxation. Everybody that's been betrayed by their leadership in this country, are they all retards? Is everybody who's got, this is a lot of people who has $400 in their bank account and is getting hit with overdraft fees and has the landlord from hell, are they all retards? You work at a sub sandwich shop. You couldn't invent PayPal. If you really believe that these people are all retards, then you have no place in the discourse going on about the future of this country. You are just a computer guy. And I don't think you really believe that. I hope to God that you don't. But if that's really what you believe, and you're not a leader, I could say fuck you. I could say take a step back and fuck your own face. But I'll say this. If you really believe that the American people are retards, which they are, we have male cheerleaders in the NFL, but if you really do not have in your heart grace and respect for the Homer Simpson, vinyl siding, economy shitbox driving retards who make your dream possible, if you have a heart, if you are a human being, and that will sting harder than telling you to go fuck yourself. You can do the go fuck yourself all day. I tell myself to go fuck myself. You say that all day. Fuck you. Fuck you. I say that in the mirror when I wake up and when I put makeup on. Who gives a fuck? If you believe these people are retards and you don't have any goodwill towards them, then you're not a leader. You're just a nerd. There's plenty of those. There's plenty of nerds who got lucky. I bought Bitcoin, Magic the Gathering online exchange. I got lucky. There's no shortage of nerds who got lucky. There's this disturbing idea from BoomerCon right that America is just a collection of ideas. And you bring everybody in the world, the teeming masses who are desperate for a half gallon of milk, you bring them there and all of a sudden they're hit like lightning with this idea that makes them able to make this country stronger. This country's never been weaker, and it's never been more open to foreigners who aren't us. These two things, they're not unrelated. They're directly related. Would Ben Shapiro say the same thing about Israel? Israel's just a collection of ideas. Would Vivek say the same thing about India? India is just a collection of ideas, really good ideas. That's why they're doing so good. Broke women on the train. That's not a glib remark, by the way. I make a lot of jokes about Indians in my stand-up act. I had an Indian woman come up to me after a show. I thought she was going to chew me out and eat my ass, ear-beating Indian style, for the jokes that I made. She said to me, "Thank you for saying that. I went there with my 13-year-old sister, and they pulled her pants down the train." Is that an Indian idea? When we bring them over, does that idea suddenly vanish and they get the neural net download of American ideas? Is that how it works? The people who are mad at you right now don't view America as a collection of ideas. It's not an economic zone. I hate how there's this argument against Americans asking them what they built. If you're so great, what did you build? What did you build? Nothing significant. It gets built. It gets built on an individualistic scale. The greatest things that humans have built, cathedrals, which, if you disagree with this, it's just wrong. I mean, computers are pretty up there, but cathedrals are a good example of this. Cathedrals are built over hundreds of years. They're built not just by the army of stone masons who build them, but by the towns who pay for it. They are the cream sitting on top of the cake. The cake is the soil. The cake is the vinyl siding dumbasses who are your customers, who are people who pay for this shit by putting their retirement accounts in Vanguard mutual funds. They're the people who you owe a debt for being able to do the stuff that you do. These H-1B tech workers that are coming in, so many of them are just managing apps that other people built and maintaining code bases for stuff that was built years ago. Where they're making social media apps that collect all your data. They're making to-do apps, dating apps. Who fucking cares, man? What did they build? Mobile phone games? It's just stuff that feeds more into consumers. It's not actually making life better for everybody. The sentiment that Americans aren't good enough, that's one of the darker things that has happened here. I know that Vivek Ramaswamy does believe it to be the case, and for him, this Twitter bomb was a mask-off moment in a way that I hope it wasn't for you. But that sentiment and the Twitter deboosting, algorithm change, blanket ban, all that stuff, those are the darker things in the sense of not good for humanity, not good for the future. Running Twitter the same way your enemies did before you bought it. Is that what you wanted when you bought this thing? Is that the let it sink in moment? Is that what you envisioned for the global meeting grounds. And we're not talking about just making the 10% of people on the left and the 10% of people on the right mad. The middle is the Overton window. You're just talking about satisfying the Overton window. This is censorship. You're engaging in censorship pretty much right off the rip here. You just bought Twitter. You just got in with Trump. You just became a Republican. You just courted the MAGA base. That's a pretty big betrayal of the role that you have stepped in to fill, whether or not it's even true. Okay, I couldn't work at SpaceX. I don't have a delusion about that. It doesn't matter because you are in charge of American companies. You are an American leader. So what matters is that that's the sentiment people are walking away with after your tweet storm. It's not helped by these Patrick Bet David, wolf in sheep's clothing, cocksucker podcaster guys who are just up your ass because they have money. The extent to which you deserve to be a king, more importantly, or equally importantly, how posterity will look upon your works is directly related to your attitude, your benevolence towards the American people. The Cybertruck's cool, but if America crumbles because we've taken on too many outsiders who don't give a shit about the country, then the Cybertruck will be a footnote in a Wikipedia. It'll be the DeLorean. It'll be something interesting. People look back, oh, that was kind of cool. You know why they won't be driving it? Because they'll be driving a Neo, and China will be the first to Mars. This isn't fixed by moving the goalposts of what an American is. It would be a lot easier if an American was just an Indian with an Ivy League degree. It would make this whole problem go away instantly if that worked. If you could just wave your hand and say that an American is a Guatemalan who was born here, that's an American. We wouldn't have to have this painful conversation. It would be so easy if you could do that, if it were a computer simulation. That's Marvel movie shit. An American is whoever Doctor Strange brings through the portal to beat Thanos. The new Spider-Man is an American. It's a lesbian from Sri Lanka who just came here to start the cupcake business. But she listens to Cold Wave. And she just came here to start up her hair dye business. She's an American. She's here for the American dream. That's not reality. That's math. That's Marxism. That's computer programmer simulation bullshit. We all know what an American is. And all these paragraph long definitions and high minded ideas, it's just propaganda. We know what an American is. And if you're not here to help the American people, then your usefulness to us is over with. The right wing, Republicans, conservatives, etc., they are trolls and memers and shit posters, and they have acerbic ideas, and they're also the most forgiving people. They're the most forgiving people. Anytime anybody does anything remotely based, they are absorbed by the right. Anna Kasparian talking about not feeling safe in your neighborhood. That's based, man. Anna Kasparian was red pilled this whole time. I can't believe it. Damn. People, broadly speaking, do not expect you to be full on 1950s straight.
There's listen, Anna Kasparian was always hot in my book. I used to watch TYT a lot. I used to lean a little left, not extremely. I was still annoyed by like dudes trying to do chick stuff in sports and whatnot and take away like scholarships and shit.
Yeah.
Racist. Hank Hill.
Oh, I was gonna say Anna Kasparian got like somehow 150% hotter after she came out as a little girl. She just got this glow about her. Woo. I used to think it was just a flannel. I used to love it when she wore flannel. Like, yeah, Anna's wearing her flannel. Now she like glows in the dark.
Now, die. Get her out of here!
Well, fuck Ariana Grande, by the way. I hate it. I'm pro Paige. We're pro Paige Neiman in here. Got it? Fuck Ariana Grande.
That's not what they're looking for, okay? They're fine with the Silicon Valley tech version of the occasionally based, occasionally Neil deGrasse Tyson story post. They love that. It's the idea that Americans aren't good enough. This misunderstanding of what America is. You're just as bad as the people you bought the website from, if this continues to be the case. Are you able to listen to valid criticism? It's not from Russian bots. It's not a coordinated attack on you. It's tens of thousands of people pissed off because they think you betrayed them. I hope to God you're able. And the rest of you can keep watching this right now. Check it out. asmongold.com / what's the guy's name? Moist Critical. That's the website. asmongold.com / moist critical. You can now, if you're not Elon, you can jump over to the regular video and start watching. What I actually believe, I think that the U.S. economy is climbing to a halt, and that the tech bros and investors investors. It's like a someone tweeted about this, the bubble of the Japanese economy, where Japan was faced with a decision to either start importing people or get ready for a long winter. I saw that tweet and that immediately rang true. I think that these investor bros are counting on AI to offset the loss in productivity of this dying empire. It's slowly being realized that AI is, for all intents and purposes, a glorified spell checker. I use AI all the time. I'm a pro subscriber to ChatGPT and Perplexity.ai. I have Perplexity AI as my default search engine, and it's about as good as searching forum posts was 20 years ago. It's not some revolutionary thing. It's extra dimensional autocomplete. The words have weighting and tone and various other dimensions that are vectors, and what you get at the end of it is an article that can almost fool a computer into thinking it was written by a human. I think there's a game of musical chairs going on with money, and people are desperate for a way to keep that game of musical chairs going, even if it means fucking us over. The idea that these tech guys want to bring in exceptional people is just not true. They're looking to hire basically slaves who can't leave their company without leaving the country, who will work for 50%. That's the other thing. They keep saying they'll work 80 hours a week, which is bullshit. Nobody works 80 hours a week. They work 20 hours a week of actual work, and the rest of the time is spent fucking around on the phone and showing the boss that they're working 80 hours a week, sitting in the office. They're not actually working 80 hours a week. And furthermore, why should anybody have to work 80 hours a week? Why is this a race to create slaves? Why is that a good thing? Why is that a humane thing? Why is that good for humanity? How is it possible, if you're a Democrat or a Republican, if you're left or right, why is it a good thing to want slaves? They'll work 100 hours a week. They'll work in their sleep. They'll work 200 hours a week. They'll work infinity. They'll have no lives. That's not a good thing. If you want more hours out of something, you have to pay them more. It's just money. They'll do it for 20,000. That's what they're saying. They're pretending like they're complimenting their diligence and their work ethic. What they're really saying is we can hire them for cheaper. That's what that means. 80 hours a week or pay them 100,000 more a year. It's the same thing. They're just saying you can pay these people 150,000 instead of 400,000 or 80,000 instead of 250,000. It's just money. Any system that gets set up is going to be gamed. This one is gamed by Indians who are master gamers. Pull up the Cognizant article. This is a company that was found guilty of setting a pattern and practice of discrimination against non-South Asian and non-Indian workers. That's not the intention of the program. The intention of the program is to create meritocracy. But like Thomas Sowell said, you have to judge things on their outcomes, not their intentions. You could make a law called the Everybody Good, Free Money, Everything Good law. But if the end result is that quality of life goes to shit, that's what you have to judge it on. And so this H-1B stuff, you can't judge it on the floral, high-minded, beautiful, humanistic language that's used to sell it. That's just propaganda. You have to judge it on the end result. Here's another one. Hire workers at a fraction of the cost of American workers. Force them to work longer hours because they won't leave their job, because if they quit, they're gone from America. This is not helped by a government oversight committee or anything like that. It's just the case that when you set up a system that can be gamed, it gets gamed. That's how people work. They're looking for the path of least resistance. They're looking to maximize their benefit from the system. That's just human nature. Massive payouts over claims they discriminated against American workers in favor of foreign workers. Apple paid $25 million to the deal, which is like $25 to a regular person. Apple engaged in a pattern of citizenship status discrimination in recruitment positions. The claim that we can't find talented people here is nonsense. It's dishonest. The claim should be that we can't afford to pay talented people enough, or we don't want to. Sorry for getting overly serious here with you. At the end of the day, I think you should buy Bitcoin. There's this tendency to want powerful people or people in a leadership position. You get emotional when their every worldview doesn't line up with yours. You know, Trump's not based enough, or Joe Rogan's too whatever. But these are the men who define our times, and I think it's important you allow them to be flawed people to some extent, but also to push back when they go nuts. But in this case, I think that it's critically important. It's moist critically important. It's moist critical. This is the whole thing that Moist Critical says every time we talk to him. He put it all on the line to become the free speech guy and to turn Twitter into the global discussion space of the world. And you don't accidentally become adored by people. He can't just say, "Oh, I was just building a business, and then I was saying stuff online, and then I guess people looked up to me." No. There are plenty of quiet billionaires. There are plenty of quiet moneymakers, inventors. There are plenty of quiet engineers. There are plenty of people who aren't going to the Met Gala in the Satan costume. Okay? There are plenty of people like that. You don't accidentally become the hope of a nation. You don't accidentally become the hope of a generation. You don't. So if he wants that, I think he can have it, and I think he deserves a shot at course correction. He's been under attack by everybody for his whole entire career, so I think he deserves that shot. If he fumbles this, then that's his legacy. I don't have any sort of committed opinion as to what's going to happen from here. I'm mostly concerned with Asmongold, as we said. Moist critical. What games are they playing? Tall guy. What was that game we played? Tall man run. That's what I'll be doing tonight. A little bit of Raid Shadow Legends.
Farvik Newton says, what is the point of this? Do you guys ever think, what is the point? What is the point of this specifically? I think it's to appeal to Elon, to maybe bend the ear, and maybe he thinks this is the best way he can do it. Because Sam Hyde carries a little bit of weight. A little bit. You know, people listen to him. I'm listening to him. We are listening to him. This is gonna go around. This is going to be quite viral, I believe. No, you're right, Gravy Show. The point is to enjoy your life and love those that not what Sam is saying. What's the point of anything? Bruh. You're just gonna drop that existential bomb in the chat while we're trying to listen to Sam Hyde be serious for a second? Just trying to avoid this game. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the point of anything is. I just want to think about. But, like, you would have to give me I don't know. Don't OD on the black pills, dog. There you go. Oh, man. I don't know. I think you're just supposed to get to exist and experience shit. You know? There's a good chance we'll never meet any, like, other sentient intergalactic being that we can communicate with. There's no chance of that. Okay? So it's cool to be life in somewhere, like, remote. It's pretty incredible if you think about it, life. I was actually just saying on a previous stream that there are, like, 5 million sperm per, like, load. And you won the race, bro. That's the fucking point. How about that? You swam through a river of fucking soldiers trying to kill you. You know, sperm excrete spermicide when they're loading it up to try to kill the other sperm to get to the egg themselves, and end up killing themselves a lot of the time. But 500 million. And you made it to the egg and, like, burrowed your way through that after the fucking journey, dude. You had enough strength to get in there. That's the point. That's the point. Grab life by the little balls, dude. Just boop, 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 like that.
The game. Last War Survivor. Big into that these days. I'm mostly doing that. Elon's number 1 ranked Diablo 4. Huge achievement. I'm number 1 ranked Raid Shadow Legends. Raid what? Last Survivor. I'm number 1 on that Last Survivor. Check me out on the boards there, guys. All right. Boom. Peace.
That was illuminating. All right, let's everybody just calm down. Let's talk about the meaning of life for a little while. How about it? Meaning? Does there have to be a meaning? Life itself is going to exist whether you like it or not, I guess. I misspoke. What is the point of jobs? This is all bullshit. It really is, dude. I often think, what are the, like, not that I'm a nudist or anything, or that I'm trying to be immodest or anything, but I've always wondered, like, what was the point of clothes? You know, or shoes? Aren't you supposed to callus your as a human, as just a species, a biped, you know, wouldn't that be more? I feel like it would just make more sense. Like, what's the point of shoes? You know, if we never wore shoes, if we lived in a universe or fucking dimension that no one wore shoes, my feet would have been so calloused that when I stomped on that piece of glass, it wouldn't have done shit. It wouldn't have taken me down for a month. I'd have been fine. Warmth and keeping filth off you? That's fair. Alright, shoes, bro. Clothes I can concede to. What about shoes? I get some people wearing shoes or whatever, but like, I don't know. Shoes make your feet weak, exactly. I'm anti-shoe. I don't like them. I'm not a fan. I'm annoyed that I have to wear socks right now, but it's cold. I am annoyed though. Sometimes I wonder if any of the other sperm could have done better. Like, what if the next Albert Einstein sperm was swimming through my mom, tripped over its tail, and then bam. Now you guys have corn beef. Bro, we had an Einstein. We ain't never had a corn beef. We already had an Einstein. We don't need one. We don't need another one. We needed a corn beef. Fuck that clumsy piece of shit. Ha ha. Ha ha. You stupid bitch. Who's the genius now? You fucking two left-footed ass bitch. You want another A-bomb? Corn dip? How about we just get a corn dip instead of another A-bomb? No one is supposed to wear shoes. I actually heard a story, not super positive that it's true or anything, but my brother was telling me. He said there was this tribe out in the fucking woods that people were like donating shoes to. And what had happened in the long run was their feet got so sensitive that they kind of fucked themselves in the long run with their shoes. I see where you're going. Do not donate to the African tribes. You got it. Won't do it. Get thoroughly convinced.
An investigation into ants. Wow. I mean, yeah, but what are you going to find other than you've got a complete shit show of retards running the joint? That's about it. Sam Show says, LOL, this is the shit we do on MS Flight Sim. Right? Yeah, achievement unlocked. You shit your pants. There you go. Yeah, just hit the brakes. That's all you gotta do. Work the brake pedal. You'll be fine. Sam Show says, imagine explaining that to the passengers. Hey, watch this. Sam Show says, I do flight sim, and I landed a Cessna when I was 9. How hard can it be? Approachable says, attention passengers, welcome to your flight. We'll be traveling at 50,000 feet. And I would like to apologize about the smell. Until we reach cruising altitude, I have to sip my own shit. It's forgivable in this case. I mean, it was a close one. Got a little poop in your pants. Happens to the best of us. 125 away from today's goal. Let's reach it, huh? Let's go ahead and throw in a few bucks. 125 away. We got a half hour left in today's show. You guys are great. You guys are the absolute best. And God knows I love you. Just push a little harder, and we'll have this all taken care of, and we'll call it another win for the total. The last goal of the holiday period, the 2-week holiday period, Christmas and New Year's. This is our last one of the holiday period, and then we get back to business as usual on Monday. We've got Rumble Link Friday tomorrow. Throw us a few bucks. And let's get this thing taken care of. What do you say? 125, half hour left. The closer we get to zero, less I bounce my legs up. Yeah, here's the FBI warning we were talking about earlier. The FBI is warning pro athletes to be vigilant, confirming Monday groups of organized thieves are targeting stars' homes in search of high-priced valuables. The feds issued the alert just a couple days after Luka Doncic became the latest A-lister to have his place broken into, explaining criminals are hitting residences belonging to big-time players when they're on the road or at games. It's even a little risky to do it while they're at home games. Like, even though you know they're at the game, it's still pretty close. You know, they could come home or like somebody said, they could be injured and they might not be at the game that night. But if they're on the road, if they're traveling with the team, shit, you got all the time in the world.
Professional athletes. The FBI is now formally warning sports leagues that organized theft rings are targeting players. ABC's Trevor Alt is here with more. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, Rebecca. So any home burglary is brazen, but it is an entirely different level to target some of the most high-profile names in sports over the course of months, to the point the FBI is now stepping in to warn these athletes, even though they've been on alert, that thefts keep happening.
And how did the FBI know? How does the FBI know that these thefts are happening? Because the FBI has actually been handing the thieves the plans and the schematics to the house. And then saying, do with this what you will. It's a goddamn inside job. Shit. The FBI is just recovering money. They're actually busting the robbers, and they're seizing the goods and selling them to pay down the debts.
Fully, the FBI warning professional sports leagues that highly organized thieves are targeting athletes. It comes after Dallas Maverick Luka Doncic was the latest star to have his home burglarized. $30,000 worth of jewelry taken Friday while Doncic was out of town.
It's just so funny to watch the white European players that are like winning MVP awards and shit, and they're just shaped like regular bummy-looking white dudes, and like they're winning MVP awards against like these black American athletes that look like fucking Hulk Hogan, like 6'7", 265 pounds, and here's Luka with his flabby arms and frat boy face, and he's just like, and you watch European players shoot threes, they barely get off the ground. It's just a little hop, just a little that, and it's good. It scores the same as fucking Steph Curry jumping 4 feet in the air shooting a three. All scores the same, just not as many style points.
But for a game, representatives telling ABC News.
Yeah. How often do you see like one of the most prime athletes in the world, and he has to wear a T-shirt under his jersey because he's like, well, I don't know about my nipples, my arms really aren't that great, I just want to hide my shoulders.
No one was home at the time. Luka has filed a police report, and the investigation is ongoing. The FBI says theft groups from South America are going after athletes' homes.
Oh my God! Well, there you go. That explains it. A little thank you, President Biden. A little illegal immigration. So it's so let's say what it is. It's these Venezuelan gangs who have been taking over like apartment buildings in some cities. They've been using blackmail and robbery and strong arm tactics to kind of establish a foothold in the United States. And all of it because our southern border is a fucking joke. And they just waltz in and set up shop, and here we go. Now we deal with the Venezuelan mafia, essentially. Or I'm sorry, maybe it's the
Nicaraguan. Due to the perception they may have high-end goods, they use public information and social media.
I hear they might have a Ninja Foodie in there. I hear that some of these players might have an air fryer more than just a microwave. Some of their appliances are stainless steel. Fancy pantsy.
To identify a pattern for a potential victim and conduct surveillance, often knowing in advance where valuables are kept in the home. Several stars have been victimized since September. Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce had his home broken into.
Yeah, but that's probably by a Swiftie. He's probably trying to, see if she can get some sexual artifacts of the relationship. People are weird.
More than $20,000 in cash stolen.
Nice.
Teammate and quarterback Patrick Mahomes was also targeted.
It's frustrating.
I have to ask. Patrick Mahomes makes $50 million a year. How does he know when 20 grand is missing? Like $50 million a year. And you're like, hey, I think somebody stole my 20 grand. And it's like, is there anyone in their house, like a housekeeper or something, who would look at him and go, be honest with you, dude, you're kind of being a dick about this. I lost $20,000. The nice thing is, you probably don't pay the best for like housekeepers and your illegal immigrant help. So you could say, if you guys track down that 20 grand, I'll let you keep 15 of it. And you could almost you're almost playing Squid Game with your own staff. It could be kind of fun. Turn it into a game.
It's disappointing.
That was my dad's DUI bail money, and they just came in and took it.
I mean, I can't get into too many details because the investigation is still ongoing.
And 3 weeks ago, thieves entered the home of Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow.
So thorough, Joe Burrow. Say it right.
I feel like my privacy has been violated in more ways than one.
Because it has. I like that. Look at that. It just feels like my privacy has been violated. Yeah, no, it's not a metaphor, bro. Literally, your privacy was violated. Like, in the worst way. Like, your home was broken into while you weren't there. That's pretty much the epitome of having your privacy violated.
Leagues are
That's like they held you down and violated you. You'd be like, I feel like I've been fucked in the asshole. It's like, well, it's because that's literally what happened.
now encouraging athletes to beef up their home security.
Cameras, motion sensors.
Oh, claymores on the doors. That's a good idea. Tied to make it like an adult Kevin McAllister type thing. Put a claymore on the door and have the fuse tied to a string. And then when they open the door, comically, the string goes out of the fuse and the claymore blows them all to shit. How hilarious would that be, right? Landmines in the front yard. You're rich. You can reseed. You can sod the damn thing. You'll be fine. How much funnier would it be to watch Patrick Mahomes' front lawn blow up 3 assholes from Venezuela who were looking to rob him? That'd be great.
Glass breakage sensors, but it's all about the redundancy because it boils down to if your house is just too difficult to break into, you're typically going to move out.
And the leagues have warned players these thieves are highly sophisticated. They've sometimes conducted surveillance with drones or even posed as joggers to scope out the home.
That is, yeah. I mean, it's because they do it for a living in the country they came here from. Country they came here from illegally and just snuck across the border because nobody here seems to give a fuck anymore. Hopefully that's something we can clear up in the first 100 days. That'd be nice. $20 from Fuck You Dude. Thank you very much.
If you don't think I'm big enough, brother, then you grab a hold of me, and you'll know that I'm growing, my man. Within your hands, I will get as big as I need to be.
Thank you. Behind in chat, here's some money. I look forward to hearing this in an hour. Happy New Year. Lose some weight, fatty. Thank you, Fuck You Dude. 110 away from today's goal. Get in there and get it, guys. Finish it off. We are not far away. About 100 away from this morning's goal. The first goal of 2025. Let's knock it out. 110 away from another win for the toe. Keep it going. We got about 25 minutes left. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's do it. Chevy fan says, yep, here come those illegals from Venezuela stealing black jobs.
Approachable says a claymore does too much property damage. Just stick with the old-fashioned shotgun pointed at the door. Worst case scenario, you got to replace the door frame. Fair enough. Fair enough. Sam Show says highly sophisticated. They ordered a drone off Amazon and used their Obama phone to look at a house. Eaton Clam says I live down the street from Allen Iverson, and he always had at least 10 relatives at his house at all times. They were the only ones stealing from him. Right? At least you know the people taking your money then. Sam Show, I can't read that. Chevy Fan says one thing you can say about Aaron is he's never posed as a jogger. Running, bad for the knees, I hear. Really. I don't. You don't want to injure yourself. For God's sake. All right, guys, let's continue on. Oh, speaking of sports, Anthony Edwards can't stop saying "fuck" in interviews. Now, in fairness, if I was on this year's Timberwolves team, I'd be saying "fuck" and "goddamn it" a lot too. But Anthony Edwards has been hit with a. So, to give you the backstory on this, Anthony Edwards has been saying shit and fuck on live TV all the time. Like, he just can't help himself. They interview him after a game. He's like, yeah, man, shit. Or like, oh, man, he threw me the ball, and I was like, oh, fuck. And, like, it's always casual, too. It's never like he really leans in, and it's like he meant it. It was really to accentuate a point. It's always like as an or in passing. So they tried finding him $15,000. He said, fuck again. So then they tried finding him $25,000. Wouldn't stop saying fucking shit on TV. Well, now the NBA hit Anthony Edwards with a $100,000 fine for using swear words twice in an interview. I know Anthony Edwards makes a shitload of money, so I really don't know if the $100,000 is going to work. But like, eventually, it's got to kick in. Like, you lose like $250,000 for saying the word "fuck." First of all, really super baller that you can afford to lose. Like, hey man, well, how'd you lose $250,000? Oh man, I lost my job, my family's bills, everything else. Hey man, how'd you lose $250,000? Just saying fucking shit. We're fine though. Where's the? I want to find the latest clip where he says "fuck." Anthony Edwards. The first one. Here we go. No, this is the one. I think he got 15 for this, 10 or 15 for this one.
Still that big shot. Man, all it was, the play was for Drew to go 14. Big small finger roll. Once he picked it up, who else? I gotta go get it. Shit. And Kill fouled me. He cut me off. I'm like, shit, I'm going for the win. Like, give it a win and said, I'm gonna do overtime. So fuck it.
So he said shit twice. Then he goes, I don't do overtime. Shut up. Then he goes, I don't do overtime, so fuck it. Just right there. See, this is the same one. There's another one where, oh yeah, then there's this one. This interview. This one got him fined as well.
Man, what would you say to somebody who said you're shooting too many threes?
Fuck him. Simple, yeah.
There were a lot of people last year who were comparing Anthony Edwards, like his attitude, to Michael Jordan's attitude, and it's like, I really don't think Michael Jordan was, dropping fuck bombs all over the place. This one is from about a week ago. So I think this is the $100,000 fine.
Fucking terrible shit.
Fucking terrible. Just right off the bat. Fucking terrible. At what point, though, do you start finding the media? Because he's clearly not going to stop. So isn't it kind of the media's responsibility to stop talking to the guy?
Yeah, all of them. Besides the woman. Yeah, but the other two dudes, terrible. Excuses, the reason they call a foul, the reason they don't call a foul, the shit was terrible. They don't want to talk back to my coach. They don't want to talk back to me. I said one thing to the ref. He gave me a tip. Motherfucker told one of my teammates if I would
Motherfucker told one of my teammates.
have said y'all calling a bad foul, he would have gave me a tip. Niggas, they just sensitive.
He's dropping N-bombs, motherfuckers, shit.
And they terrible. They never give us the they penalize me and Drew for being stronger than our opponent every night. They don't get no calls. So yeah, that's how I feel about the officials. Every game that we play.
The frustration of that carry over, like, and just not let it.
No, I don't care. I mean, it's just hard. Everybody keeps saying play through it. It's easy to say that when you're not dealing with it. So that's what's frustrating.
See, that's a thing that's been consistent all year. Not
Yeah.
just
Hell yeah, it's been consistent.
Hell yeah.
But tonight was bad. They was gonna ticky tack fouls and we gonna get nothing. So that's just how I feel about the officials. The two dudes, not the one.
I like that. I like that he's being politically correct still. He'll say fuck it and call him the N-word and shit like that, but he's like, respect to the ladies. Respect to the ladies. Fuck those other two niggas. The ladies side.
I feel like the frustration because that impacted the way you attack. Like I know they
Hell
are
yeah.
awesome guys, you know, like
Hell
they're sending extra help and stuff.
Yeah.
It does seem like sometimes you're not going as much as like
Yeah.
otherwise.
Yeah, and that's why. Shit, because I get penalized for being stronger than my opponent. So they get everything better about. I get the same, they bump me the same way they bump everybody else. And I never get the call. So I don't know what gotta go down, but something gotta happen. Because that shit's terrible.
That shit's terrible. So $100,000 maybe.
So we gotta cover this. I already told Adam I'm doing this. Oh, I don't know about this. This is news to me.
I didn't consent.
You don't have to fucking.
Let me know.
So basically,
Is it about rape again?
no. So we're all aware of the character, or not character, the guy who's come on the show who died tragically, slipping on a banana peel.
Okay.
Who we stopped mentioning, and like
out of reverence for the dead.
Yeah, right.
Because he passed away.
So there's this other guy, Seth Cockfield, who was offended by the character, and that's why, I mean, it's not why, but it was sort of a coincidence that Seth had a meltdown about it, and then Seth Cockfield died, and we stopped allowing Seth Dickfield to bully Seth Cockfield via the magic of theater.
Right. Oh, I didn't get it. So Dickfield was bullying Cockfield.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
I see. It was the guy. It was the real human being.
Who is
Seth
now,
Dickfield.
my favorite movie of all time is Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And Roger Rabbit is chained to Eddie Valiant. They're handcuffed together for about an hour.
Yeah.
And then they're in that back room in the bar, and Eddie finds a hacksaw and he starts hacking through the handcuffs. And while he's doing that, Roger Rabbit just slips out of the handcuffs and he starts watching him.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then Eddie says, "You mean to tell me you could have taken those off at any time?" He goes, "No, only when it was funny." And I sort of live by that code. That anything can be justified if it's funny. So I'm not responsible for hurting Seth's feelings. And he's a bad guy. But
what do you mean? I thought you said you had nothing against him.
I don't have anything against him. I mean, I'm just saying objectively he's a bad guy.
That's even better.
Yeah.
He's claiming it's objective. But there's like a scientific unit of measurement.
Yeah.
It's not that he's petty and anyone who annoys him a little bit, he goes way too hard at them.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Who else have I gone way too hard at?
Anyone that annoys you on the internet. I feel like on the internet you like to just...
No, there's people I like make fun of. I think Seth's like a great character and he just doesn't realize that. Anyhow, the point is, I wouldn't bring him up, but Seth rejoined Facebook to complain about me.
Oh, really?
And clear the air. And I think, it's... No, hold on. This is like... It's,
Adam shaking his head in protest.
He posted this because and I agree with him.
Yeah.
I have been mean to him. So I think it's like only fair
Okay.
that I let people whose only exposure to Seth hear what Seth has to say
in character
in his own defense.
Okay.
So Seth posted this.
Yeah, don't do. You're definitely not gonna do the voice.
What do you mean? Well, it's in Seth's words. So I'm not.
Okay.
Dude. Seth wrote, "Hi, I'm not back. I just wanted to share this and then bounce back into the ether sometime before Monday. This tweet is an old tweet of mine, which I tweeted in a rage one day in the spring of 2015, right around noon, most probably after reading about yet another atrocity portrayed by some white cop or politician or rapist." Adam, you look this, please. If it's really going to bother you that much, I'll tell you, there's 7 more paragraphs.
Continue.
We're only halfway through the first.
We already started. There's no going back.
Well, just, if you want to be a part of this, I guess. If you're such good friends with Seth, that you don't want me to just let Seth speak for himself here.
This is a recording you're playing. Right. Yeah, play the recording. He went live on Facebook Live. There's the video.
Well, if you're gonna have a problem,
continue.
No, you already said you. I guess I'm just a big bully. I guess everybody just thinks I'm just a fucking asshole because I'm trying to let Seth defend himself to the Cometown.
You know what? You're right. Let's finish. You're right. We're being the bullies. We're trying to stifle Seth's voice. Let's hear what he had to say.
Anyhow, he says this is a tweet he tweeted in a rage after an atrocity portrayed by a white cop or politician or rapist. The tweet got no likes or retweets at the time, which was fine. I didn't expected to. I just wanted to get it off my chest. If that makes you feel uncomfortable, I get that, and I'm happy to discuss it. And then he's included the tweet, which was terrible. Well, the tweet is, here's Seth, and he says, "White people will one day go extinct, and I cannot wait. New power structure, please."
He wants himself to go extinct.
Well, anyhow, so that's the tweet he included. And then he said,
You can't wait. You are white.
well, hold on. He explains it further.
Okay.
Then he says, okay, he says, earlier this summer, a certain comedian popular on Twitter, whom I will refer to as X, which is
That's cool.
Nicholas X. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. I love it.
That's a
awesome.
cool nickname.
Yeah, thank you, Seth.
Just
that's why you don't
X is
understand
short of
nicknames.
Vin Diesel. X is a tight nickname.
That's
X.
nowhere near as good as Seth Dickfield, though.
Yeah, Dickfield's great.
If he was like, earlier this summer, a certain comedian popular on Twitter, who I'm going to refer to as Nick Dickface, I would have laughed. That would have
really
been
good.
that would have been funny. But
That was a blown opportunity. He
Yeah.
maybe instead a really cool punk rock name.
Yeah.
Cunt.
As X. Well, punk rock names are all like
Your first name is literally one letter.
David Murder, like Jonathan Trash.
Yeah.
It's like garbage.
Like Johnny Rotten.
Mike Snot fucking pussy. I'm in a hardcore band of Johnny Snot ass.
I'm Johnny Puss Taint.
Yeah. So okay. So earlier this summer,
Your first name is literally one letter away from Dick.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
Like you can call me Dick Mom. That'd been funny.
Dick Mom.
Yeah. It would have been funnier if he called me like Nick Dickface or Nick Dick Faggot. You know, like he really just like didn't put any effort into it, like I didn't with the cock.
Nick Moldick would have been
Yeah,
great.
yeah, that would have been funny, but he went with X. So sorry, now I'm an
you're
X-Man. I'm a fucking mutant. that can
Professor
read
X.
people's minds.
That's tight.
The only white guy that looks good bald and handicapped.
That's a good combo.
Okay. Earlier this summer, a certain comedian popular on Twitter, who I'm going to refer to as X, someone whom I'm not. I don't. Is that? That's not. Whom is possessive, right?
No, it's the objective.
Yeah.
Not the subject.
Someone. But this isn't correct usage. Someone whom I'm not amicable with in the least.
I don't think it's right.
Someone who.
I
Yeah.
don't know. Someone who. Yeah, because you are the subject in the sense.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
fucking know, dude. I'm dumb also.
Thought it'd be funny to create a character based on me for his podcast. This was completely unprovoked. The character is a weak, submissive, social justice warrior type who overuses words like woke and is generally obsessed with political correctness. The character's name is Seth Dickfield, which, side note, again, Seth Dickfield is a real person.
It's pretty insensitive. This guy who died. Yeah, we've all seen him. We'll look at it. Actually, I don't know. Have I been
And honestly, Seth, for you to say that Seth Dickfield isn't real, considering he died at Auschwitz in a way that kind of makes you a Holocaust denier. So, Seth Cockfield, Holocaust denier. All right, getting back to the note. Seriously, he's not even trying to hide the fact. He's not even trying to hide the fact that the character is based on me. It's fucking weird, to say the least. I haven't talked to this dude in over a year. This is the best part of the whole thing.
I'm listening.
Last time I talked to him, he was at an open mic where he got upset with me because I wouldn't budge on my I don't like the N-word and don't think white people should ever say it stand. He got mad because he thought his logic was sound.
To be fair, that is hilarious. Wait,
that didn't
best.
happen. That didn't fucking happen. I wouldn't argue with Seth about
That's so good.
Yeah.
That is the best.
And he's like, last time I
Sorry, I don't like the N-word.
He was stomping his feet and demanding to use the N-word in an open mic.
Let me say it. Let me say it. Let me say it, Seth. I'm anti-rape and anti-N-word. can't do that.
Dude, the idea of just wanting to say a person that would argue at length that they should say it but wouldn't say it to be that stupid. Right. And also like that I'm arguing with Seth. And that did not happen. Seth, of course not. It did not. He made it. It absolutely did not. The last argument I got in. Stopping you from saying the N-word. Bravely stop. Oh my god. What a fucking hero. What a hero. Yes, well, X wanted to show his followers that this character was based on a real person, so he scoured my actual Twitter feed for anything that might resemble his Seth Dickfield character, and he found one, the one I've uploaded here. He tweeted it, and his followers went apeshit. I tweeted it without context. I just retweeted you saying a thing, which you knew what you were doing. I knew what I was doing. You knew that it was very funny. I knew it was fucking funny. I knew it was like people were gonna laugh at him for being this much of a fucking idiot. But I didn't need to be like, hey, bully this guy. Or here's why this is dumb. It stays a face value. It really does. Thing to write. So the tweet immediately started making the rounds with the most depressing parts of Twitter. I guess the least depressing part of Twitter is tweeting at Talib Kweli all day long. It's like, don't let them get you, Talib. That's the least depressing part.
Talib very for women's rights.
Yeah.
He really wants women to have birth control.
The worst people in the world relish that X's character was based on someone so real and so liberal. And so they made it their business to keep a stream of daily hatred popping up in my notifications. It has been shared more times than I can count. It's like, well, that's the thing about Twitter, Seth. It tells you exactly how many times.
Seth can count to 13.
It's been shared more times than I am capable of reading a number off the screen. So, basically, I'm semi-famous in the Breitbart world for believing that white supremacy is real, should be dismantled, and meaning it. Yeah, that's not what you said. You said white people should go extinct. And then the response from the majority of the people who responded to that tweet was like, doesn't this guy know he's white?
That's why it's funny.
That's the funniest thing. That's why it's funny.
It's a white person saying white people should go extinct.
No, but you can't understand the fact that people agree with you that there's racism.
Yeah.
There's plenty of racism. You're a fucking laughing stock.
Yeah, I don't want to die. That's my biggest problem. I would go extinct under that.
This line's good. Because of my tweet, I must be a cuckold or gay or both.
You're a gay cuck. Brought the accent. Someone's fucking your husband.
No matter what I am, they really want me to kill myself.
Oh.
But here's the thing, is like they are telling him to kill himself, but it's in the context of him saying white people should go extinct.
Yeah,
and
speed it up.
Yeah, people are like, can we start with you?
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
Although I'm sure horrific parts of the internet did get a hold of that.
I don't know. It's
Gavin
McInnes retweeted it. That was like
one of the worst. Yeah, so he spread it. So
he's like, no, it's the only tweet of mine being passed around exclusively by angry white supremacists. So, and like, I love that through all of this, he's sort of kind of angry that he didn't go viral under his own terms.
Yeah.
Like, what he really wanted to go viral for is like people
being a woke
wow,
hero.
this white guy that wants to die, what a fucking hero. That's how he thought it would be. Exclusively by angry white supremacists. I refuse to refer to them as alt-right, as I see the entire right-wing world as one big, happy, exclusive family, with some uncles and cousins and a little more vocal and honest than the others. And also, by the way, Seth is an admitted former white supremacist. I don't know. Yeah,
I read that post.
Yeah, he had a post on Facebook like a year and a half ago that was like, listen up, gang. I used to be a white supremacist. I read a bunch of racist literature.
What?
Yeah, he was a Nazi. Seth was like an actual Nazi at one point.
Shut the fuck up. The point of it was to say that, like, you can change.
Yeah.
You can get woke.
You can change.
Yeah.
That
was
was
like the point of the post.
Yeah, Seth, a lot of us didn't have to go through that process.
No, I mean, that's crazy, though.
Yeah.
Was that real, or was he, like, doing it up? I mean, I think that it's... You don't think it's real?
No, I think it's real, because Seth was also, in, like, 2007, like, a total libertarian and, like, fuck you! If you can't make what switched him is the idea that he should get healthcare for free. It was all about, initially, him getting shit for free, about how he deserves things for free, and that's what brought him over into being a progressive. And then also he has to be cool. He can't
Yeah.
Be interpreted as being cool, and Barack Obama was very cool to him, so he had to like Barack
Young
Obama.
Barack Obama.
Yeah.
I'm all for him.
The worst part about this is that I can't even tweet anymore. I didn't really tweet that much beforehand, but now anytime I log in, it's 50 more notifications from the past week. Pure hatred. Not to mention, X is still to this day using the character and retweeting shit with my actual face on, which I wasn't. I haven't fucking mentioned, like, done anything with that Dick Phil shit since he had that fucking meltdown,
Yeah.
because I felt bad.
Right.
Like I have numerous times in the past 10 years that I've known Seth. Like felt bad when he says something moronic and shitty, like specifically to elevate himself over people who hold the opinions that he had 6 months ago.
Yeah, that's why it's
Yeah.
so subject to ridicule.
Yeah,
because he's doing it as an elitist.
Right, he's a fucking elitist prick, and I'll like make fun of him for framing something in the context of here's me being better than somebody, and suddenly as soon as like he gets called out on that behavior, he's like, I'm a victim, everyone's hurting me. This guy is such an asshole. It's completely unprovoked, and it's like, oh, was it provoked when you transcribed 2 paragraphs of that guy's personal conversation in that coffee shop? To show everyone how much you love the feminist.
But he didn't know that guy's actual name. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I understand
We
what I'm
truly
doing.
are bullying.
Yeah, I am bullying.
Yeah, there's
This
no
is the
way
thing.
around that.
It's absolutely bullying.
Yes.
But it's also like, I'm not wrong.
That is the thing. If you are right, it doesn't matter what the fucking like. Especially, you do not give a shit whatsoever.
That's why we go back to the good words of Roger Rabbit. Only if it's funny.
Only if it's funny.
Yeah.
Which it is funny.
And then he
Roger
closes
Rabbit broke Nick's bread.
Yeah. He closes by saying, in other news, I'm back in school. I'm a college freshman. I love it. Other than that, all that Twitter shit, I can safely say, in general, life is good. So things are looking up for Seth. And I'm happy. I'm glad for him that he's in school. Because, I mean, honestly, 15 years of stand-up comedy and you're still bombing at open mics.
Christ, Nick. See,
What?
this is the Mullen special right here.
After
After just shitting on him for
You did
something
have
that
to,
you
like, put the seasoning on.
that you semi had a point, right? Still mean, but you had a good. Then you just took the gratuitous kick him while he's down. Fucking thing.
Yeah, congrats on college. You
He's
Anyway.
he's making his life better. I'm like happy.
Good man.
I'm happy for him.
You didn't see the expression on his face, everyone.
everybody tapping on in to the TV live streams. Like, share, subscribe. Appreciate all y'all. Just for joining the channel, man. Shout out to the Lionsgate basketball community. Salute to A1 and Z Rapper Life Music. And let's talk about these people. I want to talk about the situation again. Russell Westbrook and Nikola Jokic. Because I wanted to make a different video showing something. Now, I want everybody to peep out something. Russell Westbrook has had some bad games with the Denver Nuggets. He's had very good games with the Denver Nuggets. But I'll show you guys the leadership over there with the Denver Nuggets and the difference and how professional the Denver Nuggets organization has been dealing with a superstar and a Hall of Famer, future Hall of Famer like Russell Westbrook. When Russell Westbrook played bad, you never heard anybody in that team throwing Russell Westbrook under the bus. You never heard the media with various reports throwing him under the bus. You never heard players on the team dogging him out. You didn't hear any of this activity. You only heard that in one certain place. And this goes to show you that this is the type of foolishness. This is unquestioned evidence that this is the type of foolishness that has gone on in the NBA. And this is the reason why a lot of the fans have been tired of the camp. A lot of the fans are tired of the bull job. And this is the reason why ratings have been going down in the NBA. Because it came to be a shit show instead of basketball. Now notice this. Russell Westbrook had a few bad games with Denver, but you never heard anybody on the Denver roster from leadership down throw Russell Westbrook under the bus. Talk about Russell Westbrook like a dog. Treat Russell Westbrook lesser than a guy who was a future Hall of Famer and who has status in the league. You didn't hear any of that type of condescending foolishness that we heard in different situations when Russell Westbrook was playing for the Lakers. Let's just keep it 100, right? It just goes to show you guys. Everybody in the league is out on that foolishness. Everybody in the league is out on that bullshit time. And it really did damage his career that you would have entities and people destroy you like that. Because think about this. Again, when Russell Westbrook had bad games in Denver, because he had a few bad games, you didn't hear Jokic, anybody throwing this dude under the bus. You didn't hear any subliminals. You didn't hear the coach being condescending. Any of these things. What did you see? Nothing but a team that stuck together and they just kept playing through the tough patch. And they were losing games. So it would have been easy because a situation like that, if Russell Westbrook was with the Lakers, he'd have got thrown under the bus and blamed for everything they were losing. But what has the Denver Nuggets been doing? Fighting through their issues, right? They did not throw Russell Westbrook up underneath the bus. In fact, not only have they allowed him to play through certain situations, and they've asked him to do different jobs, and he's been able to get it done. He has proven that he is able to adjust his game. See, when it comes to Hall of Famers and all-time greats, there's a certain word that they would like you to approach them with, and that is respect. And you get to that level, and you've accomplished what those guys have accomplished, and teammates anonymously throw you under the bus. It's just a concerted effort by the media and the fans of the base to throw you under the bus. You didn't see that with the Denver Nuggets. You've seen pure professionalism from that franchise, and I give Jokic, and I give Murray, and I give the coach high marks for how they dealt with that situation. High marks. You understand what I'm saying? You never hear Jokic doing this type of stuff. And this is the clinic that Jokic has been putting on, showing how to be professional. And this is the reason why I do respect Nikola Jokic. Because it was easy when you're losing games, the losses are racking up, and Russ is new to the team, he might not have played well, to go with the media narrative, right? Throw the guy under the bus. Say, this isn't working out, this isn't fit. Now, you fight through it to get those guys have been doing, and you really have to appreciate how that team has dealt with that adversity. And watching how Russell Westbrook, how well he has played in many games for his team, coming off of those situations. You know what I'm saying? They don't, over there, you don't see them condescending to the guy, acting like the guy has never done nothing before in his career, that has no accomplishments, and treating him like he ain't shit. They're not rolling like that over there. And that goes a long ways with players. That goes a long ways with players. You understand what I'm saying? And I think people should really understand this stuff. It's true. That I say to you guys. So when you look at these different things, man, and you see these different things, I think that it's very important that we all acknowledge, how these guys have been professional. Where the guy is going to be a future lock Hall of Famer, Russell Westbrook, regardless of whether you like it or not. And it's a big difference to how unprofessional he was treated in another organization in Los Angeles, California, by the name of the Los Angeles Lakers. And I just think that it just goes to show you how much professionals and how much grown men they have in the room over there, that you don't hear foolishness like that coming out of the team. You don't hear, oh, he's a vampire, oh, he's this, oh, he's that. You understand what I'm saying? And so, again, I think that this is a situation that people cannot ignore. We have to look at this and say, you know what, man, this is true. They have legitimate.
We got to move on to other business.
Oh, yeah.
The big winter festival party was yesterday.
Oh
Is
my
it the
God.
winter festival party or
I believe it was the winter holiday gathering.
the winter holiday gathering?
I gotta tell you, if we had done a show,
You were gonna
no,
go?
I was gonna stay in the city.
You were really gonna go?
Yeah, because it sounded like something that would have been good for the show today. A lot of booze, a lot of cupcakes.
Yeah.
Please, no, please. Don't say it, because then that's my fault, because you weren't there.
And, spark and boom, we blew out half the fucking command module.
There you go. So how was the, what is it called? Winter holiday?
I think it was a winter holiday gathering.
Winter holiday gathering.
It's the don't mention Christmas or under any circumstance party.
Right.
Where everybody was welcome. That's one thing people have to remember.
Oh, yeah.
That's what makes us different.
But why is it if another like religious holiday is mentioned that we don't care?
It's fine, like Ramadan.
I don't care.
Or Kwanzaa.
And if they wanted to throw a Ramadan or Kwanzaa party around here, I wouldn't care. Who cares?
You wouldn't complain that you're being left out?
Fuck no.
I'm being left out.
No. Why would anyone do that? And why would you listen to those people?
Christmas is the big man on campus. That's why. That's the one to go after.
It's the number one.
That's your big one.
You knock it down, and then you could be the number one, I guess, right?
So everyone's got a bitch if they're not part of Christmas. Why do they get Christmas and we get... All right, we'll call it a fucking holiday extravaganza.
It was the year-end holiday gathering.
The year-end holiday gathering.
I don't like the word gathering for anything.
It's a party.
It sounds like you're in druid hoods,
right?
And you're chanting or something when there's a gathering.
It's a Christmas party. It's an office.
Yes,
Christmas
it's
party.
an office Christmas party. Can we fucking be a little bit of Americana here?
Especially if you do it around when Christmas is being celebrated.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything that's a year-end party, but it's before the 25th, is actually a Christmas party.
But if people really want to get away from this whole Christmas thing and not mentioning Christmas, then wouldn't you just blow off the Christmas time? Because you're like, we don't believe in that as a company, and we'll throw our winter gathering in January.
Yeah.
When it's very obvious there's no religious holidays around it.
Yeah.
You're just dressing it up differently. It's still a office Christmas party, but you can't say that for whatever reason.
Winter literally just started. What are we celebrating?
I don't think
Not even started yet.
Yeah, what's wrong? You don't know your shit.
It was snowing.
We got 8 more days before Christmas starts.
Winter?
I mean, winter.
Yes,
sorry.
the winter.
Yep.
So we had the winter gathering way too early.
Yeah, it's still fall. So technically it should have been a late fall gathering.
What is it? It sounds like some pagan fucking seasonal thing. The winter gathering.
But you're still celebrating Christmas.
Of course.
But you just got to call it something else, because if you call it Christmas, people are offended.
That ain't
but
no
the people
winter
that will be
tree.
offended still go to the party going, oh, it's okay because they didn't call it Christmas.
No one really cares except like HR going through their rules to protect them.
I had to say longevity, right, plays a part.
Longevity?
Right, it plays a part.
For sake.
You're saying the teams LeBron James took to the championship were talented?
More so than anything Kobe Bryant had in the second iteration of his career when he went to 3 straight and back-to-back. Yes.
So on his team, who was as good as Paul Gasol on his team?
Let's take a look at LeBron's great.
Who was as good as Paul Gasol on LeBron's team? Let's see, Dwayne Wade. Let's see, Chris Bosh, Kevin Love, fucking Kyrie Irving. Dude, what is? Okay, Gil. You need some help at this point. Alexandra, salute to you. Mario Chalmers, Mo Williams was good. Zach Z, like this is crazy, man. Carlos Boozer. We can name so many more. Ray Allen, Kevin Love, Chris Bosh, Rashard Lewis, Ray Allen, Anthony Davis, Antoine Jameson. This guy is crazy.
Greatest championship ever. You know, the one that made him the GOAT in his own mind, the 2016 3-1 comeback against the 73-9 Warriors. Kevin Love on that team was the third option for that 2016 Cavs team.
Right.
The year prior, the year before he joined up in Cleveland, Kevin Love was in his mid-20s. He was second team All-NBA.
Yep.
He averaged 24 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 assists. At the time, it was the only such line in NBA history.
Yep, MVP candidate. MVP candidate. I'm glad Scap says it too. I'm shouting it from the rooftops. He was.
NBA. Yep. He averaged 24 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 assists. At the time, it was
24 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists. Now, without knowing the exact stats, the first thing I said to Gilbert Arenas is that he played with Kevin Love. And he tried to tell me Kevin Love was the third option. And while I'm trying to explain to him, Kevin Love is the third option because LeBron James needs the paint wide open. So he destroys people's game. Because Kevin Love, I think he was averaging maybe 4 to 5 offensive rebounds a game prior to going to Cleveland. But when you're stretching him out to the 3-point line, now he's not in the paint, so he can go after offensive rebounds. He's out on the, out in the wing. So while I'm trying to explain that to him, Gilbert just starts yelling to the top of his damn lungs. So you can't really never combat Gilbert like this. So it's kind of funny to see him be quiet and let this guy talk. Salute KB and chat, bro. Gilbert, an embarrassment. Yeah, he's real chill when it comes to this guy. True Pac, salute to you. Appreciate the super chat. Yeah, he real chill when it comes to this guy. Yeah, Dwight Howard better than Paul Gasol, but but they both play with Dwight Howard. But he's really chill with this gentleman when he's bringing up the facts that Kevin Love was a monster. They traded away the #1 pick for Kevin Love. And then they had to destroy Andrew Wiggins because they can't make it seem like LeBron was doing anything wrong. Because he should have been able to come in there and play with his black brother, 2 #1 picks. They should have been 2 black shining knights. But no, he said that we got to trade him for Kevin Love. So then what the media does, because LeBron can't get any backlash or any negative spin, so they started talking negative about Andrew Wiggins, unfortunately. And then it followed him all the way to Golden State until he won a championship. And then when he won a championship, the media kind of went away. They didn't really praise him, didn't really say anything bad, but they didn't say nothing really about him. Kyrie Irving, when he got traded, it had to be somebody's fault. We got to make sure this thing is managed the right way. It ain't LeBron's fault. So everybody who comes near this guy is going to be their fault. So this guy averaged 24 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 assists. And Gilbert Arenas and what these guys are paid to do, in my opinion, because I don't know if they're getting paid, but I believe they are. But I think they're paid to take away from everybody else but LeBron because there can only be one. And because he's such a cash cow. But to take away from guys like Kevin Love and all of these players, Gilbert Arenas took away from his own former teammates and Larry Hughes and Antoine Jameson when I brought it up to him. I'm like, nigga, he played with Antoine Jameson and Larry Hughes. Oh, that ain't that good. I'm like, really? Like, nigga, you a fool.
The only such line in NBA history.
Yep, MVP candidate. MVP candidate. I'm glad Scap says it too. I'm shouting it from the rooftops. He was one of the best in the league.
He was top 5 that season
Yep.
in PER, win share, BPM, VOR. Kevin Love was an undisputed top 10 player the year before he went to Cleveland and became the third option on a team that included Kyrie Irving. That team is the team that I'm talking about. He had far more help than the Pau Gasol, Lamar
So
Odom.
would you take Kevin Love over Paul Gasol?
Yeah.
But at the time that Pau Gasol went to LA in the 7th.
Would you take Kevin Love over Paul Gasol? Let's see. 24, 13, and 4. Yes. What in the world are you talking about? You act like Paul Gasol was down there in Memphis just winning games and getting to championships. No. I would definitely take Kevin Love. Kevin Love was getting 20 and 20. He had a 30-30 rebound. He had 30 points and 30 rebounds in one game. When have you ever seen Paul Gasol do that? The Paul Gasol y'all know is after Kobe toughened him up and taught him how to win. That year, Kevin Love was kicking ass, dude. He ain't have no MJ. I mean, no Kobe teaching him how to win.
Year and the time that Kevin Love went in his 6th year to join up in Cleveland? Unequivocally, yes.
Yeah, I would too. And that's no diss to Pal. Pal's great, but no, Kevin Love was on a whole nother level at that point.
Did you say 7th year? Hold on.
Pau Gasol was in his 7th NBA season when he was traded to LA in 2008. And Gil, again, has no answer here, starts frantically Googling things, only to find out, of course, everything I am saying is checking out. So then, of course, in a desperate attempt to try to justify his garbage take on LeBron over Kobe, he, like countless other LeBron jock sniffers, falls on the tired and trusted Shaq carried Kobe crutch.
Yeah. Kevin Love
was in his 6th NBA season. Yo, look, Pau Gasol was a one-time All-Star in 2008. No All-NBA teams. Kevin Love was a 2-time All-NBA second-team selection.
Yeah, so if Gil's going to change the conversation to, he had Shaq, that now has eliminated the entire actual discussion. Because the discussion was who had less help. Like have you ever seen LeBron win with that little help? And the answer was supposed to be yes or no. But now Gil's going to change the conversation to he had Shaq on those first 3. Well, 2 out of 4 of LeBron. He had Dwayne Wade and freaking Chris Bosh. And then another one, he had Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love. And then another one, he had prime AD plus a bunch of young bucks hungry. So yeah, what are you going to do?
By the 6th year with Minnesota when he went to join. Remember, Gil, they traded away the first.
These guys on the panel know that this dude is cooking Gil. And the fact that, Gil usually have a bunch of minions on the panel that'll jump in and save him, like this little clown down here at the bottom. I ain't even going to say his name, but this little clown at the bottom, he brings up to save him. But they all got so much respect for this guy. It's like the white knight. So this is Gil's white zaddy now. Because when Gil come up on my panel, he's yelling and shouting, calling me the B word. Knowing he probably wouldn't do that to my face. But he just displays such disrespect. And he throws the conversation to the left. But he clearly can't seem to disrespect this guy. I think his bosses would probably not like that.
Overall pick in Cleveland to bring on Kevin Love.
Can I ask Jay one question? Wait, Kevin Love had a rebounding title too. Don't forget about that.
So if we're gonna use that, so Kobe has 5 rings, right?
Correct.
3 of the rings, he wasn't the lead dog. So if we take those 3,
here we go. And then this is what we do. Okay, so then let's just eliminate 3 out of 4 of LeBron's championships. Then cool. Kobe still wins 2-1. Who beats them all? MJ.
Wait, and then go against Shaquille against LeBron's 4.
Gil, how are we defining lead dog? Let me give you a real quick overview of Kobe's 2 rings.
Yes, I'm with you on that one, sports and fitness.
Hey, he know how to make the whole panel erupt and get mad by saying stupid shit. They like, what? You said the most nonsensical shit in the world. First of all, how can Kobe not be the lead dog when they traded Shaq and kept Kobe? How can he not be the lead dog when Kobe is the one that said, hey, Shaq, you ain't working hard enough. Your ass got to get in better shape. Don't come here next season without being in better shape. He showed you alpha dog the whole time. And Gil, who had the ball in their hands in the 4th quarter? Did they get a ball to Shaq or did they get a ball to Kobe and say, go win? That's the lead dog. The motherfucker you say, hey, go out and close and finish this game. And it was not Shaq. You know why? Because they can foul Shaq and he can go to the free throw line and he may not make it. They couldn't do a damn thing with Kobe. So your little lead dog crap don't even make any sense. Kobe took over the game at the end of the game and the Lakers knew who the lead dog was. That's why Shaq ended up in Miami.
You just said some bullshit right there. Hoping everyone would get distracted. And also the technique was to piss everyone off. As you can see, I'm going to rewind it in a second. The reaction from everyone, it's going to explode the panel. And that's exactly what he wanted because he couldn't answer this. So the only way he can get out, it's like a, what do we used to call him? Like a, like the ninja vanish, the smoke bomb. It's like dropping a smoke bomb and dipping out.
Man, this guy know Gilbert Arenas, boy. I tried to tell y'all, this boy I'm telling you, he runs all the time. He does this little smoke bomb drop, like he says, where he says something stupid to try to get the panel to react so you can lose sight of what you're actually talking about. And it's going to be a hard time calming everybody down from the stupid shit that he said. Now, I got to put an overlay up because they're about to show a clip from an actual sports show. So I got to put an overlay up.
It's exactly what this technique is. I'll rewind it for a sec. So it was calm.
Hold
on. Okay.
Against LeBron's 4.
All right, so everyone's chill. And it's about to blow.
Yo, how are we defining lead dog? Let me give you a real quick overview of Kobe's three rings.
It's over now.
In 4 finals runs with Shaq. Because Shaq went to 4 NBA finals. Shaq averaged 1 more point per game than Kobe in the 4 playoff runs that presented finals appearances for the Lakers. Kobe led the NBA playoffs in clutch time scoring. He led not only the Lakers, he led the NBA playoffs in clutch time scoring in that three-peat. He was all NBA defense first or second team. He was the leading assist player on the Lakers.
Man, I wish I could have shown y'all Kobe out there dunking, because they showing some of the game tape. I don't want to show that. Man, but boy, look at here. Kobe out here getting it in. But let me slow down some of these stat lines so y'all can hear the stat lines he's saying for Kobe, that he's saying he's not the lead dog.
Kobe led the NBA playoffs in clutch time scoring. He led not only the Lakers, he led the NBA playoffs in clutch time scoring in that three-peat. He was all NBA defense first or second team. He was the leading assist player on the Lakers.
Oh, sorry. I keep seeing names that I know. Well, what's up, all of you? There's too many. There's too many of you. It's awesome seeing you guys part of all the communities.
And the lead ball handler and facilitator. Are we really sure that Kobe was not just a co-best player? Are we sure that people like you that like to...
Man, hit Kobe kicking ass. The lead ball handler, lead facilitator, but he's saying Kobe was not the main dog. That is the stupidest thing I ever heard. Yeah, he averaged 1 less point than Shaq in the finals. He about to show that stat line. So I don't know what is he talking about. The lead dog, when the guy averaged 1 less point than Shaq, and Shaq was the most dominant big man in the game at the time.
Present Kobe in revisionism as a Robin or as a second option. Are we sure that it wasn't a Batman?
People like me, didn't I say Kobe is my favorite player of all time?
Yeah, you're constantly trying to prove that he wasn't nearly as good as LeBron James. Cool.
You did, but
well, that's because he learned that tactic from Stephen A. Smith. He's just a poor man, Stephen A. Smith. He learned that tactic to say something good about a person. This guy is my friend. This guy is my friend, my homie. And then he'll turn around and say everything against his friend and his homie. Nobody would want you to be their fucking friend if you're going to always say somebody is better than them or kick their ass. Like, no, nobody would want you as their friend. That is a Stephen A. Smith tactic. And you made yourself look stupid. You didn't answer not one single question that was posed to you, especially when he was going over statements that you made. You had nothing to say against statements that you made. Sad.
But I still like justification of why LeBron James is above him. And this has been bothering me for 20 years of how and when. See, this is why I don't like the LeBron.
See, that's why I say you argue for who you like versus arguing for somebody else.
After I easily destroyed this premise, Arenas slithered back into his little hole, claiming Kobe was in fact his favorite player.
I've seen Kobe do some shit that's never been done before, and probably never will.
And yet, Gil was at it again recently as he took up for LeBron over Kobe on a recent episode of his Gil's Arena.
Okay, so I forgot what we were doing here. So now we're gonna get to the recent stuff because this just took me down memory lane of that whole panel. That was a crazy watch. Okay, all right, let's see what he did now. Because it's already been established that Gilbert is. I mean, he's willing. It's not that Kobe wasn't his favorite; it probably was his favorite. But we're all pretty sure that Clutch Sports is paying Gilbert to even bash on his own favorite players, in order to prop up LeBron. So let's see what he did this time.
Also got pretty heated in the process, calling Kobe a sidekick.
He was a sidekick. until he got rid of Shaq and did 1, 2 for himself. So technically, when you're looking at it, he was a sidekick for 3, 2 as a real main character.
Now, I just need to reiterate.
If you're gonna, that's so stupid. If you're going to do that, then you take away all of Scottie Pippen's champion.
So basically, what this stupid narrative is now is because he's going to take away from Kobe, then you got to spread that across the league. Then Kevin Durant don't got a championship. He was a side fiddle. He was a second fiddle to Steph Curry. Like, that's stupid. None of that makes sense at all. No, ball hogging dummy. I've been telling y'all that. He wasn't nothing but a ball hogging dummy. He don't know shit about basketball. Yeah, I want to show the video, but can I show some of that game that he was playing? Now, he playing some game footage. They usually flag me for that stuff, man. They flag me. They copyright me for everything. I'm not saying he probably would, but the NBA, they'll let other people play stuff, and then they come get me. I'll be like, dang. Salute to you, Scap. Man, you kick Gilbert ass, man. You his zaddy. Yeah, hey, you his zaddy, boy. Jesus Christ. Salute to you. This was a dismantling. And Gil, you ought to be ashamed of your damn self. You should have did this. This is a bad look for you. He kicked your ass.
Championships, because he was a sidekick in all those. If you're going to do that, then Shaq doesn't get his 4th because he was a sidekick in Miami for those finals. If you're going to do that, you take away, 4 of Magic's? No, I would say about 3 of Magic's championships, because Kareem was the guy at that point. That's not how this works, Gil.
The point I made in the previous head-to-head debate I had with Gil, and really emphasize this point here once again, as I have done in multiple other videos. But in case you need to see this again, Shaq and Kobe played in the NBA together for 8 years, went to 4 NBA finals and won 3 of them. They won their first championship in that 1999-2000 season and played in their last finals together in the 2003-2004 season. That is a 5-year span with 5 seasons worth of data to evaluate, which is over 90 games of sample size. And this is not a small sample. During the
Now, see, this is what I was worried about. Now, I know that NBA gonna copyright the hell out of my ass, but nevertheless, y'all seeing the young lion Kobe, God rest his soul. My condolences to his family. But I love when people that just go out and do research and really be on it. I love when they hear when people say something stupid and they go do all the research and they grab them by the ear and they just set them down and they just punish them every time. Every single time. And Gil, he comes over here and he lets his blood boil over and he yells, "Shut up, listen to me, bitch." I be laughing because he a dummy. But I love to see people when they go to other spaces. Because see, you can't act like that everywhere you go. When you go to other spaces, you're going to have to listen to somebody. You can't just go on people's platform just yelling and cursing unless the person is black. We already know this. But he's not going to do that on everybody's platform. And when he does that, when he's not able to just yell and scream over every goddamn body, then he looks pretty stupid. And I've been saying it. There's no offense to Gil. He's just a ball hogging, basketball playing dummy. I mean, in real life, when you heard his real life story, the guy's getting like $3 million every 2 weeks, driving up the goddamn 405, telling me he need to waste 3 hours. I'm like, what? You got to be a fucking idiot. And every time I try to bring it to people's attention that this is what they want to breed. They want to breed this thing.
The real reason Nick Rekieta is in foreclosure is that his plan was foiled. And his plan was foiled by a dastardly, evil, terrible guy. And that dastardly, evil, terrible guy was me. I can say right now, because this has been bothering me since we were talking about the foreclosure on Tuesday. This kid or Wade, his wealthy father-in-law, didn't tell him about the financial problems he's having. He only alluded to it through, and I looked at all the problems it had. And I'm calculating in my head, when you go to buy a house, you're calculating in your head, how much money is it going to really cost me to buy this thing? You look for the most move-in ready house available so your total doesn't keep creeping up there. So I go through this house. It's a wreck for what they want for it. And he's all excited, and he's talking to me. Nick is selling me on this thing like it's the greatest thing for me. He's selling April on this thing like it's the greatest thing for her. And it's a common thread with Nick Rekieta that when he starts telling you about something and he's really pitching it as good for you, he's looking like, and in his mind, he believes he's being altruistic. He's being a good guy. He's not. Every time he does this, he's trying to sell you on something that he really wants that's good for him. It's, a lot of people use Breaking Bad lines when they're talking about Nick because of the drugs and everything. But remember in Breaking Bad when Jesse Pinkman told Walter White, he goes, just for once, say you want this. Somebody ought to scream that to Nick, because Nick tried to sell me on this house like it was I'm giving you such a discount. And I thought about it the other day. The number he came up with specifically, remember, this house was listed on Zillow like $450. And he says to me, he goes, I'll give it to you for $350. We'll do it now. It'll be $350. And he said, we won't do realtors. We'll do FSBO. We'll do for sale by owner. And he goes, we'll avoid all the commissions. We'll avoid all the closing costs. We'll just do it between the two of us. He goes, you can set up a trust and you can be the beneficiary of the trust and you can buy it that way. This motherfucker was trying to limit his financial liability that he would have to put into the sale that he wouldn't be able to extract out of the home because he knew he needed $307,000. So he is, now that I know about the foreclosure, it all makes sense why he was trying to convince me so hard that this was such a good thing for me. No realtors. Isn't that great, Aaron? Won't that be wonderful that there's no realtors involved? $350. I'll give you $100,000 off. I don't care how good of friends you are with somebody. I don't care if it's your parents. Nobody is leaving $100,000 in equity on the table unless there's an unspecified reason. And in this case, there was. He's in hock up to his eyeballs. And now it makes sense why he's so infuriated with me. I ruined his life. I didn't know it because I was like, he can't be mad that I divorced my wife and got out of that situation. I left, all the women for him. He gets it all. Can't be mad at me for that. I'm out of the way. Hey, the guy who lectured you on drugs told you, hey, please stop giving my wife so much cocaine and booze. Hey, please stop doing so much cocaine. It's crazy. I've sat in a bathroom with you asking you if you're going to die of a heart attack because of how many the size rails you're ripping. It couldn't be that because that's got to be nice that the goody two shoes is gone. The foreclosure makes it all make sense now. The reason he's so upset and the reason he can't let me go is because I am at fault for his financial problems. Aaron is the man who killed the Rekieta empire in Nick's mind. The way he was pushing that house on me, the way he was pushing no realtor fees, the way he was pushing no closing costs, the way he was pushing $350 instead of $450. Buddy, friend, what a great deal I'm giving you. $100,000 up. Why? Because he knows I can jump at it right away. He can take 307 and be back to square with the house again. In hell. I mean, it dawned on me that, it's not like I had to think about it a long time, but when I got away from the show and I wasn't performing and all that, I thought about, I thought about all the conversations we had about that house. And I'm like, that motherfucker, you've got to be shitting me. It all made sense. Thank you. Dive Bar says, Aaron, we didn't know beforehand. Well, that's true. I didn't know beforehand. That's why I made that confession today that Nick losing his house, or he's not losing his house. Stop. He's not losing it. I don't mean to put that out there. He's not losing his house. He'll be fine. That's why I confessed today, is because I didn't realize until now that he was pressing me so hard to buy that house and giving me such a great discount and doing it with no realtors and no commissions is because he needed a certain amount out of that house. He knew exactly how much he needed and was trying to get it and was like pitching, April and I on what a great deal it was. And here's the other thing about that. The other part of that is this motherfucker still would have been going behind my back and telling April that I'm terrible for trying to get them to stop doing drugs and I'm a monster. I'm a piece of shit and I'm a bad guy. And this, he still would have been trying to break up my marriage behind the scenes and then coming to me and going, oh no, I'm trying to help. Sure you are, you lying sack of shit. But, so he would have on one hand been trying to talk me into basically paying his mortgage. So Nick wanted me to pay his mortgage for him. That's what he wanted. Aaron, will you please pay my mortgage? And then behind the scenes, while I'm bailing him out financially, he would also go, April, he's a piece of shit. Hey, oh, he's garbage. Oh, he's shitty. Oh, he's terrible. Yeah, he's telling us to not do cocaine. What an asshole, right? He came to me. That's what he did too. I came to him because someone else told me they were like, they're drinking too much, doing too much. And I'm like, and I go and talk to Nick about it. He goes back to April. He's like, oh yeah, he's coming to me and saying that you do too much drugs and you drink too much and blah, blah. And he'd flip that. And you find out later and you're like, you really are just an insecure sack of shit, aren't you? Just a broken man. And so, trying to get me to pay the old mortgage in the Silent Hill blood shower house. God damn. It more and more, it's revealed that I got out by the skin of my teeth.
An obvious effort. Jeremiah Smith's going to get the ball.
Yeah.
And I think
everybody
that is
okay with that?
Yeah.
We're at team meeting. Hey, guys, we're going to throw to number 4, Jeremiah. Everybody go with that? Yes, Coach. Yeah, we're good with that.
Okay, good. That's where it was very obvious. I mean, in the Tennessee game, it was like as soon as Will Howard saw Jeremiah.
Joe.
Six games of Hoops on Tuesday for the final time of 2024. We got your top five right here on NBA.com at number 5. Noted YouTube golfer Austin Reeves. He's really good. Gets it over to LeBron, who's too strong. Lordy, LeBron is 40. He's stuffing it home at number 5. On to number 4, where we always get up off the floor. Look at Jaylen Brown throwing down on Ochai Agbaji. That one in at number 4. We're up to number 3 now, and Benedict Mathurin is making a business decision because Giannis is on a dunking mission. Look at Giannis going right to the hole with soul, and a little stare down after the throwdown gets him in at number 3. We're up to number 2. Handles here from SGA on display as he cooks Dante DiVincenzo and goes to the rack on attack. Depth with the left. He's in at number 2. But at number 1, should old acquaintance be forgot and never come to mind? Hit him up with a filthy dime. Oh, mama, have you seen Victor Wembanyama? CP3 off glass with class, and there's Victor Wembanyama with the big rim crash landed at number 1 on the NBA.com. Come on.
themselves.
Right.
Let's call it something else.
There's red and green cupcakes with holly on them. What could possibly be more
What was she
Christmassy than
doing on
that?
them?
Not the girl.
What are the highlights of the gathering? What did we miss?
It was fun.
Was it fun?
They had the bottles out.
Popping bottles.
Yeah, people were popping bottles. They had garbage bins full of beer.
Was Who Kid here?
Who Kid was not there.
Oh, damn it.
All right, then it's not a real party.
Sway was there.
Sway was there, okay.
All right.
And he brings the
He's
party.
an older OG, though.
He is. He's an OG.
He's an actual OG.
Right.
But, man, if they could have got Who Kid on board, then this place would have been packed. Because then people would have been like, okay, it's happening.
What kind of music?
Christmas music.
Oh, well, that's weird because it's not a Christmas party. Why were they playing Christmas music?
Do you understand the insanity of this?
It's so stupid.
As long as you don't call it the Christmas party, it's okay. But you're doing everything Christmassy.
Right. They were playing Holly Christmas hits, the radio channel. Yeah. Although there was hip hop being played in the fishbowl because that was the ping pong room.
Uh-oh.
And they had a little DJ.
That sounds like it's, hey, look, Stinky.
Stinky.
It's always fun to see Stinky walk by in the hallways.
He was at the party
Stinky
for a little bit. For a little bit, but he had Jay Thomas duties at the same time.
Oh, boy. Ew. It's disgusting.
Exactly. He was eating them.
Making cookies out of it.
Yeah.
Making holiday cookies out of it.
He does on that show.
I guarantee it would be nutty.
He is nutty duties.
Nutty duty.
Shit.
But yeah, we all watched the big ping pong game.
That was the highlight.
Yeah,
I guess.
And everyone
ping pong.
Everyone had to root against the boss. Oh, boo, boss!
However, I'll tell you this:
what?
Sway was not victorious.
Of course not.
Did he throw it?
Well, I talked to Sway after. And he said, because I don't know how that game is played. Like, how the fuck do you score ping pong?
Yeah, it's like tennis.
How the fuck do you score tennis?
Well, you get the point.
You've never played ping pong?
No, I have played it, but I don't know how to score it.
If you're the one that serves,
you can only score when you're serving.
And they miss, you get a point.
Right.
I don't get it.
If you're not serving and they miss, then you get the serve.
Right. And now you got an opportunity to get points.
I never bothered to learn the rules because I can't hit that little white ball anyway.
That's fucking...
you are so
rough.
not a man.
Because I can't play ping pong?
Yeah.
No, that's not how we play.
What happened?
Oh, boy.
No, that's not how you play.
What
This is
happened?
the way we play here.
This is the ghetto version that they set up on, like...
It's the way we play. You know what he means? And by we, he means urbanites.
No, I do not. I play with white people all the time and only white people.
Shit, yo.
Yeah,
Anyway.
right.
Yeah, he gave up on his people.
Yeah.
Anyway.
This is like when they play chess in the park by different rules.
Different.
Anyway, will you tell me if this is wrong? Okay, I serve first, and I have two serves. All right, I serve. If I score, I get the score, and if you score, you get the score.
Oh yeah.
If you score, you get the score.
Right. And then
wow, you don't know studios and you don't know ping pong.
And
that ain't how you play ping pong.
And then after my two serves, then then I change.
After
over
your two serves,
then it changes over to your two serves, and then it changes back to my
After
two
your
serves.
two serves, you get your two serves, and then your two serves to your two serves.
So what? That sounds like everyone has the opportunity to score. Then
Right. Exactly.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
if you play
looks
by
like we're all not a man.
But if you
here.
play by tennis rules, then that ain't it.
Right, but it's not totally.
Wait, he might be right.
I am right.
No
Which
way.
makes us look like assholes.
Someone's saying that's wrong, Mars.
You don't keep alternating you get two serves each?
Yeah.
But do you get two serves each, but then the point thing is still, you can only score if you're serving?
No.
Holy fuck, I forgot how to play ping pong.
You serve till you miss. Stop.
You sure?
Right? Yeah, I gotta be. I'm trying to think of when I was watching Forrest Gump, and he was doing really well at the ping pong.
Yeah, let's go to the Forrest Gump tape.
Forrest Gump.
Oh, there's a lot of fucking rules. There's got to be something simpler than that.
Just do the serving part. Everyone's calling. Was there a holiday tree at the party? Kevin in South Carolina wants to know.
It was. It was a Christmas tree. Yes, it's Christmas decorations.
That's pretty symbolic.
All about Christmas.
It's all red, gold, and green.
Right.
See, look here.
All right, what are they saying about
Someone says there's a new rule change.
After two.
Ping pong has new rules?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. Go ahead.
See,
this guy knows the rules of ping pong.
Looks like it's not as common sense as everybody thought, is it?
He knows him right up until the next call.
I know. That's why I'm
talking
doing
on his
this.
ass. Exactly.
Dave on Long Island. Dave.
Hey, how you doing?
Great.
Hey, everybody, I serve 5 times. Whoever gets the point gets the point.
Yeah.
Then you serve 5 times, and whoever gets the point gets the point. when you serve from the right side, you got to serve into the left side.
Oh, I know all that. Yeah. You got to serve into the left box.
I do 5, you do 5, I do 5, you do 5. That's the way it works.
But
it always has.
But always. You can only score if you're serving, right?
No. You go up to 61 or 11.
How do I not remember how to play ping pong?
Is this how they were playing yesterday?
You guys are talking about volleyball. That's volleyball rules.
Mars, you playing volleyball in the lobby?
No. That would be fun.
The only difference between me and
that would explain why your shirt was off.
The only difference between me and the caller is that he's doing 5 serves and I'm doing 2. That's all.
Well,
and your shirt's
I don't play ghetto rules.
Now, yeah, that does sound like ghetto rules.
All right, let me go to Dakota to make sure this is right. Dakota in New York, was that guy Dave right?
Yeah, you get 5 serves and...
Okay.
Wow. All right. Well, you know what I was thinking?
Thanks.
I was thinking of the rules I saw once, because I watched a game once in Hong Kong.
Oh, is that different?
And it was,
overseas?
well, King Kong was playing.
Yeah.
A game of ping pong in Hong Kong with his ding dong.
Oh.
That's the game I was thinking of, and it is. You serve until you miss, and then King Kong would serve.
You ever play with your ding dong, Mars?
No.
Okay. You use a paddle.
Yeah.
So what happened at the winter gathering?
Well, I talked to Sway.
There was booze. There was ping pong.
Yeah, fucking bottles.
Sway threw the game because he was scared that
they played best of 3.
Right.
Our esteemed leader won the first game. Sway won the second game.
Oh shit! They kept it dramatic.
And I talked to Sway, and he said that our boss narrowly edged out that third game for a victory.
Oh boy!
Did he feel all good about himself after winning the ping pong match?
I don't know.
You know what Sway should have done? March a B or C level celebrity past him, so he would all run out to try to offer him a show, distract him.
Then there were Roland.
Roland was there?
Roland came.
Oh, shit, right there.
And that's a party.
The price of admission.
Yeah, no, because Roland's changed.
What?
You cannot bring that dude to a party anymore.
Oh, because he just bashes everything that's there.
Everything.
He's a snob now.
Ever since he started hanging out with the fucking Cronut chef
guy. That Cronut guy's a bunch of trouble for this show.
He was just like, everybody's having a good time. Everybody's getting a solid buzz on. And Roland is just yelling at the top of his lungs about the food being cold.
About pedestrian food. And
this pedestrian food is cold.
Yeah.
Who wants a cold burger?
Maybe if he was a pedestrian for a couple of hours during the day, it would be less of an issue.
He was talking about how the tacos were ice cold.
Yeah, and then he said the tacos were cold.
Ice cold.
As cold as the beer, he said.
Yeah.
And the beer was cold.
Like, he's rude.
Well, he's a foodie.
But he's become way more snobby than he used to.
Bottled beer or kegs?
Bottles. In a big...
what kind of beer?
Big garbage bins. They had like Brooklyn Lager and...
fancy beers?
Not
any
super
just
fancy.
Bud Lights, things like that.
Sam Adams.
Yeah, Sam Adams.
All right, they went all out.
All right. Oh, here he is.
Roland, you didn't like the winter gathering?
What happened, Roland?
It was fine. Just the food was like 7-Eleven food. And I'll say here, next year, I'm going to throw one invite only in my office with the top chefs to show people this is food.
Wow.
Bunch of morons.
Why wouldn't they call you and ask you about how to cater this thing? You would have got a bunch of chefs that would have done it for free.
Yeah. They got falafel, ice cold. Then they had a macaroni and cheese with the tongs.
Was it coagulated into a lump?
Beyond that, it all lifted together.
Oh,
Jesus.
God. Why wouldn't they? Didn't they have the little fucking...
You would think. There was
Sterno the Magnificent. No Sternos?
And then they had the burgers, and then they turn on so high, so where the mayonnaise is boiling, and then the top is cold.
What? There was mayonnaise on them, and
so people are waking up, shitting their brains out, going, "What happened?"
Nothing better than hot mayo.
They should have asked you.
Yeah, it was awful. Then the tacos
Everyone
were
knows
awful.
that you know your food.
So they go, "Hey, everybody, how's everything?" I yelled, "The food's cold."
Uh-oh.
But like everybody's like drinking. If they don't like the food, they'll have a few bites. They'll throw it out. Everybody's having a good time.
It's not meant to be a sit-down dinner where the food's supposed to be good. The food is just there to soak up some of the booze that you're putting down.
This will soak up shit. It's awful.
Jesus.
It was a party in the lobby.
It was bad.
It's not like it was like,
Yeah, it was just a little
lobby.
Or just cut back on the wine, whatever fun. And throw
The
on
wine
the food.
selection? How
But
was
that's
that?
what people want. They had a ton of wine.
Did they?
Good wine.
Nice Shiraz.
What kind of wine?
Nice Cabernet.
Dom
Sauvignon.
DeLuise.
They had Dom DeLuise. Wow.
Dom DeLuise.
They went all out.
Chivo brand.
No, I didn't see anybody complaining about
A little glass of the Dom. DeLuise, yes.
I didn't see anybody complaining about the booze.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't know.
Roland's all in, though, with his food and beverage.
He's just become such
a snob.
An insufferable snob at these
Yes, wow, that was
I
rolling.
mean, free food is good food, but if you're feeding bad food, shame on you.
Yeah.
And everything has to come back to the food, too. It's like you get into a conversation, you're joking, you're laughing, and then Roland goes, yeah, but who wants a cold burger?
Oh,
nobody's even talking
we
about
weren't talking
food.
about the food. Oh, Roland.
Before we even got out there to see all the food,
comment.
Roland
Jeez.
was already telling everybody that he researched the caterer.
Ow.
Why are you so loud?
Hey, Rock, would you punch yourself up there?
No.
You were a little extra loud.
Oh,
there.
sorry.
So I didn't really hear what you said.
His confidence was building over the last couple of days.
man, right?
That's being pushed right down.
Say it again. I really didn't hear
Before
you.
we even got out there to try anything or see what was going on, Roland was already telling everybody how he researched the caterer.
Oh, my God, really?
And he probably did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was awful. I was like, oh, God, this is going to be a shit fest.
But everybody was having a good time.
Yeah, that's all that
Except
counts, right? Oh,
Roland.
But we could
Except
have.
Roland. Oh.
All they had to do was ask you, and you would have had some nice chefs down here that would have done it.
Yeah,
on the arm.
But his priorities are all fucked up. Like,
Why?
there's no way that the office, the people who work here, there's no way they would have wanted more money put into food than alcohol. All they wanted to do
But
was
I'm
to
saying,
drink at
I
work.
don't think it would have cost anything.
But he just said a minute ago they should have cut down on the wine budget
I
and
see.
upped the food budget.
Was there a lot of food left at the end of the party?
Probably.
Yeah. there was-
Even the homeless will walk by that shit.
That's usually a sign.
Even the homeless will walk by that shit, he says.
Wow.
Next year, I'm gonna throw my own invite-only office party, and I go, oh look,
Why wait till next year? We
Because
have
I'm
set up
going
your
home.
party next week.
I'm flying home
When?
Dude, wait
tomorrow.
till
You're done tomorrow?
there's gonna be like no staff here next week. I'm here
Why
with
the
you
fuck?
guys.
Why the fuck?
And that's like, I think it's like me and Travis. Troy's gonna be here for a little while.
What happens?
Because they said we have to take vacation because I have 21 days, and it's like
We didn't take all our vacation. I
it was
was told.
summertime. That's why I ate
Oh,
up.
well.
What happens?
We'll be here.
They proved it, so I was like, bye bye.
So you're done for
Yeah.
this year.
What do we got? A
Tomorrow.
full week next week, and then that's it?
And then that's it. We can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll fuck around
We'll
next week.
pump it out, as they say.
Yeah.
Sure.
But you guys are invited to my soiree.
We'll
In
be
a year.
invited to the office in a year.
So why don't you have a true winter gathering though?
Why don't you do it in January?
Yeah, do
I'll do
your
it in January.
own winter gathering.
Well, I texted Cronut guy. He's and a couple other chefs are in.
That's the guy that fucked you up. Cronut guy.
Yeah.
Cronut guy
That's
put you
what
over the
he
top.
He jaded you.
Well, he
was already
delicious
well on
treats.
his way, but the Cronut
was.
guy was the one that really.
And the Cronut guy has a new cereal that he made. It's delicious.
Yeah, and Roland's running around
cereal.
yesterday going, the Cronut guy's new dessert is his cereal. And I was
It's
like,
delicious.
I got cereal.
Gotta get my bowl, gotta get my cereal.
Right.
I
got Apple
So
Jacks.
he's got what is it? This gourmet shit
Dulce de
cereal.
leche.
What is it?
Dulce de leche.
What is
Dulce de leche.
Dulce de leche. It's like a caramel chocolate flavor.
God, Mars.
what?
It's called dulce de leche.
Oh, dulce.
or de leche. Check out.
Which, by the way, the fact that Mars had to redo that for Roland is even more insulting because Roland's Mexican.
That's
It's
true.
Spanish.
Mexican.
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 Mets. He says Mets. Mexican.
Mexican, right. Mexican.
Mexican. Mexican.
Yeah. It's well. Look at that. What does that cost? $50 for a bowl of fucking cereal?
Jesus Christ! It's $15 for that little thing of cereal.
$15 for a little bowl of cereal.
Is it
That's
healthy?
crazy.
No, it's got It's got real marshmallows.
Oh, I
in
thought
it.
that was bananas. I'm like, okay, I'll try it if that's
No,
bananas.
That is bananas.
What-
$15 for cereal.
What's the ingredients in this thing?
It's
The chocolate caramel like thing.
Better be gold doubloons in there for that fucking price.
You know how much sugar's in that shit, man?
Oh, I bet a lot.
It's caramelized milk chocolate with a dulce de leche flavor. And a plentiful amount of smoked cinnamon flavored mini-me merengue kisses.
Jesus.
Meringue?
Yeah.
Meringue kisses.
Stupid.
Meringue kisses.
Spiced hazelnuts.
Spiced
and a
hazelnuts.
Sugar brittle. Wow.
Yeah, it couldn't be less.
That's not breakfast.
No, it's dessert.
That's like something you would eat at the movies.
That looks like an apple cobbler.
Yeah.
Ooh, that would be nice if they had that there.
I do like apple cobbler.
Wow, Roland's very angry. You're angry about the winter gathering.
Yeah, because I
the
went
food
home
wasn't
and
up to
blew
your-
my ass out from the food. It hurt.
Well, I don't know what happened to Roland because he used to get drunk. Like, he used to drink constantly.
And not care about the food.
And now he's given up drinking and is just obsessed, addicted to food.
Well, I would have drank a lot if the food was delicious. Like, oh, great. I'll drink
a couple
lot.
drinks, celebrate the food.
I have both.
What else happened at the party?
Well, I mean, yeah, you talk about drinking.
Right.
Apparently, Dennis Falcone, he didn't overdo it with
our
the
own
drinks.
Denny Falcone was at the party.
But Dennis Falcone waited all day. He's talking about the party. He wore.
Is he here yet?
He is.
Oh, I see that weird walk of his.
He wore.
He's walking down the hall.
They had Santa Claus do a town hall here for the kids channel.
Yeah.
Dennis Falcone got a laminate because they give laminates to all the people who go to them in the audience. He got a laminate and he wore the laminate all day yesterday.
He wore the laminate
just to celebrate Christmas. Like that was a week ago when Santa was here.
He was feeling special.
He was feeling special.
Right. Like, look, they gave me a laminate for the Santa Claus interview.
For the Santa Claus interview.
Wow. That's
is he almost here?
But he shows up to this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he had like 3 beers.
3 beers.
Right.
Look out.
And all of a sudden, he's this whole other guy.
Really?
Like, I mean, he was inappropriate.
Wow.
Dennis was inappropriate last night.
He was inappropriate guy at the office party.
Wait, you have no problem going on record and saying this?
I found him to be inappropriate.
Wow. Why?
Whoa.
That's right. I'm not issuing a complaint.
Here he comes.
But I thought his behavior was inappropriate, and I worried that some of the female employees at this company, beautiful female employees at this company, may be offended by this.
Do you have any examples?
Yes, I do.
Let me hear.
You want to hear it before he gets in?
Yes.
He announced, he yelled out with everybody around him, who's got mistletoe on their belt buckle?
Oh, no.
He actually said that.
And just a sea of employees, bosses, HR officials.
He was that guy.
You got it wrong.
Uh-oh.
Eric's very excited.
E-Rock.
He yells out, "Am I the only guy with mistletoe on my belt buckle?"
That's even worse.
Oh, yes.
What happens at office Christmas parties?
You want to hear another one?
People lose their minds.
He put a lampshade on his head and danced around. What is this, from fucking Mad Men?
There's this girl, Lauren. She's this young 20-something blonde that works for the Cousin Brucey show. And this is her first Christmas party here at this company. It's like a dream come true, right?
Must be.
She loves this job still, and
that'll go away.
Give it time.
She loves this job.
Don't worry, give it time.
And is just having the time of her life until Dennis Falcone asks her, "Hey, Lauren, how long till you hop up on that photocopier and make a photocopy of your ass?"
Oh, you can't say that?
Yes.
For real?
Yes, that's true. Then,
oh no,
there's some other chick who's walking by him. I don't even know who this chick is. I don't know her name, so I don't want. And I don't
Travis
want
Teft?
It could have been Travis.
She wasn't here yesterday.
Oh, wow.
She had the same figure though.
Oh, a little waif-like.
And he goes, "Hey, honey, how about a kiss?"
Hey, honey, how about? Does he think it's 1950?
3 beers in.
Oh God!
It's not like he wasn't stumbling around.
He's living Mad Men.
He is living Mad Men.
He was.
Nothing wrong with that.
He was Don Draper with a pedophile mustache.
Right.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, it doesn't help. That mustache certainly doesn't help.
No.
The creep factor.
So I mean, and he was like, immediately.
That's great.
Like me and E-Rock, who was also at the party, and Liam, the talent booker, we were all like, "Dennis, what the fuck are you doing?
Chill.
Like, what are you doing? That's crazy inappropriate." And Dennis went on his, Spectrum argument.
Oh, no.
Where instead of...
Oh, I forgot. He's very inappropriate.
Acknowledging.
He doesn't understand that he's being inappropriate.
Right. Instead of acknowledging and correcting his behavior.
He'll just deny.
He denied. He justified. We're at a party, and alcohol is being supplied. We're off work hours.
Wow, he really justified it.
It was crazy.
Yeah, at one point word was going around that the beer was starting to run out. Right?
Uh-oh.
And he was already, like Sam said, 3 beers in, and he disappears. He comes back later, and he's double fisting.
Well, yeah. Well, he's got to take one for the road.
Jesus.
Just in case everything ran out.
Yeah.
But, like, I mean, he wasn't the drunkest dude there. It's not like the drinking was the part that was the problem so much.
He's just got that in him.
Right. Like,
within the constraints of employment, he will adhere to all rules and regulations.
Right.
But if he can justify that it's a party, it's off hours, they supplied the booze, then the real Denny comes out, who is the guy that says, hey, toots,
jump up on that photocopier.
Jump up on the photocopy machine.
Let me see that ass.
Well, people on the spectrum tend to not have a filter.
Yes.
Well, Opie, you may not know this, but it's a social disorder.
Or any self-accountability or anything.
Let's bring him in
One of my favorite parts in our lobby, there's a staircase that goes from our floor to the 37th floor.
Wonderful.
He's at the top of the floor. He claps his hands and yells out to the party, hey, let's go to the strip club. And then starts walking down the stairs with a strut.
He was really making a scene.
He might as well have been walking around with mirrors on his shoes. And
Right. Shoe mirrors, trying to look up girls' skirts.
I'm starting to understand why he doesn't have a full-time gig on air.
Wow.
I'm finally getting it.
You get 3 beers in him, just enough to loosen him up to be his true self.
Well, here he comes to defend himself.
Oh, yes. The lovely and talented Denny.
Hey, Denny, who's going to the strip club?
What? It's a strip club.
What'd you say?
Oh, remember at the end of Caddyshack when Dangerfield says, "Hey, everybody,
everyone, we're all going to get laid."
I go, "Hey, everybody, we're going for lap dances." So it was just something funny. That's what I was doing last night. Just
but you don't work
fun.
blue.
That's not
obviously,
blue. That's not blue.
He doesn't work blue in the air, but he works blue around the office.
In life.
It was just fun.
Right. At the office party, he certainly works blue.
And the office party was like mainly populated by the people who do not get to have fun at this job. Like the people who work downstairs that we never see.
Right, they're
that
not
sit in
on-air
cubicles.
people. They're cubicle people. They're, bean counters and whatnot.
Right. And the people, the
behind the scenes
narcs.
folks. Behind the scenes.
And narcs. They'll say something.
Yeah.
Because they've been told they can't put pictures of their children in their cubicle because it offends the women that can't have children.
But apparently this guy can get everybody lap dances.
Denny, I'm hearing you were out of control.
No, we were
had
just
a few
having fun.
beers. You had mistletoe on your belt buckle.
No, I had 3 beers. It's funny. People posting pictures saying, Denny, 6 beers. Next picture, Denny, 5 beers. I had 3 beers.
Yeah, I told him it wasn't
2 Blue Moons and a Sam Adams.
What about asking the girl to get on the copy machine?
Oh, Lauren, I said, what are you doing? She's standing by the copy machine eating cupcakes through because she was like inhaling those things. I said, hey, what are you, be careful to the copy machine. What are you going to jump up and take pictures? You don't want to do that.
That's not the fuck what you said.
You don't want to
See,
do that.
that's just it, Denny.
That's not what you said, dude.
You can't say
No, it blows my mind.
He
like,
said
we have done like just vile, disgusting shock jockery in our careers, and we know you just can't do stuff like that.
But you know what? I'm doing it. I'm channeling like Dangerfield, just doing funny stuff. That's all I'm doing.
He uses character.
Yeah, exactly. I'm doing it in character.
Dennis uses character.
Now,
I'm
like
the last
Mr.
guy in the world.
Amos,
I'm
he
the
uses
last guy
character.
to
Or
hurt
keep
somebody.
talking while we're trying to do a little bit, but that's okay.
You got to use cactus.
Let me just get my point across.
That's why he grew that Prider mustache.
I'm just having fun. I'm just doing lines from Rickles and goofy stuff. That's all, just having a good time.
Give me a Rickles
It's a
line.
party.
I love Don Rickles.
What were
I'm
we,
a big fan.
saying?
21-year-old fucking girl will understand that you're doing Rickles.
Yeah, of course.
But she, you know what?
Give me a
Laughing.
Rickles.
Well, I'm just saying, if it was something Rickles might
Well,
have
you're
said,
lucky,
I don't know.
yes.
She was no. She wasn't laughing like good one, Denny. She was turning around to me and to E-Rock
faces like,
and going
uh-oh.
like laughing at, can you believe what's happening? He asked me to make a photocopy of my butt.
Wow.
No. I didn't say it in those words.
She said that you said butt.
No.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
No.
She said that. She doesn't lie.
Wow.
She doesn't lie. Okay, so we're just having a good time.
She
didn't have a good time.
We're just
having
a good time.
That's all it was.
Just a
good time
indeed.
Yeah,
That's all it is.
I never witnessed.
fun.
I mean, there are people from Hits 1 that were sitting there watching like, what the fuck is
who
Denny
was there
doing?
from Hits 1?
And the new guy you guys don't know, not the girls.
No,
none of the girls.
None of the girls
showed up.
No,
and
Rich Davis was there.
Nicole ain't showing up if she can't drink with that kid in her gut.
Exactly, she can't be around it. I don't.
They ran out of beer pretty fast.
Well, with guys like you, double fisting like that. I mean,
you know I was.
Jeez, let some people near the beer, Denny.
I'm here this early in the morning.
I'm sure they calculated the
functional alcoholic.
I'm sure they calculated the beer perfectly. We're like, okay, if we have this much beer,
I'm sure, yeah.
It's very likely that no one will be too buzzed.
Yeah,
but that to me is more disturbing because, like I said, Dennis, he's right. He was not drunk.
Yeah,
he wasn't stumbling around. He wasn't. He was just a little buzzed and got some truth serum in him.
That's all it takes.
And all of a sudden, he's asking girls who walk by him for a kiss.
No, I'm not.
You didn't say, "Hey, let's have a kiss."
No, of course not.
4 different people told me that separately.
No, of course not. I was standing by the tater tots, and I said, "You remember the movie Napoleon Dynamite when he stuffs the tater tots in his pocket?"
Yes.
And the guys in the classroom saying, "Let me have some of your tots." Napoleon goes, "No," and he smashes them. So we were just laughing about the tater tots. Who I think they were warm.
I'm talking about a different instance, obviously.
But nothing about a kiss?
No, of course not.
You know what? The tater tots goes back to Roland's point that the food might have not been up to par.
Look, people were just hanging out.
You can't have tater tots at a party.
People
It'll
love
drive
tater
Roland
tots,
nuts.
One young lady walked by.
Nuts. Huh?
One young lady walked
You know what
by
tater
and came
tots
over and
do,
gave me a
Roll?
kiss. That's all.
Oh,
That's all.
On your
That's all.
belt buckle?
No, of course, on
and
my
then
cheek.
what did you say?
No, I said nothing.
Did your helmet start getting
I think
hard?
she likes
Did
me
you
or
then
something.
solicit any
not what
other girls
happened.
for a kiss?
Did he start filling up?
Of course not.
Did you say,
How close
hey,
to
the line?
I know where to draw the line. I know
Did
where
you
to
say,
draw
hey, the line
between
starts
fun.
here, ladies?
Did you have a penis vein popping out?
No.
His version of the story is not true.
No, I don't know. I don't
he
know.
asked a girl for a kiss.
Who did I ask for a kiss?
I don't know her name, and I'm not going to implicate her.
Exactly.
We're on the air.
No, you don't have
Are you on the
facts.
prowl?
No.
Are you single?
You guys don't have the facts here.
Single and ready to mingle?
No, you guys don't
Yeah?
have the facts. You
Okay.
guys are just trying to get me in trouble.
You didn't
because
say am I the only one with mistletoe on my belt buckle?
I didn't have mistletoe on my belt.
But did you
buckle.
say that?
I said there was a guy I worked with who would walk around at Christmas office parties, holiday
He didn't
parties.
do this whole setup.
Yes, I
That's
did.
bullshit.
I said it. He said, "Hey, I got a mistletoe
Bullshit.
belt buckle," and that
No.
was just a goofy thing.
No, you yelled
Sam
out.
Roberts is definitely saying you're full of shit.
You
No,
yelled
he's throwing
out,
me
"Am
under
I
the
the
bus.
only
He's
one?"
there writing notes down at a party. I don't
need to write notes. I got a fucking steel trap up here.
Yeah,
Oh,
steel
man.
trap. Steel trap. No. We were just having fun. It was good, clean fun.
You said, "Am I the only one with mistletoe on his belt buckle?"
How many times have you been hauled into HR for sexual harassment
Never,
charges?
because I don't mean it. Because we're just having a couple of laughs.
Dennis, that implies that you're waiting for somebody to at least kiss the tip.
No,
That's what that
You
implies.
know who else thought it was just fun and games? The mayor of San Diego. Just having some fun. What's the matter?
Just a few headlocks.
A few headlocks, and I'll drag you around the office, squeeze a tit.
How much pre-cum was dripping in your underpants as you were harassing the ladies?
You were building
at the winter gathering.
Any comment? Any pre-cum?
How much pre-cum?
None. I don't know. We were just having
Were you
a couple
spotting?
of laughs.
Were you spotting with pre-cum?
Oh man,
he was sitting there offering drinks to girls the whole time. Nobody would accept. Thank God.
No.
How bad did you want one of these young ladies to squeeze your balls?
nice.
No, I'm doing jokes because you guys are just laughing and ripping on me all the time. That's what these guys do all day. Just laugh. Roland walks around with a megaphone all day, yelling at me.
Yeah, but he's not sexually harassing people.
Oh, shit.
He knows where the line is.
He walked by my desk yesterday and broke wind.
He did.
That's not sexual harassment.
Oh,
No,
God.
that's harassing
that
me.
could be some type of sexual
That's
harassment.
The chick, the security lady, who works in her office is right next to Denny's. I think they put him there because of all the harassment complaints.
No, there's no harassment
but
complaints.
She was so pissed at Roland because she walked into her office and smelled Roland gas.
Oh my God, really?
She starts going pew pew, and she's like this Jamaican or Caribbean lady.
She called him the most disgusting.
That's
man.
disgusting. She said, "You got the nastiest ass in the building."
Oh, wow.
He throws football and knocks hot tea all over me. I don't go complaining.
no,
It's
nothing,
fun.
nothing
What's
Roland
going on back there?
It's just fun.
What the
It's
fuck
good,
is
clean
going
fun.
on back there?
No surprise that nothing gets done around here.
Roland desperately needs control in his life. That's no secret.
Yeah, well, we know that, yeah.
Nothing that Roland does was worse than Denny asking girls who are in their 20s who have worked here for less than a year to jump up on the photocopy
No,
machine.
it wasn't girls. No, it wasn't girls.
It was
it's
a
like
girl.
It's like the Nuremberg hearings here. I'm not doing. I didn't do
Is she
anything
around
wrong.
today? I want to get her side of this.
She maybe she can call in.
Yeah, let's have her call in, please. I want to hear this.
No, it was just fun.
Good clean
fun. Did you enjoy the ping pong match?
Yeah, it was. They were enjoy. I'm not really a big ping pong fan.
Well, who is really when you think about it?
But knowing that guy, he probably set up cameras to make sure everyone was watching him play ping pong. So you're in trouble if you weren't watching the big match and making believe you cared about it.
I was upstairs by the cupcakes and just having.
Yeah, dude, that's what you call the girls.
That's such a madman thing.
I know, right? Come here, cupcake.
Call the office workers cupcakes.
Yeah. Hey, cupcake, come here.
You like that show, Mad Men?
I've really never got into it.
How many fannies have you pinched around here in your tenure?
Fannies. You ever smack a girl's fanny as she walked by?
No.
You don't put your hands on anyone.
How many, call her toots?
How many girls did you force to sit on your lap as you're programming the holiday channel?
None.
Ask for suggestions from the girls. Come here, sit on my lap and give me a 60s song.
No.
Right.
You know what's very telling about Denny's sense of humor? We had in diversity training. This is true, Denny. In diversity training, everybody has to go. And I heard at Denny's session.
He heard. Yeah.
And then you tell me if this is not true. That there was something about sexually harassing female coworkers. And Denny raised his hand.
No, it wasn't sexually harassing.
Okay, tell me what the context was.
It was like you can't have them do something. I don't know. But
okay, but
we were talking about.
It was the way you treat female coworkers.
Okay.
And Denny raised his hand.
All coworkers.
And said, "Hey, does this also apply to interns?"
It was just a joke. It was just a goofy line. We were just
in the middle of diversity training.
But it doesn't work.
Denny loves the joke.
Why wouldn't you say this for the air? Then you wouldn't be a shitty fucking part-time weekend jock. You got good material. You just got to start working blue, Daddy.
No semblance of context.
None.
That's fantastic.
You know what? I wouldn't hurt a soul in the world, and they know that. Because I'm just a fun guy.
As long as they keep their ass on that photocopier, nobody's getting hurt.
Right, ladies.
No.
Words hurt, Denny. That's what you got to understand.
Oh, come on. You guys hurt me all day long.
We do.
Sal calls me old man, Pops.
Pops. What the fuck? Who calls anyone Pops?
I don't run to HR. He's calling me old man.
To be fair, you're quite a bit older than Sal.
Okay, fine. But,
You could be his grandfather. You know that.
That could be
easily.
Easily, right?
Easily.
We're just having a couple of laughs at the holiday gathering.
It was you laughing. Everybody
Sounds
else
like a
was
pisser.
laughing in disbelief.
I was there.
Yeah.
Not at like, oh, Denny's a riot. It was like, holy shit. Where did this guy come from?
No.
All right, Denny.
It sounds like everyone had a great time, though.
The guy that doesn't work blue on the radio is the most outrageous person around here.
He was by far the most outrageous
when the mics
person.
are off.
I bet they thought you were a shock jock. I bet people were like, what station is he on? What channel is he on? He's a shock jock?
Do we have a shock jock channel around here?
No. This is shock jockery.
Eric, do you think Denny was the most outrageous person at the party?
Yeah.
By far, right?
By far.
By far. Everybody was having a great time, too. It wasn't like everybody was like, oh, I got to watch what I say. Everybody was just having a good time, chilling out and enjoying each other's company.
We're just loosening up. We're just loosening up. That's
loosening up. Get up on the copy machine.
Look, I also heard, and this is hearsay, so go ahead. Denny may or may not have walked up to Sway.
Dropping M-bombs?
Well, he might as well.
Of course
He may or may not have walked up to Sway and said, hey, I love you on Hip Hop Nation. Aren't you Ed Lover?
I did not say that. That is false.
They all look alike, right? They all look alike, right, Daddy?
That's the joke, isn't it?
No.
What did you do then?
No. I didn't go up to Sway and say that to him. I said, did you throw the game? I said, that's
Eric, what's the story then? Because Eric is the one who told me.
P-Rock comment.
He came up. He was upstairs again.
I said Fab Five Freddy.
And he said this in front of myself. Roland hits one people. And he goes, sometimes I'll go up to black guys and say, hey, are you Ed Lover? I love you on backspin.
No, I don't. I did not say black guys.
That's a funny joke, though.
Get Roland in here.
But not at the party.
Good one.
I would not do that.
But not at the party, Dennis.
Wow.
Everybody's just trying to have a good time.
No, they're just ripping on me because that's what they do. Let's rip on Denny.
Your natural ability is to work blue. I don't know what you're waiting for.
I know, you should just embrace it.
It's supposed to be a judgment-free zone at the party. That's why it's not a Christmas party.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
A couple of laughs.
Look at that juice.
Some juice in there.
Some juice walking down the hall.
Oh.
You like that, Danny?
I didn't see it, Dan. I don't
Tell her to hop up on the photocopier. Take something home with you.
Better be a lot of toner in that photocopier.
he saw, but he's back to workplace. Work hours, Danny.
You put the mistletoe back in the drawer.
Right.
Let's make believe the winter gathering is still happening, and he'd have a lot to say about that ass that we just saw.
No, I didn't.
Roland, what do you got to add to the Denny thing?
I know. He just had a great time. He cracked me up.
Hey, honey, you want a kiss on the lips? Not those lips.
No, I didn't.
I'm not saying it wouldn't be entertaining to listen to Dennis Falcone be outrageous.
Of course it would.
But I'm very surprised by this.
Hilarious.
He's told us many times he doesn't work blue on the radio.
And the context is so off.
I didn't say any foul language or
We
anything.
should have a Dennis Falcone tequila and donut day.
He participated in Tequila Donut Day.
Yes, he did. He is a trooper.
No,
he's done everything we've asked except for curse on the radio.
I don't like to do that.
He's got that, but you're right. He doesn't curse, but he's got that old school mentality of, yes, women are there to be harassed.
But
No,
that's
they're
like
not there
saying
to be
not
harassed.
cursing is saying like,
hold on.
I make sure I don't get a speeding ticket, but you're a serial killer. Like, it doesn't matter.
All right, we got Lauren on line one. This is one of the many girls you harassed yesterday at the
There's not
winter
many
gathering.
girls. Good morning, Lauren. How are you?
Hey, good morning.
You okay, Lauren, this morning? I know you were a little shaky last night after your interaction with Dennis.
Shaky, but I got over it. I'm okay. I slept it off.
Now, without doing like fake radio crap, what did he say to you exactly?
Okay, we were all sitting upstairs by the cupcake area, and he was like 4 beers in at this time.
4 beers.
And out of nowhere, he turns to me and he says, "Hey, Lauren, we're going to get up on that copier and make a copy of that ass."
I did not say. I didn't say. I did not say that.
It's even worse.
No.
It's even worse.
Lauren, I did not say that word. I said I might have said but maybe.
Okay, now the story's already changing because he said before he didn't say but.
Right.
No,
Right.
Dennis, you're like in denial mode because for the last 2 hours last night, you were going around to everybody, and Eric could vouch for this, and so could Tommy. You were saying, "I didn't do that, this and that," and then your number of beers that you drank went down from 5 to 3 to 2.
It went down from 3. It was 3 beers.
People saw you with 3, and I saw a photo of you double fisting.
So
Somebody came up and said, "Here, take a picture."
Okay.
It was all take a picture. It was all goofy stuff. Lauren, you know I wouldn't hurt you,
I
right?
love that. That
Lauren,
ass.
you know I wouldn't hurt you.
Lauren, you know that we're just having fun, right?
On the record, Lauren. On the record.
You never want to have to say, Lauren, you know I wouldn't hurt you.
No, I mean,
this is meant to be. I'm not hurting
He's a
you.
great guy, and it was all fun last night.
of
But
course.
it was
Lauren, I
it
need
was
you to walk
quite
down to the
amazing.
lobby with me.
Erock, comment.
With Lauren on the phone. Right after this incident happened was when Denny was drinking his beer, leaning on that little part of the wall. And Lauren, did he not say when this girl walked past, "Kiss, kiss, how about a kiss"?
Yeah, well, this is what happened. After he said that comment to me, that's what started off everything.
Oh, yeah.
And then as girls, these are girls that we don't work with. They're different from 36th floor. These are people that are like, stuffier business suit type on the 37th floor. And as these girls were passing, he was saying all these comments like, "Hey, baby, how about a kiss?"
I didn't say that.
Oh boy! What happens? Does he black out after a couple beers?
I didn't do anything.
Why are the stories so different?
1 beer is a blackout for Dennis.
Yes, I would have to believe my guys and Lauren over you.
Okay,
because there's too many stories
No,
coming.
I
in.
said, how about a cupcake? How about a cup? We were giving out cupcakes to everybody. Remember all the cupcakes there?
You don't blame the victim. You don't call the victim.
Oh, my goodness.
She's not the victim.
She was a victim. She got
She's
asked.
one of the cupcakes.
Why? She was asking for it because of how she was dressed?
No.
Are you one of those guys?
No, not at all.
You could see it in her eyes. She wanted to get that ass on top of the copy machine.
Not at all. Just joking around, just having a few laughs.
Just having some fun.
Nobody
That's
got
all.
hurt.
No one got
They're going to
hurt.
implement the Dennis Falcone rule.
Oh, Jesus. The Dennis Falcone rule. It's in the handbook, a new
gonna be in the
edition.
handbook next year.
Addendum.
No, it was just fun. It was just fun.
Yeah,
But by the way, Dennis is so weird because he was conscious enough as this was happening to look at me and know that I was going to come on the air with this tomorrow.
Of course.
And he didn't stop.
But I was just
He was a
laughing.
madman on a
No.
mission, just full of testosterone and
We just
cum.
had a good time.
Wow.
No, it was nothing like that.
Just all
Lauren,
sexed up.
people in Palo Alto want to know, did you copy that ass?
Great question.
No, I did not.
Okay.
My managers and bosses were there. So
Yeah, that would have been a little
So were
awkward.
Dennis's. Didn't stop him.
No,
Well,
it was
that's
just
true.
it was just something out of Mad Men, like you guys were insinuating. Just a goofy
You didn't
thing.
even watch
that's
that
all.
show.
Goofy.
No, but it was just something. I know it's taking place in the
Lauren.
60s, early 60s.
Lauren,
yes.
were you around when he started making claims about his belt buckle?
Oh yes, I wanted to mention that to Opie and you guys.
Thank you.
Actually, my manager brought this up later, and he was laughing his head off about it. But he said, "Hey, ladies, I have a mistletoe belt. Who wants to be the first?"
No. I did not say that. I said I
keep saying I did not say that
because you guys hear these things. I didn't say that. I said I worked with a guy who wore a mistletoe belt buckle, and I said what he said. I wouldn't do that.
I said, wouldn't it be funny if I said?
No, I'm not that stupid. You didn't hear that. Come on.
You were trying to get the tip kiss.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I'm believing Lauren on
Here
this
comes the pre.
guys.
No.
All right. Who wants to go deep sea diving?
No, not at all.
Oh, Danny.
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 Good for
Wow.
you.
Not at all.
Danny's trying to get some.
Lauren's
not at
testimony is really hanging Denny out to dry here.
Ever since
No, I love Dennis. Dennis is a great guy.
don't
He's
say that.
funny.
He's a predator.
No, it was all early. It was all in good fun. I mean, it got a little inappropriate.
Oh my God, Cousin Brucey's gonna punch Denny in the face.
Oh my
He's
God.
very protective of you.
Well, speaking of Cousin Brucey, he actually made a comment last night out of nowhere. He was like, "I'm co-hosting the show with you guys in 2 weeks." I'm like, "Dennis, what are you talking about? There was nothing said about you co-hosting the show with me and Cousin Brucey."
Did you say that?
On and on.
What's that?
Yeah, he said that.
No, Bruce wants me to help him out. Just do some stuff. Help
No,
him.
but did you announce to Lauren that you'd be co-hosting with
Yeah,
him?
Bruce said, "Why don't you come in on one night?"
He never said that, Dennis. What
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He asked me yesterday. He said he'd like me to help out on one Saturday night or one Wednesday night. So he goes, "Why don't you come in and co-host with me one night?" I said, "I'd love to."
Wow, I think you blacked out or something.
I do too.
I think you're blacking out because Cousin Brucey does not ask anybody to co-host that show ever.
Well, okay, we'll see.
Oh,
we'll see.
We'll
It's the first time for
That's
everything.
a threat.
No, we'll see. You know.
Well, yes. Well, the listeners can see I chronicled the whole party on my Twitter last night. So if you want to check it out, it's at NYC Vixen on Twitter.
Ooh,
nice.
That was a smooth Twitter plug.
That's a great opportunity to
I can
plug.
learn from you, man.
I learned from the
flawless.
best with that. So
That's
That
great.
was flawless.
I
My
gotta
God.
say, ever since Dennis has grown this Tom Selleck mustache, he's just been all sexed up.
No, I'm not.
You know
No,
what
I'm
I
not.
mean?
No.
More like a Dennis Weaver. Got Dennis Weaver in the studio.
You got the McLeod.
You got the McLeod. Let's just call it the McLeod.
Hey, McLeod.
This picture tells the story, doesn't it?
Oh shit!
What is he doing there?
He's holding the ice bucket
Full of beer,
and he's got a dopey smile on his face. Everybody's ignoring him,
right?
But he's like just the wild. He's obviously the wild man of
Somebody
the party.
said, "Dennis, do something funny." So the ice was there. I picked it up. And
Yeah,
I
there
said,
you
they
go.
sent me for ice. That's
You were
all.
trying to get everyone going at this
That's all.
party,
It was
you
just-
know?
It was good, clean fun.
Oh, look at you there with the crew.
Yeah.
Right.
There you are. Picture of you with up on the copy machine, copying that ass.
Nice, Lauren. Nice.
look at the selfie with Scott there. It was a good picture.
Oh yeah, it's Scott, the professional ping pong player. Apparently,
Eric had to jump into that one.
Oh, Eroc's in there.
Yeah.
Erock had to get a little FaceTime.
There
I like
he
that.
is.
I like that.
Well, that looks like a fun little party.
It was a fun time. There are fun people who work here.
I wish our studio wasn't broken. I would have gone.
Right.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah.
All right, we got to take a break. Certainly, we're going to go back to this topic
I don't think. I
as
think you
more
should move on.
stories surface.
There was no
Yes.
Yes.
Lauren, thank you for your testimony.
No problem. Have a good one, guys.
All right, there goes Lauren.
Bye-bye.
Okay, look at this. This dude from Hits One right here. His
Yeah.
name's Tommy, and he tweeted. He just
Tommy.
sent this tweet out.
Can you hear me?
Oh boy.
What?
At Dennis Falcone is drinking and making sexually inappropriate comments on female
Tommy
staffers.
was breaking my chops.
More
believe me.
witnesses. More
this many
witnesses.
people
I don't
aren't
even know who this Tommy guy is.
Exactly.
Who
and
is he,
he's-
by the way? Because he also took a picture of our studio.
He works on Hits One.
He's a producer over at Hits One. He's
All
a
right.
fan of the show. He's
Are
good.
you?
Seems like a cool guy.
Denny, are you claiming conspiracy now that all these people are conspiring?
I'm an easy target. You know that. I'm an easy target.
I'm an
These
easy
guys
target.
like that.
You know what makes you an easy target? You go up to young female employees and you ask them to put their ass.
No.
Clench those
That
ass
ass.
cheeks.
No, I-
that
no,
ass.
you guys take it.
Take a copy of that ass.
You know what makes you an easy target? When you announce to the girls at the party that your belt is made of mistletoe.
Again, I said I worked with a guy who would
Start
show up at a
kissing,
party with a
bitches.
mistletoe belt buckle.
Who wants to suck this
And that-
dick?
A long time ago.
And that guy was you,
No,
wasn't
that was not
yeah.
me.
That was
It
Mitch
not me.
Kumstein.
I have a
That
perfect
old Greg. I worked for a guy that once.
I have a perfect record, and you know that.
Ladies, this Falcon cock ain't gonna suck itself.
I do not say anything that rude and vulgar.
I'm talking to you in HR.
Come on now.
Did you point to your turgid cock and say, "What are we going to do about this"? No. Did he go Jay Moore on everyone?
If I drank as much as everybody, I'd miss the stop, and I'd be in Riverhead by now on the train.
Did you pull your bag out through your zipper and sing Jingle Balls? That'd be funny. And then you jump around and make them jingle?
No.
Hey, Lauren, I know you're new around here, but what are we going to do about this?
No, Lauren is a very good person to have on the team. She's a good worker.
Are you sure none of this happened?
Not one
some
bit.
Funny stuff happened. Yes, some funny stuff.
He went.
Let's go in the supply closet.
Yeah.
Stuff. I would, whatever. I mean,
it's all
I would
good,
go to other friends' houses, like a party. A bunch of couples.
You ain't doing it in my house.
And I'd get up to go to the restroom.
Yeah.
And I'd come out with just a towel wrapped around me. Say, "Is it okay if I take a shower? You guys got any soap?"
What?
You'd come out new?
No, with a towel. I said towel.
Just a towel.
See you.
With their towel?
Just for fun.
You take all your clothes off?
Your dick is on their towel?
No. I would just do something goofy. I don't do that
take
anymore.
your clothes off in someone's house.
Fun.
I'm just leaving upper decker.
Just fun.
Yeah.
Hey, is it okay if I take a shower? I want to freshen up. Just for the
clean fun.
Just quick joke. That's all.
But you have young
Do you get a
children.
big laugh?
Yeah, always did.
You have young children in the house. How would you feel?
No, I
if
wouldn't
you
do it.
Invited Dennis over.
Well, the problem is he's not going to be invited to my house.
Never.
No. That's too creepy for me.
What if Dennis had Anthony broken out his character, the naked DJ, at your party?
Shit.
Yeah, why didn't you do naked DJ at Ants?
Because he hired me to work.
Oh, he was working. See, when he's
I
on
know
the
where
clock.
to draw the line as being a professional.
He's
Just
either
having
on the
fun.
clock or on the cock.
No,
That's it.
Next time you have him DJ in your party, you got to have a point where you go, okay, you're off the clock, you're done.
Hang out,
and then he's going to come walking out of your bathroom with your towel.
Oh, yeah.
He will be fucking someone doggy style within 15 minutes
I
in your
wouldn't
movie
take off
theater.
all my clothes. I'd have
Oh, yeah.
boxer shorts on or something. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but
Just
your
fun.
bare chest?
Yeah, why?
Oh, Jesus.
Imagine him coming out.
Wait a second. When people go in a pool, are they bare chest?
Well, they do.
Yeah, but when somebody when not in their living room.
No, and I have done that a long time. Maybe when I was like 29.
Oh, there you go.
You said you would do that now.
No, I wouldn't.
You just said that.
Those people don't invite me to their house anymore.
Why?
Boy.
Well,
Yes.
Because you came out in a fucking towel. And like it was a joke.
It was just a joke. Just a joke. Just having a good time with Denny. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
All right, Denny.
Very good.
Appreciate the time, though, guys. Sam, I hope I gave you enough fodder for today.
Oh, boy. Dennis, you're an endless fountain.
I love it.
Yeah, you're a soldier.
I feel bad I missed that party. That would have been fun to hang around and listen to Denny going off like that.
Just trying to get it sucked.
He goes,
However he had to get it done. Whoever.
All I want to do is make people laugh and give them a smile. That's all.
And if you can come, then that's just a bonus.
No, not at all. Not at all. I just want people to have a good time and laugh.
Yeah, me too.
Where do you dry hump the women around here?
No, we don't do that.
Is there a closet you take them to?
The dry hump closet.
No.
Yeah.
Let me show you how we program here at Sirius XM.
You don't put your hands on anyone. Never.
That's right, but if it's through the clothes, that doesn't count.
No, not at all.
But your elbow's a fair play,
No.
if you know what I mean, right?
A little elbow tit.
Right.
No.
Squeezing,
No.
past each other in the hallway.
I feel like I need body armor whenever I come into the studio with you
boy.
guys.
And so do the girls around here.
Yeah,
when they're around you. Picked it up, Denny.
Well, that's because you're a professional broadcaster.
Thank you for the
and I'm a
compliment.
broadcast professional and a party professional.
I don't need you flirting with me.
Were they calling him the octopus? Is that it? Oh, he's all over. Well, look at that.
No.
How many hands does he have? No hands.
If there is one word to describe Denny, it's handsy.
But whenever I say any of these lines, it's like with Groucho. I always, grab my glasses or something. And go, hey, how are you?
Hey,
Yeah, but nobody ever called into a radio show to say Groucho Marx made me feel sexually uncomfortable
No,
at the
she did not
workplace
say
last
that.
night.
She did not say that.
and the secret word is intercourse.
Oh, shit.
Quack, quack.
Yeah, you kind of got it like a Groucho thing almost.
Exactly. That's
Dennis Weaver-ish.
Yeah. Except not the sense of humor, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Just the mustache.
Well,
I have a pretty good sense of humor.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Yes, I do.
Yes, you do, Denny.
Well,
People like me, you know that?
People like me.
You are John Candy, aren't you?
I haven't been home in years.
You're the genuine article.
You guys like having me on the show?
Love it.
Come
You're the
to my,
fucking man.
Come to my defense.
You're the fucking man.
I'll be hiring the team of Opie and Anthony to represent me.
Don't you worry about it.
You got to the bottom of things.
All right, we're going to take a break.
Thank you, guys. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Oh, Kenny, what? Anything?
Can I just say one thing?
Uh-huh.
Shame on you.
Shame on you.
The Opie and Anthony Show continues in moments. All right, well, that sucked. To hear the Opie and Anthony Show 5 days a week live on satellite radio, online on your phone or tablet, or even on demand, go to SiriusXM.com. Also,
Please hit the like and subscribe, okay?
All right, Mike David, Red Bar Radio, redbarradio.net. Join the Scars Club. Mike made a sculpture of Patrick Melton. You remember the famous Patrick Melton picture of him at Hackamania sitting on... oh, thank you, Hitler Diff. Hitler Diff said... you need to bring back the Beggy Monster. I love how I called myself the Beggy Monster and then other people jumped on it like they invented it. It's like, sorry, bitches. You can't jump on my back. You do that enough. You can't keep taking my shit. I take my shit. Eating clams with $10. Thank you very much. We're about $22 away from today's goal. Thank you, Hitler Diff, by the way, as well. So, Red Bar goes and recreates the Patrick Melton photo from Hackamania where he's got the hump in the middle of his back, no shoulders, the drink shelf, shoulders where his man tits are, his man tits sagging down to the floor, his obliques dragging on the ground, and a stomach where a dick should be. Red Bar recreates this, and as he covers it, he does it like we do a good job of exposing Patrick Melton because it's not very difficult. But Red Bar just does it in a way that's so much more artistic. I have to give him his flowers on this one. We've picked out a few clips from this Red Bar rant because it's 28 minutes long. Anyone who says steel toe goes long form can suck my fucking dick, okay? As long as you got Mike David out there, I will never be the king of long form. Here he is talking about Patrick. And, you know, the real tragedy of Patrick Melton is that Mike David, for about 20 years now, has been trying to help Patrick Melton be better at broadcasting. He's been trying to help him take criticism better. He's been trying to help him control his emotions better, not be such a fucking spaz. And Patrick just won't do it. He keeps letting Mike... Like, Mike is not trying to psychologically... foil Patrick Melton, but Patrick Melton takes it that way and then makes it a self-fulfilling prophecy when Mike David is clearly just trying to help. Mike David shit all over this show once. I think gave April the Megamind moniker. What did we do? We threw some barbs back at Mike, and now what's Mike doing? He's saying nice things about Steel Toe. What's he going to do in a month? Probably talk about what a piece of shit I am. And then we'll do that dance until the end of time. And it's fun. It kills the time. It passes the time. It's fine. So this is Mike David with his sculpture of Patrick Melton. Oh, thank you, Citizen M, for $5 as well. I appreciate it. Let's check this out.
Good when I was looking at the
well, let's see if anyone can guess. What are people saying?
No, everyone's guessing who it is, but
I know,
they
but
haven't guessed.
It needs to be what
specific.
It is. Can anyone guess what this is, who it is, and what it's from?
Tons more cowbell says Hackamania Melton.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is, cut to the close up there, Patrick Melton at Hack-A-Mania.
And like, say what you want. Like, this is a funny bit and a funny joke, but I think what we're missing out of all this is that it's really fucking close. Like, you can say whatever you want about Mike, like doing this to fuck with Melton, and it will fuck with Melton because he doesn't have a sense of humor about himself. He thinks he's good at this shit. Like, everyone's ripping him apart and triggering the shit out of him, and then he acts like he's good at it. And Mike does like, this may be funny as a bit, but it's also a really fucking accurate sculpture. It's really good. And look at how fat and ripply that arm is, and Mike nailed that too. It's uncanny.
This recently re-released photo of him. And you're the big winner tonight. That is amazing. Somebody recognized what it was, and it is Patrick Melton at Hack-A-Mania. Don't let that shadow back there fool you. In fact, hold on, let's stand him up. We'll use this. Stay. In fact,
and I also love that Mike's wearing plastic. He's wearing rubber gloves to handle it, like it's in the fucking Louvre.
I thought of this because I knew this shadow was going to kill me. Oh, wrong marker. I knew this shadow was going to kill me. So hold on.
He's going to fucking trace it with a marker.
This is just your average. This is a Posca paint pen. I'm going to sign this for whoever wins tonight. And then I will show you exactly what we're dealing with here. And this has been done on many shows. This is not... I learned about this from Aaron Emhold.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Now, I'm ripping off Red Bar here. Is this steel toe obeyment? Is this mutual obeyment? I'm giving Mike obeyment and Mike's giving steel toe obeyment. I think we might have one of the first mutual obeyments ever.
Who is amazing.
Thank you, Mike. You're amazing, too.
I will show you.
Oh, nothing made me happier than to see Aaron laughing at that Melton pic.
So,
and Jules, your Stoney's tank top is in the mail. It's on the way. I can't wait to see Jules get her Stoney's tank top and be so happy about it.
Oh, here, this makes it better. You could easily see what's going on here. And this is a real photo, not doctored. It's been...
Spines aren't supposed to work like that. Your spine that's supposed to break in half. I think Melton might be an amoeba. The world's largest existing amoeba, because a spine is supposed to snap in half. Bone doesn't go like that. Now, fat does. Fatty tissue will bend like that. Maybe he's... You know how some people, like, when foreign bodies are inside of them, like plastic surgery and stuff, sometimes, or like the plastic hips, they'll mold into the tissue and everything in the body and just kind of form into the... Maybe Patrick Melton is made of so much fatty tissue that it's actually enveloped his spine, and his spine has adopted the fatty tissue, absorbed it, and now he's got a bendable, flexible bone structure because it's all been replaced by fatty tissue. Maybe he's all fat cartilage.
Going around the internet, and this is...
Now, I feel like clearly the body shape is the instant thing that causes alarm in this photo. At first, you're like, holy
there's
fuck,
something about it.
I can't believe the body shape is like this. But an underrated part of this photo is his face.
His face. Can we get any closer? We can't.
Mike's upset.
You have to see his face. If anyone has...
Mike's mad that you can't see how awful... And his face does. It has that pedo phenotype. But his skin is unhealthy. Like, he's so obese and out of shape that his skin has become unhealthy. Like, whatever nutrients you need to get decent skin, he's not getting them because sugar and grease is bad for your skin. So it's eating away at him. Before we go to our next clip, we got a few thank yous to throw out there. Miss Tay with $10 says, flip a coin. Which is bigger, Melton's hump or his gunt? Ooh, that's tough. but thank you for the $10.
And in my club, I will splash the pot whenever the fuck I please.
Oh, okay. And by the way, Citizen M, Miss Tay, and Eaton Clams all chipping in. We are $12 away from 2025 starting off the right way. Let's go to our next clip. It's at 7 minutes. Here we go. Let's start it a little bit early there. This is, as you can see, Mike is still on the Melton picture. The Melton. I love that he keeps forming it with his hands too. Like you can tell he's very proud of this, as he should be, but he's still forming it. Like as he looks at the picture and he looks at the molding, he's like, I can still push a little here and make it a little perfect. He's a perfectionist, Mike David.
You know, I don't want to give away all my secrets here, but way too defensive, Melton. Just people are into you. And that's all.
So what if this is what I've been telling Patrick Melton. So what if they only care about you because of me? Just embrace it. Run with it. You're not talented. You've never been good at this. You've never grabbed an audience. There's only 2 reasons you have an audience, Red Bar and me. So stop being so sensitive when we jab at you. This guy will go for 7 or 8 hours about Aaron sucks. I hate Aaron. Aaron's bad. Aaron's this. Aaron's that. Aaron. Now, I would argue if you do that for that long, you're in love with the person. But you do it for 7 or 8 hours, we laugh at you and we go poke, and we just take just a nothing jab, and you blow up and you lose your fucking mind for hours over a nothing jab. If you were a fighter, you have no chin, which is ironic because you have about 9 of them. You have no chin. You have no ability to take a punch. And we keep telling you, calm down. Just take the punch and keep moving. And you keep playing into everybody's hands.
All this is, you don't got to find a reason. This isn't about me. This isn't about nothing. Of this is about me. This is a man who
really take a tip from a
you're a famous person
and defending yourself all day and getting so butthurt about every little thing.
You're not.
Jules is fucking it. And then all Patrick has when he responds to Jules is, you're a bitch. You're a fucking bitch. Which, by the way, no mommy issues there. No clear telltale signs that mommy did not treat baby Patrick very well. That any woman who criticizes him needs to be destroyed and she's a bitch and she's awful. And he gets angry about it. No red flags there.
We're not trying to pick a fight with you.
Right.
We are just explaining what we're into.
We're trying to look at your body.
That's it. And it's not us being sarcastic. I'm not thinking I gotcha.
Right.
No.
Didn't I say the same thing Mike's saying? I said, you will destroy yourself. We're not out to destroy you. You get frustrated when you don't destroy anyone. It's because you're not good. You don't know why people watch you. Mike nailed it. They want to watch you because you're fucked up. You say weird shit about children, and you have a weird humpback, fat, morbid obesity thing going on, and it's fascinating to look at. Why isn't that good enough for you? Why are you so insecure? Why do you need to be loved so much? That's what we keep telling you. Stop needing to be loved. Nothing you've built is based on love. You have fans that hate me, and you have fans that love Mike and want to see you lose your mind. That's all you've got. Embrace it. A lot of people don't get that. You know, Ray DeVito has a much smaller audience than you. He doesn't get the hate views that you get. You should be grateful for it.
We got it. We're stupid. You're superior to us.
You can't even make your brain as dumb as you would have to make it to understand how stupid.
See, Patrick, you do this thing where you get mad and try to own people, and then they go on their show and just make fun of the fact that you're taking it that seriously. You keep trying to go on these big brain rants, and we all know you're a dumb guy. So you can't keep going on these rants where you go, you guys don't even understand. Why don't you? And then his big thing is, why don't you play a clip? You just want us to promote you. We're just trying to have a little fun at your expense. Like we don't, he keeps going on these big brain rants like he's tricking anyone. And we're like, no, Patrick, we're not going to shit on you the way you'd like us to shit on you, you fucking ape.
stupid we are.
Here's all you need to know, Melton. You claim you don't watch Red Bar.
Uh-oh.
So you know nothing about it. We've watched everything you've ever done.
Everything.
Everything.
You've got about 5 years of catching up to do.
It would take a lifetime to get as much knowledge as we know about you. So just applaud and tell your listeners to join the Scars Club.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, guys, join the Scars Club. RedBarRadio.net. And Melton's going to go on his show and he'll go, they're teaming up against me. They're teaming up. We're not teaming up. Mike will probably shit all over me his next episode. He'll probably play this and talk about what a fool I am for believing him. That he got me. That's funny. Nobody's teaming up against you. Mike and I happen to agree on what a fucking buffoon you are and how seriously you take everything. And that just, it's convenient right now.
Play 2 seconds of
So now we got our next clip. This is 1355. He's going to play some Melton clips. And again, he's going to show Patrick just has no sense of humor about any of this stuff. Goes off for hours and hours about us. And then gets mad that we don't react the way he reacts when someone just pokes him a little bit. He owns himself.
And they go, he's such an idiot. So I just want this to be fair because...
I know I always guess exactly what he's going to say. And then when he plays the clip, he never shows the part where I guess exactly what he's going to say. So
That's true. That is true. He always accuses Kino Casino and others of selectively editing. He's the fucking worst at it. He's a big-time projector, that Patrick Melton. And this is all he's got in his life. You know, he goes on Discord and writes fan fiction, then does a show, then goes back to Discord. Like, he doesn't have an outside life. So if he's miserable in this and he's seeing Mike and me make fun of him and Chad make fun of him, that ruins his day. And that's really sad. And I also love that Mike just keeps bringing that picture up and showing it. He's proud of his artwork. He's not shitting on Patrick. He's proud of his art.
No, it always gets cut off. So look at this. This is not bad.
I mean, that's good.
And you cut to the close-up?
He does, unfortunately, as always
Close-up.
in these kind of projects, he looks cuter in your sculpture.
Well, you don't have the awful skin in the sculpture.
My mind can't be that mean.
You could put like the red pock marks.
Of course, I could go on and on. I could make this the same. You might think, which one's a photograph?
Him saw the TV glow.
Yeah, him saw the TV glow. Okay, well, let's
and in my club,
again,
I will splash.
So again, Mike's just having a little fun. Mike's just telling a few jokes. And Patty Boy gets mad. He gets all mad about it. $12 away, guys. We got about 10 minutes left. Let's do it a couple bucks at a time. We appreciate it. $12 away from starting 2025 on the right track here for the toe. Citizen M says, please unban me, brother. I'm pro steel toe 2025. No bullshit. Eating clams with $10 did when he gave his $10 said, Happy New Year, gay bird. Thank you. Citizen M, I'm sorry, but you know what line you crossed, buddy. You can be pro steel toe from the shadows. You can be pro steel toe from the sidelines, bud. It's okay. Let's go to 15 minutes. We've got Red Bar now playing a Melton clip. And again, it's just, this is how Patrick responds to criticism. He's just angry.
Understand. So these are people from this universe that nobody knows. I mean, you got to understand how crazy I am to even talk about this with... I'm throwing away my career doing this. So, Melton, please give me a break. All right, here he is covering me. I didn't get one compliment about the lighting, my outfit, nothing.
First, zoom into his face.
Yeah, because he's down here. And you'll see this. I don't know why this is so grayed out right
Jesus Christ.
now. There he is.
Jules. Sometimes it's the simple things that make me laugh. Looking at Patrick's appearance and going, Jesus Christ.
Hello, Captain Daddy. And he's sitting there.
You know the famous... I'm so sorry. I'm going to shut up.
Yeah, you got to get...
But the famous Captain Daddy episode is titled Chunka Toe. Talk about premonition.
Insane.
Look at that.
That's insane. Yes. So here he is, and he's watching the Red Bar clip. And I think he was pretty fucking pissed. Or he hates us, which I didn't know. I thought he liked us. So here's what happened. Aaron from Steel Toe showed the Red Bar clip of me talking about Melton's new laugh. And what was the other thing we covered about Melton? Oh, telling about the Nick Ricetta hacking.
Can you just explain why he has this new nervous laugh because of the situation he's in?
Aaron covered us talking about Melton. And Aaron, my man, he was...
Thank you, Mike.
You should have seen Aaron come to life.
Thank you,
I've
Mike.
never seen Aaron happier. It was at that moment when I go, Aaron is actually fucking badass.
And like, I know he's full of shit. I know he's like Red Bar complimenting you is just constantly you waiting for the other shoe to drop, but you like the first shoe. So until that other shoe drops, I'll enjoy the first one. Thank you, Mike.
And what did he do that was wrong again? Oh, he had an awesome foursome and did drugs and ignored his stupid kids.
Now, wait a minute. Now, see, that's what I mean with the other shoe. Mike, I'm not particular. I don't go advertising that or promoting that that's a good thing.
Oh, what a nerd. So I don't care what you say about Aaron anymore. He rocks. And he's been great. I think his show has been really funny.
Thank you, Mike.
I don't know what else to tell you. And I don't know, look around. I don't know, who are you going to believe? A guy like this or Melton?
The guy raises a good point, guys. I can't argue with Mike. He's really knocking it out of the park. Before we get to the last clip I have, thank you very much to Helgi. He says, Heil Red Bar 07 Scars Club. Yes, indeed. 07 Scars Club. Join redbarradio.net. April's Missing Orgasm says about Red Bar, all facts. All facts. Deutsch Chad says, Red Bar needs to gift that sculpture to you. You can't. He cut its head off and smushed it because he thought Melton did such a terrible fucking show with Husey and Dean that Red Bar cut the head off the statue and smushed it with his hands. Red Bar got mad and he was like, they're so fucking bad. And he just went snip and smush. He did a snip and smush deal. $8. We're a whopping $8 away from knocking it out today. Go ahead and throw it in there. Who's got the last, just a 10 spot over there on Rumble or YouTube, and it's all over but the crying. All right, one more Red Bar clip. Let's keep her going.
Which is equal to me. Okay, here he is covering this. Let's see what happens.
Mine was,
Okay, so yeah, we got to go back then. Right? Oh, no, you clipped it at the dictation.
This isn't the new laugh. This is him reviewing our clip.
Yeah,
first.
I know.
It's
So he's getting defensive that Red Bar pointed out he had a new laugh, which, by the way, Mike's fucking around. He's like, oh, look at that new laugh he's got. He's being over the top. How is this guy has been butt fucked by Red Bar more than anyone else, and he doesn't understand what the dick is about? The Red Bar dick has been shoved in Melton's ass so many times. He should know the contour, the texture, the rigidity of it. He should know the whole thing. And yet he still falls for the same shit. Melton is the most gullible fucking person on the internet. Red Bar can still agitate him like that. Me and Red Bar are the only two, maybe Zumach, can get Melton just like that.
Long, so I just searched it. Where
And that's a small instance of it. Sometimes it's 3 times as long.
How come you didn't clip that one?
He gets mad.
How come you didn't clip the one that's 3 times as long? And again, you're stupid bitch.
Oh,
So Jules rattles him. Jules gets to him. He doesn't like, again, that's the mommy issue. He doesn't like the woman criticizing him. How dare that stupid bitch, which Jules is a saint. Jules is not a stupid bitch. Jules is kind. And here he is just running her down. Just what a bad guy this guy is.
I go, guys, here's a small instance of Melton's laugh. We've heard this thing 1,000 times, but this was just one we happened to see. I go, hey, write that time code down. We'll show him Melton's laugh. And his thing is that, wow, we don't have anymore. He never laughs like this. Or he's he's got two different stories. One of them is he's always laughed like that. It's not a new laugh. And another one is if you have so many instances, Mike, and you're stupid bitch, why don't you show us? Well, I go, oh, it's water under the bridge. Melton's pretty cool. And Joel said, I don't know. I think, we had a lot of people come to us. They go, Mike, I don't know. I'm not buying this laugh. Melton said he never does this laugh. Can you prove it? And I said, oh, I don't know. And I was
so imagine getting so worked up over this. And also, the reason Melton always wants people to play clips, I believe, is he has a humiliation fetish. I think that's what it is. Play me being a retard. It's a really weird thing to yell. Play me being stupid more. So Mike did play him being stupid, and we've played him being stupid. And his excuse to that is, play more of me looking like a fucking idiot. It's like, no. We've sufficiently proven you're an idiot. We've proven our case, buddy.
I was like, I don't know. That's not really how I don't really care. If he says that, that's fine. And I'm sorry for showing the laugh. And then 2 days later, we watched this mountain thing that he was on. And there's the laugh. And I go, oh, that's like even crazier then. I go, write that down. Then an hour later, we see it again. And remember, my thing was, this is Mountain's new laugh that he started doing after what I think is nervous energy.
Yes.
Or when he's insecure or when he feels attacked, he starts doing this giggle that I've never heard before.
Right. He giggles and he giggles and he yells when he's insecure. He giggles and he yells. Then there's a bunch more. I mean, if you want to go check that out, I'm not going to tell you who clipped it. What I'm going to say is go join Scars Club and go watch the whole episode. Go check out the whole thing.
Hit the like button.
And be like, yeah.
Okay, fuck you, Doom.
Goodbye. I'll do it like that show. Goodbye.
Shut up, Doom. Doom, cool it. For the love of God. Come on.
Doom, you're gone again. That's it. I'm so sick of you anyway.
community. I'm really bummed about it because, that was all my work because of some thin-skinned, stuttering prick and possibly someone else. And you can't tell me any different. That's what happened. And don't know. Can't argue it. Am I going to go with Stuttering John's word? Go fuck yourself. Are you serious? Do you believe anything that stuttering prick says? Anything. He's a compulsive liar. He's just a vile human being. And by the way, John, bye, motherfucker. Bye. Don't come back. I'm one of the guys that don't want you coming back. Okay? You made me going from feeling bad from you at one point to get away from me to you're annoying to I fucking hate you. That's where we're at. And it's all real. This isn't show. This isn't WWE. I know in AC last year, you came to my show. I fucking came up to you. I was in a good mood. And I squashed it. Squashed. Only for you to turn around and become a raging prick once again. You're unbearable. You're unfixable. You are what you are. And there's a reason why there's 9 different channels making money off you. And the Shuli Network provides for a family of 4 because they make fun of you. You deserve it. No one feels bad for you at this point. Stay gone, bitch. Stay gone. I put a poll up. If you haven't voted, please go vote. I'll tell you where we're at right now, and we'll do this towards the end of the show. Hit the like button while you're waiting. Forgive me. I'm pulling up the poll. I got to go into another window. I hooked up another monitor. I did stuff yesterday. Loaded some new stuff in the Roadcaster, made some new graphics, did all kinds of stuff. I work, unlike Ray. I don't just show up, punks, and go live. Right now, I put a poll up, and there's 253 votes. The poll is, should I call the stuttering coward's mommy on air to let her know her son is threatening me daily? Right now, at 34% or at 36%, call his whole family on the air. And second, yes, John did it at 34%. At 30%, no, leave family out of this. And the votes just keep going up, and it's changing right in front of me. So we will keep an eye on that poll because, John, I know you're watching. We know you're a raging narcissist, an attention whore. So although you pretend like you're gone, you're not. But John, you're so hated. And I don't go looking for this stuff. Well, after I saw what happened with Shuli, I said, does anybody have John's number? Oh, John's mom's number? Yes, everybody has John's number. I have your mom's number, Susanna's number, Knight's number. I have all the numbers. I have all the fucking phone numbers, John. You want to play with the mud shark? You prick. You've been defaming me. You've been lying up, spreading lies about me, defaming my character. I have family that watch this. They watch you, and you're saying all these lies about me. That's not right. You're threatening me. You're working out in the gym to pay me a visit, John? I think your mom needs to know. Johnny, your mommy needs to know about your actions. You're a very troubled man. You're very mentally unstable, and your mom needs to, maybe she could say something to her, or say something to you. I think your mommy needs to have a talk with you because you're out of control. I mean, look what you did. This is what you do, John. This is what you do. Thank you, Stallion19.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, is this Mr. Igor?
Why do you want to know?
Because my name is Stuttering John Melendez, I'm a celebrity, and your son, Shuli.
I'm a celebrity. What a fucking douche.
He has been harassing me. You're on a recorded line. I'm live right now. He sends people to record me at clubs. He goofs on my 87-year-old mother, saying that like guys on his show is having sex with my mother. And he's getting people to harass me all the time. Did you ask your son to knock it off?
What is your name?
John Melendez. I was the announcer for the Tonight Show with Jay Leno.
I mean, this guy has to constantly go over his credits with the Grubhub guy, with Shuli's father. I mean, he has to tell everybody his credits every day. Nobody gives a fuck.
No, I've never been arrested. I have a college degree. I'm very successful.
And God damn it, people hate me. Keep telling yourself everything.
I'm rich. I'm
rich, but I beg for $2 super chats, insulting my family.
I got smart kids, and
my kids hate me. None of them talk to me.
Son and his show harass me every day.
They just make fun of me because I'm easy to make fun of, and I bring it on myself. I use my kids as bait.
I filed a report with the Cape Coral Police.
I lied about filing a report.
And he keeps on going. Now he's sending people to tape me at bars.
People just do it on their own because they hate John, and they just send it to Shuli like Kate Meany. Bitch! Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
We'll get into Kate Meany.
And, like, he's goofing on my 87-year-old mother and saying that they're having sex with my mother. This is your son, Shuli.
It's calling Shuli's I think Shuli's 50 and he has a family. And this is his father who's in his 80s. He went and tattletaled on his dad. This guy is 60. He's 11 years older than me. Tattling on a grown man for making fun of him.
Tell me something. Why you?
Huh?
Why are you calling me?
Because
props to Shuli's dad. Exactly. Why are you calling me?
You're his father. Maybe you could talk some sense into him.
You're his father. You talk some sense into him. Yeah, John, you bitch. He's a grown-ass man. We don't run to mommy and daddy. My mommy's dead. Daddy's gone. I don't run to him like a bitch boy like you do on the holidays because nobody wants to be around you, including your kids.
Because I'm on my show now. You're his father. Could you just talk some sense?
God, this is a bitch. John, you're a bitch. You're his father. Could you just talk some sense into him?
I don't want this to escalate anymore.
You just escalated it, bitch. Because guess what, John? 516. Oh, you want to call my bluff? Do you want to call my... You don't think I have the numbers?
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
5167.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
We'll leave it at that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Igor.
Happy New Year.
Just harassing a poor old man on New Year's. It's sad, man. Just sad.
Okay, shitway.
Wow. Again, thank you so much to the Clippers working overtime, putting this stuff together. Stallion19, give him a shout out on Venmo. So Thorough Joe Burrow, Misery Loves Clips. Doom. My lost interest. I have a ton of clips today. We'll make them short. We won't melting them up and do 4 hours. We'll just keep it moving. That's how I go. Boom, 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 boom. So what do we do, guys? I mean, this is what we do. John sets the tone. I mean, he says I brought his family into it. I never brought up his kid's name up until today. I had all his information. I know where they live. I know everything. I never showed photos of his kids, his family, never called his mom, never did any of this. But John, he likes to just push it and keep pushing it and pushing it. And I got to be honest with you. I'm sick and tired of this old man threatening me. I'm tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it. I gave him every opportunity to meet up with me. I told him everywhere. I told him where I was going to be. My house, what time, when to come. We were supposed to meet up in Sarasota. Cape Coral. I'll be there January 17th, 2 weeks from now, John. Cape Cabaret. I'm tired of you threatening me. I'm tired of you defaming my character, lying about me, because people will just send you things. You don't even look into it. You just say it recklessly. It's not even true. And then people start believing it, John, because you said it, because someone said it to you, because they want to keep this going, John. So it has to be. So I got to call your mommy. I got to call. I have to tell her what you're doing. And I got to tell your kids what you're doing. What their dad's doing to them. That's why I have their numbers. That's why I got to call. I have to do it. I have to. So please vote. Go vote right now. Your vote counts. Your vote matters. That's a fact. I got new sound effects. Because Hack vs. Anonymous hates the air horn. We won't use that anymore because you hurt my feelings. I like the air horn. Oh, right now, yes, 38%. Call John's mom. It's in the lead. 345 votes, John. I left it to the public. Okay, it's not up to me, John. It's not up to me. I don't make the rules. My community, the Mud Tarts, do. Okay? We're family here. We're all family. I listen to my family. Okay? I'm not going to recklessly make a decision unless my family wants me to. So stay gone, bitch. I welcome you to confront me anywhere, anytime. You have no idea what you're dealing with, dude. You know nothing about me. You know nothing about me. First and foremost, let me get some things out of the way. We got a lot to get to. I don't even know where to start. I got notes. I take this shit seriously. This isn't just some softball league. I'm not in a bowling league. This is my life. This is serious shit. Okay? I think about this all day long. This is my life. I quit everything in life. I'm kidding. Where do we pivot? First and foremost, I want to thank you to the great Vinny Cash for being the resident DJ for the month of December. Killed it. Shout out to Vinny Cash for his contributions, not only on the ones and twos, but behind the scenes. I was so impressed with Vinny Cash, not just as a friend, as a colleague. He was just supposed to be DJ for the month of December. But I was so impressed with the support he has of me and the show and the community that I did a lot of thinking. I'm going to go ahead and promote Vinny Cash. I got to talk to him and see if he'll accept the promotion. In fact, I'm putting together a whole panel this weekend of people that are very important to this community. I'm not talking about the moderators. Okay, the moderators, think of them as the Secret Service. Bill from Jersey is your head guy. We know that. But Eva, G-Rob, everybody, they're the Secret Service. You got to get through them to get to me. That's just what it is. They protect me. When I get out of Air Force or Mudtard 1, they got their earpieces in. They're looking around for fucking, what's that guy's name? Serial killer or any fucking douchebag in Melton's Discord. They got their eyes. And trust me, when they do something, you're gone. But I'm putting together a whole committee. A whole team. We're going all out 2025. We're coming with a team. And I'm just going to put it out there right now, Vinny. I haven't talked to you. I haven't texted you since New Year's. If you will accept this position, and there's going to be a bunch of cabinet positions, but I want you to be, if you'll accept, and trust me, don't accept right away. Think about it. You have a family. You have a child. You have a job, a business. So take all day to think about this. And tomorrow, let me know. I want you to be CEO of Mudtard Industries. That's right. The CEO, the decision maker, the guy who can implement any kind of benchmark at any given time. The Adam Silver. He's a horrible executive. The Roger Goodell. Now he's a fucking douche. You get it. The guy in charge. Sounds pretty good, huh? Think about it. Think about it. I'll wait. So we'll put together a cabinet position. I'll talk to the moderators because they're my, obviously, line of defense, and we'll figure out who's in charge of what moving forward. And I think because Cash did such a great job on the 1s and 2s the month of December, I think what I'm going to do, it's going to be definitely super chat and gifted memberships heavy. I'm going to outsource the resident DJ for the months. Make it fun. So we're going to outsource the resident DJ each month to the biggest super chatter, donator. I think that's how we're going to do it. We're also going to bring back the $100 sponsor. This time around, we're going to do it since I don't have Patreon. We're looking for a home. If you want to be a $100 Patreon for the month of January, you can super chat. You can gift memberships. You can also contribute to the Tards channel, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Zelle, all that. And then I'll put you on the list. We'll put you on the scroll. We'll go from there. And I'm also going to do this for the month of, or the year of 2025 each month. We're going to make a $500 sponsor that will be on the screen right here, the border, where you can promote whatever the fuck you want, and it'll be on screen the whole time. Every show I do, it'll be on screen. So that's a pretty good, if you have a business, you're promoting something, think about it. Be about it. Thank you very much to everybody. I'll get to the super chats in 5 seconds. I haven't read any.
And then, churn is a real thing. A subscriber-based platform is very difficult to keep going and grow. You'll get the people, but you're in such a little bubble that other people that don't know you in the first place aren't really going to subscribe to you.
Right.
And the people that are subscribing, every so often you shed those people. So after years, you look and go, oh, it's not really making as much money as it was.
Yeah, but that credit card thing really guys up. I mean, that did more than anything, right?
Yeah, that did a lot of harm right there.
Because I'm a subscriber of Compound Media now, and I almost never use it. But it's just I think most people just don't cancel unless you give them a reason.
Yeah.
Because if it's $8 a month, who gives a shit? I mean,
if you're gonna pop on, if we're doing a show that you think, oh, I want to see that or whatever.
Right. But if you cancel it, if your credit card cancels it, then you're like, kid, I don't watch it that much anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what happened. That was a huge up. So it happens though. We were going into that thing completely blind.
Yeah, but and Keith, did you guys have any the best part was who's that guy who opens for Attell, the guy with the beard? He's bisexual. I mean, with the weird mustache. Somebody in the free chat tell me. Anyway, he did my show one time, and you were You were in the booth screaming at the credit card people. Or either the tech people or when you guys switched the tech company.
Tech people, yeah.
So you're in the green room before your show, after my show, screaming. And what's that guy's name? Somebody in the free chat. He opens for Ian Fidance.
Oh, okay.
He's so annoying anyway. And so he does my show, and I could see that maybe it's not a good time to talk to Anthony right now. You're the door, I think, for the control room is open, but you're literally screaming like, "Oh, if I have to go down there myself and people up, I will." So Ian goes, he's trying to get your attention. You have your back to us, and he's like, Anthony, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" And then you turn around and you're like, "What?" And he's like, "Thanks for having me." You're like, "Get the f- out of here, you." It's like that. Talk about a guy who can't read a room,
right? I'm yelling, read the room.
You don't even get mad that much in public, but you were furious, and he had to insist on saying goodbye to you. I was like, this guy's a idiot. Jesus Christ!
My God.
I'm hoping I was gonna hope you're gonna take it out on him or something.
No. Got to be the jolly owner of the company.
Yeah, that was the thing, because you were the face of the company. All right, so I'll let you go. But so what are you going to do with the drinking? Were you drinking the other night? You seemed a little when you were showing the guns. Were you drinking that night?
Yeah. I was having a few Duvel Belgian beers, and the holidays, a little wine. But I wind down with my club soda on the weekdays. But the holidays,
Yeah, you got it. But are you worried that you have the drinking all under control, and you'd rather stay alive than drink?
Nah, I'd rather drink. No, it's medically sound. My doctor told me I could imbibe a little bit of alcohol, not as like I was. I can't be slamming shots with the likes of Visconti anymore.
What did Dr. Steve say about the whole thing?
Dr. Steve, he concurs. The drinking was getting crazy because I would show up at Sullivan's before the show, and people knew I would do my show prep there. So they started showing up to do a shot with me, and they'd come back to the table that I would be at and do some shots. Then Gino's show would end. So Gino would come in and more shots. This is before I even start my show.
Right.
And then I'd get to the studio and somebody's there. And if it was Wednesday, Gavin, and we're doing shots, and then constant beers. Like beers were constantly. Yeah. And that wasn't even just at Sullivan's and then the show. I leave, go home, play video games, and the fridge was full of beer. And it didn't stop until, I'd take a swig, the last swig of the beer, and then go to bed. So it was just a lot of drinking. So, that obviously is off the table.
I always say it was because of what happened was because of the schedule. Because once Gino became full-time before you at 4:00, because before I was there, and then Gino and Aaron were in the morning, so you wouldn't see Gino as much. But once you saw Gino every day, and his show was the lead into your show, then it was the end of it. Because listen, I've gotten drunk with Gino. Gino's like a fun drunk, and it's hard to say no to Gino.
Yes,
because he loves to be, he loves Sullivan's, and he loves having the party over there and the fans
loud,
going.
center of attention.
So you're like a Debbie Downer if you don't accept the shot.
Right. Yeah. So, nothing a drunk hates more than someone that won't drink with them.
Right, especially if you're his best friend.
Yeah, if you go, no, I'm not having one today, you look and go like, oh, what? You're so fucking special? You cannot drink and I have to? You're like, oh, okay, I'll do it.
That just reminds me of the fact that you were there when Pat Dixon walked in and punched Gino.
Oh, I saw it. I was
watching. You were like 10, 15 feet away, right?
Yeah, I was at the back table. They were at the back corner of the bar. So yeah. I'm like, what the fuck was that? I thought
Did
it was
you
a
think
bit.
you were like seeing things or something?
Yeah, I didn't know how to process it. I thought it was a bit at first. And then I saw Gino like bleeding from the mouth.
This is a good bit.
This is a great bit. Wow, these guys really take it to the limit. Would you use a little razor blade like the wrestlers?
He's gonna get a chair and smash it over.
Yeah, chair over the head. Oh my God, King! Gino's bleeding. What a slobber knocker this has turned into.
That must have been incredible to be there. It's like being there for JFK or whatever. It's like you can't even believe this is actually happening.
I know, it was crazy, and I didn't even have Gavin to fire Pat with, so I had to do that myself. Or I think actually E-Rock might have done it, but it was under my guidance. I extorted him into doing that. Just something that has been on my mind. Yes, your bulge. Sam, of course, was at my big shindig.
Oh, no.
With the lovely Jess, by the way.
Yes. Yeah.
He took his lovely, way out of his league wife with him.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to open the year of our Lord 2025 with the exact same sentiment that we did in 2024. I know this might be shocking news for new viewers, but for those who have been following this channel for a while, what I'm about to say, it is not going to be a revelation. If you watched the second annual Huge Embarrassing Failure Awards on Tuesday, what I'm about to say, it is not going to be a surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, our media is a disgrace. We might have the most corrupt media in the Western Hemisphere. The woke media, they are damn sure the worst media in the country, as they were nominated and selected by you guys as the winner of the second annual HEF Awards. The media, the mainstream media, is a disgrace. It is abundantly clear at this point they learned nothing after the election. With the media being the biggest losers coming out of the election, you would think they would change their ways. Maybe they join a 12-step program and rehabilitate themselves from their corrupt habits. Perhaps they apologize to normal people for spending the last few years lying to us. Perhaps they even take it a step further and renounce their woke faith. They come out publicly and admit they are no longer dedicated to the woke wiener. But instead, the media, They seem to be ordering a double dose of the supersized Frank. The media is doubling down on their lies and propaganda. Now, of course, the media is also doing what they do best. They are propagandizing in very subtle ways. They are giving you just enough of the truth, hoping that you won't notice the lie. Here on the channel, we call it the shit sandwich. Hopefully, after years of us pointing it out to you, you're no longer biting into the delicacy of doodle. One of the subtle ways that the media lies to you is through word choice. Word choice matters. It's very important because words have the power to shape perception, and oftentimes, perception is the only thing that matters. Years ago, when YouTube was cracking down on content creators, possibly or even allegedly at the influence of our former fearless leader, Johnny B. Biden, during those times, I had to come up with creative ways to say what I needed to say. It was a pain in the ass, but I had to come up with creative ways to talk about Aunt Fauci and his prized possession. Was it something I enjoyed? No, but it was either that or you guys would never see me again. Thankfully, things are a hell of a lot better here on YouTube, but that was not always the case. But even when Johnny B was trying to intimidate dissenting voices, there were ways I could word things where you guys still got the point. There's also ways that you can word things that can de-escalate the severity of a situation or misrepresent the situation altogether. Us men, we tend to be experts at doing this when dealing with our wives or our girlfriends. It's something that almost comes natural to us. For example, Mommy's precious Prescott gets his nose rearranged on the football field, takes a hard hit to the face, and his nose is flowing like the Red Sea for 30 minutes. When Dad gets home to explain the situation to his wife, he doesn't say, "Oh no, our precious Prescott was hit so hard, he's likely to have dementia at 13. Put this kid in a protective bubble. We must keep him safe. No more of that dangerous, barbaric football." Dad's not gonna say that. He wants to live in peace. After his kid's game, he wants to relax and watch the other games on TV. Instead of over-dramatizing the situation, Dad, he comes home and he tells the wife, "You would be so proud of Prescott. He took a mild hit, but he took it like a champ. He took it like a man. But honey, why is his nose bleeding? That damn kid, he won't stop picking his boogers." Word choice matters. In that example I just gave you where Dad is de-escalating the situation when he explains it to Mom, that is exactly what ESPN and the rest of the mainstream media tried to do yesterday when reporting on the terrorist attack in New Orleans. Make sure to like and subscribe. You can follow me on Twitter at KC_BTL84. Link to the second channel in the description below. This morning on the second channel, I finally got around to the firing of Mike Brown in the NBA and how it proves beyond a reasonable doubt NBA players are soft. I know the schedule on the channel has been off the last couple of weeks. I appreciate you guys sticking around as I took a little bit of a break, but going forward, gonna be back to our regular schedule and our regular routine on both channels. When I woke up yesterday morning, the very first story on my news feed was about the attack in New Orleans on New Year's Eve. For those that don't know, 42-year-old Shamsa Dinjabar drove a truck through the French Quarter in New Orleans on New Year's Eve, taking the life of 10 people and injuring dozens of others. I was up for maybe half an hour by the time I realized that this was terror-related. Fox News was reporting that IEDs had been found spread throughout the French Quarter. Plus, the suspect, he also had an ISIS flag in his truck. Now, I'm no expert. I don't have the credentials of someone like Dan Bongino, who spent years working in the Secret Service. But even this dumbass knew that if an ISIS flag was found in the suspect's vehicle, doesn't take a calculator to solve the equation. I didn't need the assistance of Mina Kimes to help me solve this statistical algebra. But even if I wanted to contract the services of Mina Kimes, I wouldn't be able to rely on her because ESPN They refused to report the full truth. Headline at ESPN yesterday afternoon, hours after this information had been released to the public. Superdome gets security sweep after truck attack. What? Excuse me? Come again? Did you just call this a truck attack? I have been alive for 40 years. I have been driving for 24 out of those 40 years. Over half of my life has been spent within close proximity of vehicles. You know how many times I've been walking down the streets downtown and a truck decides to randomly open its door and give me a good handle in the lemons? You know how many times I've been crossing the street and a parked truck suddenly hits the gas and introduces my ass to its windshield? None. Never happened. 40 years walking the streets of America, I have never been attacked by a driverless vehicle. But that's how ESPN was presenting this story yesterday. And look. It was not just ESPN. Headline at NBC. At least 10 people killed by car driving into crowd in New Orleans. Do you notice the subtlety? Do you notice the word choice? If you read that headline, you would think a car was driving through the French Quarter looking for random victims. There were similar headlines at CNN, the BBC, the Washington Post, with each woke media outlet using a similar choice of words. Well, that's strange. It's almost like they were working in collusion to push a certain narrative. I wonder why. This same thing happened in 2021 when a black nationalist drove an SUV through a Christmas parade in Wisconsin. 2 years ago, the Free Beacon, they did a study on the mainstream media. They reviewed over 1,100 articles that involved crimes similar to this. According to the Free Beacon, the race of the perpetrator, it was 7 times more likely to be mentioned by the media if he was white. Otherwise, the woke media conveniently overlooked the race. The same woke media who is obsessed with race. But when it comes to attacks like this, and the perpetrator belongs to what the media calls a marginalized group, the media's obsession with race suddenly disappears. I'll show you another example. Yesterday afternoon, ESPN reporter Laura Rutledge, she was reporting from the Superdome. This report, it was broadcast during the middle of the Arizona State-Texas playoff game, but the report wasn't broadcast on ESPN. This report wasn't shown to people watching the game who actually need to know that the Sugar Bowl was being postponed. Instead, ESPN decided to air this report on ABC. Pay very close attention. See if you notice the word choice that Laura Rutledge uses to briefly describe what happened. And look, I don't blame Laura Rutledge for this. I'm sure she is just reading a teleprompter. I'm sure she's just reading a script that she was given. But pay very close attention to her word choice. Watch it for yourself.
Yeah, well, certainly a football game pales in comparison to the importance of the tragedy that we're talking about here.
Do you see how subtle it is? Technically, ESPN's not lying. What happened in New Orleans, it was definitely a tragedy. But ESPN went out of their way to not tell you what it really was. My parents, they used to call this a lie by omission, where you're not technically lying, but you're also not telling the truth. What I don't understand is why the mainstream media continues to do this. I mean, I know why they're doing it. Deacons at Woke United Methodist tell them to do something and they follow orders. But I'm talking about from a logical perspective. 15 years ago, the mainstream media, they could give this half-assed reporting and get away with it. Normal people didn't have the resources. Normal people didn't have other platforms that were willing to give them the full truth. But today, that is no longer the case. There's a lot of bullshit on Twitter. I have people send me news from Twitter that's nowhere close to being the truth, but there's also a lot of people on Twitter who are reliable. They're telling the truth. They are damn sure more trustworthy than the mainstream media. It just doesn't make sense to me. The media is struggling. Their ratings are circling the pooper. Trust in the media is lower than it's ever been. They're given an opportunity yesterday to change that perception. And what do they do with it? They double down on the bullshit and reinforce why normal people aren't watching them. Doesn't make sense to me, but what the hell do I know? I'm not the captain on the Titanic. If I was, I damn sure wouldn't be doing what the media is doing, which is steering their Titanic directly into the frozen ass of Sasquatch. But give me your thoughts on this. The media conveniently leaves out certain key details when reporting on what happened in New Orleans. Why? It doesn't make sense. Normal people don't trust the media, and this is the reason. Why do they continue to do this? Why do they continue to
the show to noon starting next week. The main benefit of that is give us time to catch up on the breaking stuff in the early morning. So that's the deal with that. Not losing a show, still doing the same output. It'll just be a few hours later starting next week. All right, well, let's jump right into things. We got a lot to get to today. The world does not stop. Man, 2025 off to a hell of a start, is it not? Right. Jesus Christ. I mean, in New Year's, you kind of, it's a silly, I guess, to make resolutions and to think of turning over a new leaf, but not really. I mean, it's a new year. It's a milestone in your life. So you're like, all right, let's try to have a good year. And then boom. I mean, right out of the gate, two terrorist attacks, a mass shooting in Queens. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Mass shooting in Queens.
Yeah, last night at a nightclub there was a shooting in Queens.
I didn't
11
even hear
people. That's what this is why we're moving the show to noon because it's hard to hear. The only reason I heard of it is because excuse me, I was up until after midnight. Excuse me, putting together the segment that we're going to do in a little bit. So I just saw it come across my laptop before I went to bed. I was just up with my laptop putting together this show for you all. So yeah, pretty rough start to the new year.
Yeah, I saw that with New Orleans, and I spent 2 months there over the winter as an audition. I was auditioning New Orleans as a possible second home, if not a primary home. And New Orleans, you got crazy crime. You have the murder rate's insane, the carjacking rate's insane. You have hurricanes. But I thought to myself, one thing I wouldn't have to worry about if I lived here: terrorism.
ISIS, right.
ISIS. Who's going to bother to hit New Orleans?
Well,
wrong.
We will get to that in due time, fairly shortly. That's, I think, third in the rotation. But we want to pick up where we've been leaving off, which is on this H-1B visa debate. So the New York Post had reported, of course, that Donald Trump took Elon's side in the H-1B visa brouhaha that erupted on Twitter over the Christmas holiday week. But now we get to hear from him firsthand. So this was at the New Year's Eve party at Mar-a-Lago. Reporters caught up to Trump and asked him why the change of heart on H-1B visas.
Why'd you change your mind on H-1B visas, sir? I didn't change my mind. I've always felt we have to have the most competent people in our country. We need competent people. We need smart people coming into our country. And we need a lot of people coming in. We're going to have jobs like we've never had before. But sir, you said you changed your position. You plan to go to the Carter.
We need a lot of people coming in. The music was a little loud. They should have captioned this. I don't know if you heard that.
Coming into our country. And we need a lot of people coming in. We're going to have
We need a lot of people coming in.
But sir, I've been saying that.
Under sleepy Joe Biden, immigration has been far too restrictive.
Yes.
They haven't been bringing in enough workers to our great country. We have so many jobs going unfilled. I'm going to throw open the floodgates on January 20th.
Yeah, I've been saying this all along. I've been saying there aren't nearly enough immigrants in our great country. We don't have nearly enough people coming in. I've been saying this the whole time.
That's what people voted for.
I've been saying there aren't enough boys and girls high school sports. I've been saying that too, that we really need to start integrating the gender sports at the high school level. I've been saying that. I've been saying we really need to socialize our healthcare system. I've been saying that.
I'm a very big fan of trans fats. We need more trans fats. In the
yeah,
food.
seed oil, came to my attention recently. A lot of seed oil in the McDonald's French fries.
Somebody showed me a chart. 1975 seed oils are up here. Now they're down here.
Yeah, exactly.
Wages go down with the seed oils.
So Midas Touch came up with a couple of receipts here to show that indeed he has changed his mind on this issue. Here's a very brief exhibit of that.
Nobody knows the system better than me. I know the H-1B. I know the H-2B. Nobody knows it better than me. I know the H-1B very well, and it's something that I frankly use, and I shouldn't be allowed to use. We shouldn't have it. Very, very bad for workers.
As we speak, we're finalizing H-1B regulations so that no American worker is replaced ever again. H-1Bs should be used for top, highly paid talent to create American jobs, not as inexpensive labor program to destroy American jobs.
Why did you change your mind on H-1B visas, sir?
I didn't change my mind. I've always felt we have to have the most competent people in our country. We need competent people. We need smart people coming into our country. And we need a lot of people coming in. We're going to have jobs like we've never had before.
But sir, you said you changed your...
We need very competent people. We need smart people. And we're going to have jobs like we never had before. Seems pretty uncomfortable answering that question. He is a savvier bullshit artist than a lot of people give him credit for. Although by now, I think it is pretty well established that he's probably among the most successful bullshitters ever, since he was able to bullshit his way to the presidency twice. And, if you see there, we need a lot of competent people. We need smart people coming in. He's trying to have it both ways. Yeah, this is an elite visa program, but not really. He seems very uncomfortable answering that question. And I think the reason he's uncomfortable answering that question is because as we've said for the past couple of weeks now, it's not his country. It's Elon's country. It's Elon Musk's country.
Yep.
Elon completely bent him to his will on this issue. And what makes it especially awkward on New Year's Eve is that Elon was in the house. He was in the house at the party while he was answering those questions. Now, I would love to play you the music of this because this was to the YMCA. The Village People actually showed up and played the YMCA.
You're kidding me.
But no, they were actually there at Mar-a-Lago.
They're
and
not
that's what
dead?
that's what they're dancing to here. I don't know if it's the original lineup.
It must be, yeah.
They must have new members. Yeah. But yeah, they were there at Mar-a-Lago playing the YMCA. Now, we can't play the YMCA for you because that's copyright protected, but you know what we do in that case. And I think this works pretty well. Now look at Elon decides to get up and start dancing as he sees Trump dancing. I love this video. This is just fun.
Why does God only give money to people with no rhythm?
Right.
Is that like a rule?
Yeah.
Or does the money make you lose your rhythm? Do you have rhythm until you get the money? Or do you get the money because you have no
Because
rhythm?
you have no rhythm. That's a good existential question. That's a good philosophical
the eternal
question.
That goes all the way back to Sophocles.
That's right. The eternal question, in fact. Yes. So, kind of awkward for Donald Trump. He had asked that question with Elon breathing right down his neck in the house at the party. But to supplement this, there was the interesting and kind of funny New York Times piece that came out a couple of days ago, which says Elon has he has been living on the grounds at Mar-a-Lago since the first week of November. How Elon Musk has planted himself almost literally at Trump's doorstep. For much of the period since Election Day, the billionaire has been staying at a $2,000 a night cottage at Mar-a-Lago, giving him easy access to the president-elect. Elon Musk plays many roles with President-elect Donald J. Trump. He is Mr. Trump's most important donor, most influential social media promoter, and a key advisor on policy and personnel. For most of the time since Election Day, he has also been Mr. Trump's tenant. Mr. Musk
is making him pay?
Well,
he doesn't get it on the arm?
They don't know yet. They don't apparently, according to the article, which we'll get to, Trump doesn't invoice people until after their stay. So it's still up in the air whether he's going to charge them or not. Mr. Musk has been using one of the cottages available for rent on Mr. Trump's property at Mar-a-Lago, the former Marjorie Merriweather Post home in Florida that Mr. Trump converted into a members-only club and hotel in the 90s, according to two people with knowledge of the arrangement. The cottage where he has been staying, named Banyan, is several hundred feet away from the main house, according to a person who knows the property. Staying right on the grounds has helped provide Mr. Musk with easy access to Mr. Trump. He can drop in on Mr. Trump's dinners, such as the one he had recently with Mr. Musk's rival, the Amazon founder Jeff Bezos.
I told him you have to start staying in a cabin further away. That grinds. I never heard noises like that come out of a person or an animal.
Yeah, right, exactly, yeah. Need to soundproof that villa out there. Mr. Musk, who spent more than $250 million in the final months of this year's election cycle to help elect Mr. Trump, has attended personnel meetings in the Mar-a-Lago tea house, sat in on phone calls with foreign leaders, and spent hours with Mr. Trump in his office. Mr. Musk's employees from his various businesses have also been integrally involved in the transition, vetting prospective candidates for senior administration jobs in interviews at the Trump transition headquarters in West Palm Beach. Mr. Musk is not the only member of the president-elect's inner circle who has been bunking on Mr. Trump's property. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance has stayed in one of the cottages at Mar-a-Lago when he has been in Palm Beach and has been there frequently during the transition, according to a person with knowledge of his stays. And others are said to have used cottages since Election Day, but few have been as omnipresent as Mr. Musk. Mr. Trump has bragged to people that Musk, the world's richest man, is, quote, renting one of the residential spaces at Mar-a-Lago. It's unclear how much Mr. Musk will ultimately end up paying for the cottage, which historically has rented for at least $2,000 a night, according to a person with knowledge of the fees. Officials at the club do not typically bill guests until the end of their stay, leaving open the possibility that Mr. Trump will choose not to charge Mr. Musk or to reduce the size of his bill. But Mr. Trump is not known to shy away from income opportunities. If anything, he'll charge him more. Okay, so your bill is $300 million. Yes.
It's a contribution.
You not only had access to the house, but you had access to my office, round-the-clock access to the kitchen and to the office and the golf course.
It also says here that you used the minibar. You should know better than that. How'd you get rich using the minibar? We always charge way up on the minibar stuff.
Minibar is $80,000 a day. You know that. Come on, Elon. You know that.
And you drank the vodka.
Yeah, right. Yes, exactly. This will be their falling out. He'll overcharge it for the stay, and they'll have a big blow up. Yeah. Mr. Musk moved into the cottage around Election Day and watched the returns at Mar-a-Lago with Mr. Trump. He left. Why do they keep calling him Mr. and Mr.? Just Musk Trump. Why does the New York Times does this? Mr. this, Mr. that. Just use their last names. He left the property around Christmas and has been expected to return in the coming days. Mr. Musk is known around the club to make requests like meals outside the normal kitchen hour. See, they're going to charge you extra for that. Trump is not going to let that go without an upcharge. That is going to be...
read your contract. That's a $6 million steak you ate, my friend.
That's $1 million convenience fee per day to have 24/7 kitchen access. Okay, you don't just come into my property and start requesting chicken dinners at 11:30 at night. While staying in Mar-a-Lago, he has been accompanied by at least 2 of his children. Mr. Musk has at least 11. Damn, Jesus Christ. And their nannies. One of the mothers of his children, Siobhan Zillis, who worked for Mr. Musk at his brain implant company Neuralink, has also been photographed at Mar-a-Lago after the election. On Friday, in a post on Truth Social...
Could you just bend over after you do the numbers?
Yeah, right, exactly.
I need to pop out another one.
I need another one.
Repopulate the planet.
Make it 12, exactly. Yes, really sticking it to the New World Order.
Yeah.
On Friday, in a post on Truth Social that seemed intended as a private communication to Mr. Musk, Mr. Trump wrote, now this is an interesting interpretation of this. I didn't take it that way, but now that they mention it, it kind of does seem like maybe he meant to write this as a text or a DM and didn't realize he was typing it in Truth Social. Where are you? When are you coming to the center of the universe, Mar-a-Lago? Bill Gates asked to come tonight. We miss you and X. New Year's Eve is going to be amazing. DJT. Yeah, that seems like it was maybe meant to send as a private communication. It does. I mean, I never even thought of that until I read it. But yeah, it doesn't read like an announcement. It reads like a text to Elon. Hey, you haven't been around. I miss you, Elon. Where you been, Elon? New Year's Eve's going to be off the hook, Elon. Some of Trump's advisors have privately griped about how much influence Mr. Musk has had on the transition and how inseparable he is from the president-elect. Mr. Musk is unlikely to have such unfettered physical access to Mr. Trump after the president-elect is sworn in on January 20th in Washington.
That's what they think.
Yeah, that's what they think. Right, exactly. Coming and going in the West Wing is more onerous than at Mr. Trump's private clubs, as is access to the White House residence. Still, Mr. Trump has often liked to collect people and has enjoyed knowing that many of them pay for access to him. Since he first took office, people seeking to curry favor with him or to get FaceTime with him have joined his clubs, rented ballrooms at his properties, or stayed in his hotels. Mr. Trump is said to have increased the initial membership fee at Mar-a-Lago to $1 million. There you go, cashing in. So you have a picture here that, you know, confirms what we've been thinking this past month, which is, yeah, I mean, Elon has basically attached himself to Donald Trump. And of course, that explains his reversal on H-1B visas. You can see it in his voice that he wasn't comfortable answering that question. You can see, I mean, look, this was a very sheepish answer.
Why'd you change your mind on H-1B visas, sir? I didn't change my mind. I've always felt we have to have the most competent people in our country.
We need competent, smart people.
We need smart people coming into our country. We need a lot of people coming in. We're going to have jobs like we've never had before.
But sir, you said you changed your position.
Do you plan to go to the Carter funeral next?
Yeah, that is the influence of Elon Musk. And you have now, I mean, look, they talk about Donald Trump selling access through Mar-a-Lago, Hillary Clinton when she was Secretary of State. I believe it was 40% of the meetings she took as Secretary of State were from donors to the Clinton Foundation.
That is exactly what I was just thinking about.
Yeah, so Donald Trump's not breaking any new ground, whoring himself out, using the power of the governments, to enrich himself in the private sector. Obviously, that is as American as apple pie by this time. But when the richest man moves onto your property, the richest man in the world moves onto your property, rents your guest house essentially for $2,000 a night plus whatever the minibar tab is, and orders Congress around via tweets and breaks the president on his signature issue, it has reached a comical length. It has reached a cartoonish extreme where Capitol has now very, very officially, I would say, out in the open, just swallowed the state to the point where we just assume now that what Elon Musk says goes. I mean, it really is the capture of the presidency by not only the richest man in the world, the richest man in the history of the world by leaps and bounds, $400 billion. He's got almost $200 billion on the second richest man, Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos, his last I checked, was at $234 billion. So it has just reached absurd lengths. And if this is not idiocracy meets end stage capitalism, I don't know what it is.
This is where the idea that electing Donald Trump was some kind of a defeat of the deep state, a defeat of power, and a triumph for the people is really just sad. And you're still seeing some people trying to say, well, we're having a debate in MAGA about H-1B visas. That's healthy. You see, that would never happen with the Democrats. Now, you're right about that part. You're right about that part, that the Democrats would never push back on Obama or somebody in this way, right as they're ascending to power. You're right about that. What you're wrong about is that your leaders have any fucks to give about what you think. That's the part where you're wrong. Right. Don't tell me about how they didn't pick Pompeo, so they pick Rubio. These people are interchangeable. That's an easy win for them. It lets the peasants think they got something. Look, we got them not to pick Pompeo. You got the same policies. You got the same basic people. You didn't actually change anything structural. You just changed whose name goes on the door. That's not change. H-1B visas. You're messing with the money. You're messing with the money. You're messing with the real stuff. They're not going to let you do that. Look at what Donald just said. He knows you're mad. He knows you're mad. What did he say? Yeah, no, I always thought this. That's what he said. The fix is in, man. They don't care about you. They never cared about you. They used your anger. They used your resentment in order for one part of the ruling class to triumph over the other. Right. That's all this is. This is about who gets the spoils of late stage capitalism. And either way, it ain't going to be you.
Exactly. It's the red meat billionaire class versus the tofurkey billionaire class. And this was a power grab by the red meat eaters. Right. And that's all it is. And, I understand that to a lot of people, it's kind of fun to root for the billionaire class that has a more renegade aesthetic about it. Right? It's fun. It's TV. It's fiction. Right. It's a cartoon. It's not real. The New York Times prints there. Elon Musk has round the clock access to Trump and uses it to crash dinners between Trump and his rival, Jeff Bezos. They're not really rivals. They're rivals in a very superficial sense. They are class allies and they are our class rivals. We're the rivals with them. They're not rivals
Jeff,
with each other.
I was going to go over to my Neuralink offices and torture a monkey later. You want to join?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah. Just got to give my girlfriend her injection up in her tits first. But you could see even in that piece there where he says we're going to have so many jobs to go around. He doesn't think that. He doesn't believe that. Out of the other side of his mouth, he's warning about a depression.
Right.
He's saying there's going to be a crash
Elon
next year.
said
Blame
that
the
2
Democrats.
weeks before
Elon
the
says
election.
that. Right. So they're just. I won't.
There's
even
going
say
to be economic chaos and pain.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I won't even say they're squirming. They're not so much squirming as they're just wincing through it. He's a lame duck. This is part of the issue with electing a president who can't run again. Is that I mean, what are you going to do now? Like, he doesn't have a campaign.
What does he have to
run.
lose?
You think Donald Trump really gives a shit if JD Vance wins? Like, he'll tank the party if he has to. Like, it doesn't really matter. God bless. He is being ordered around now. It's very, very obvious. It's extremely obvious. The guy's lived on the property for 2 months now.
Donald Trump went on a stage and minced around talking about how quickly he got things done for Sheldon Adelson, while Miriam had to calm him down because he was being yelled at by Sheldon Adelson. He's bragging about this.
Right.
Miriam would say, calm down, calm down. I got to Golden Heights in about 15 minutes. What on earth made you think this guy is some kind of a man? Right. What made you think this was a man? What kind of man goes on stage to brag about how quickly he got things done for Zionist donors who were yelling at him?
Right.
Like that's a good thing. Look how fast I did the will of my Zionist donors. Why did you think this was a man? That you elected a man? Why did you think this was the kind of person who's going to say, fuck you, Elon? Of course it isn't. He doesn't say that to the Adelsons. You think he's going to say that to somebody who's got enough money to buy 10 Adelsons?
Exactly. Now you have to wait and see what happens when Elon disputes the minibar bill. That might push
that might be it.
That might bring out
he might find his testes there
in him. Yeah, exactly. That'll bring out the queens in him. Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to wait and see about that. Aramin has joined YouTube as a fan member. Thank you, Aramin. Appreciate that very much. Michael Castillo says, good morning, gentlemen. I hope all dissidents are well and healthy as can be. We are all in this together. Thank you, Michael. It's very kind of you to say. And Michael dropped a $50 chat on us, so let's get Michael's sound drop on right here. And the cowbell, beautiful. Thank you, Michael, very much. As always, appreciate you very much. We got.
As for me against you, what the hell are you? Are you Jesus Christ, you loser?
I'm at work early, high on a large coffee, black with a double shot of espresso from Krispy Kreme. Loving the show as always. I thought you took Friday off for Shabbat. Well, Shabbat. Sabbath. No, Shabbat. That's right. We took Friday off. Well, we actually are working tomorrow night. So we have the Post-Duopoly show at 7:00 tomorrow night, actually. So we are doing a show tomorrow.
We're not. We do not take off for that reason.
Not for that reason. No. Not for that reason. Killer Hit and Whitney Cummings has never done much for me as a comic, but mentioning the dead president's chefs on live TV was next level. I bet Anderson Vanderbilt threw up in his mouth. Thank you, Killer Hit.
I didn't see that part. Do you have that?
I don't have that one. I have I thought the Hunter Biden one was actually better. I thought the Hunter Biden one was actually
start it then. I'll be
much
up.
better. But I have a few highlights. I used to want to put Emma's face in a bowl and eat it with a spoon. Not anymore. All right. That's your personal taste. Elon has Keaton way beat on procreation. Keaton, you got some work ahead of you. Yeah, I have about $400 billion ahead of me. I can barely afford 3. So it's easy to have 11 or 12 when you got that kind of coin.
Yeah.
So that's
we're on our way.
Subs
are up.
Yes, subs are up. Exactly. I should say that. Get us to 100,000 and I'll have another child. Yes, that would be a good incentive. That'd be fun. All right, so we're going to move on. Okay, so this is kind of a story that is related to the H-1B visa debate and related to one of our beats of 2024 and will certainly be an ongoing story in 2025. So, Russell, go ahead.
Okay. So this is actually an old story that got new life because of the debate around the H-1B visa. Somebody dug this up from 2019. A site called 411 dug this up. And then everyone started circulating it again. Now, this fella, you think I got to think about Boeing? Whoever Derenick Bird is, he is on the case. So why are Boeing planes falling apart? Exhibit A. Boeing engaged $9 an hour Indian engineers to build 737 MAX software. I got to say, as somebody who's been on this story, they did report it in 2019, but it has not been something that's gotten brought up a lot in the narrative since. So the original reporting on this was Bloomberg. This article dropped June 28th, 2019, and the revelations in it were quickly forgotten. It remains the mystery at the heart of Boeing Company's 737 MAX crisis. How a company renowned for meticulous design made seemingly basic software mistakes, leading to a pair of deadly crashes. Longtime Boeing engineers say the effort was complicated by a push to outsource work to lower-paid contractors. The MAX software, plagued by issues that could keep the planes grounded months longer after U.S. regulators this week revealed a new flaw, remember this, 2019, was developed at a time Boeing was laying off experienced engineers and pressing suppliers to cut costs. So this was right after the two plane crashes when this was written. Increasingly, the iconic American plane maker and its subcontractors have relied on temporary workers making as little as $9 an hour to develop and test software, often from countries lacking a deep background in aerospace, notably India. In offices across from Seattle's Boeing Field, recent college graduates employed by the Indian software developer HCL Technologies Limited occupied several rows of desks, said Mark Rabin, a former Boeing software engineer who worked in a flight test group that supported the MAX. The coders from HCL were typically designing to specifications set by Boeing. Still, quote, it was controversial because it was far less efficient than Boeing engineers just writing the code, Rabin said. Frequently, he recalled, it took many rounds going back and forth because the code was not done correctly. Boeing's cultivation of Indian companies appear to pay other dividends. In recent years, it has won several orders for Indian military and commercial aircraft, such as a $22 billion one in January 2017 to supply SpiceJet Limited. That order included 100 737 MAX 8 jets and represented Boeing's largest order ever from an Indian airline, a coup in a country dominated by Airbus. Based on resumes posted on social media, HCL engineers helped develop and test the MAX's flight display software, while employees from another Indian company, Cyient Limited, handled software for flight test equipment. Sales are another reason to send the work overseas. In exchange for an $11 billion order in 2005 from Air India, Boeing promised to invest $1.7 billion in Indian companies. That was a boon for HCL and other software developers from India, such as Cyient, whose engineers were widely used in computer services industries, but not yet prominent in airspace. Okay, so obviously with Vivek claiming that Americans have a cultural problem that makes them lousy engineers, everyone's been glomming onto this story and saying, well, look at what the Boeing engineers are saying. They had to keep fixing the work of the Indian engineers. So this is Boeing in 2023 celebrating the fact that Air India made a big order of the MAX and the Dreamliner, both planes that whistleblowers have said are dangerous and poorly designed. The Dreamliner is the one that I think his name is Salapur described the workers jumping on the joints to get them to line up. Right. And then the MAX, we know about the MAX. So Derenick Bird, I don't think he's MAGA. I think he's based. Capitalism at work. That seems to be where he's coming at this from. So he's written a lot about accidents. Apparently, there are more accidents going on than we know. It's just people generally, except in South Korea, are not getting killed. And it's not front page anymore. But yeah, a Boeing plane apparently in Oslo just went off the runway because of landing gear malfunction. $9 an hour engineer. This is what they want us competing against. And they'll boast that this modern day slave does 80-hour weeks while calling us lazy. You know what I call them? Slave holders. And our based new friend Derenick, they want slaves. They don't want employees. Exactly.
These are supposed to be the top 0.1% and the top 0.001%. They hire for $9.
$9
an hour.
That's why we need to give them H-1B visas so we can pay them $9 an hour. Here's something else that's a little terrifying if you're having them design aerospace software. Renowned Indian university sells 36,000 fake degrees. And here's another one. Over 43,000 fake degrees issued by Rajasthan University. Many degree holders in secured government jobs. Wow. Wow. Yeah, no. India, they just have a superior culture there. They just have a superior culture of study and achievement. Not like those Americans.
I should go get a degree there.
You should.
I could finally finish.
Yeah, you don't have one. Yeah,
I don't have one.
Yeah. I was telling Jose, yo, in New York, it's free. Just go get a freaking degree, man.
I mean, I always just thought about just telling people I had one, even though I didn't. I mean, I wouldn't
just lie about it. What's the difference?
Yeah, I mean, like I wouldn't lie to you guys about it because I don't care about it. But like, if a job said you need a degree, why not just say I have one? I hope they don't check. I think a lot of people do that. I'm pretty sure a lot of people do that.
So, folks, please be generous in this new year. We don't want Keaton to have to go lie on job applications.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Today, Labor 411 posted this pic. That's the site that unearthed this again. Boeing is naughty. We've likely heard of this, but Boeing outsourced engineers to India for $9 an hour. It was an effort to save money. The typical American aerospace engineer makes $29.59 to $117.46 per hour. However, you are told Americans are not being replaced to save money. Elon, Vivek, and even Trump say we need more. Yet isn't Boeing losing panels, wheels, and even getting people stuck in space? Or did I dream that in 2024? America is we the people, not only the land and resources. Amen. That is something Trump claimed to understand, but apparently not when Elon starts writing the checks.
Exactly. No, exactly. I mean, that really was the main philosophical difference between like Trumpism and Mitt Romneyism.
Right. America is a place.
America is a place. It's not just an idea.
People.
We're not just the arbiter of a global marketplace. We're a land with people with interests and desires and aspirations, and it's the job of the government to advocate for them. That is Trumpism, economically speaking, anyway, in a nutshell. And that's out the window now because the world's richest man got his ear and rented his villa and is drinking his vodka out of the minibar, and that's that.
He used the minibar.
Yeah.
The markup on those are crazy.
Alimentarius here says this is what America needs desperately, apparently. Let's add this snippet to the H-1B visa debate on India's engineering excellence and America's jock culture. And here we got what I think we can safely say, the racist side of MAGA. If India is a source of vast technical talent, why does India look like India? The British would like to have a word, Mr. Carter. If India is an untapped pool of elite human capital, why is it that every single one of our tech giants has gone to shit since we started filling them with Indians? Boeing was literally, this is misinfo science, Boeing was literally destroyed by Indian software developers. Putting MBAs in charge of anything was an incalculable mistake. Now, I am just going to say it's more complicated than that. We've been on this story for quite a while. What people with that kind of a facile explanation do not want to get into is, in many ways, the incentives of capitalism destroyed Boeing. Because in the end, a company that was run for decades with a philosophy of, if you build it, they will come. If you just build the best plane, then the money will take care of itself. Eventually merged with McDonnell Douglas, which had a culture of chasing the stock price. And that culture wound up eating the company because the incentives of making the best plane aren't really compatible with the incentive of driving the next quarter, of always driving the stock price higher for the next quarter. That involves cost cutting and showing how much money you saved and how much the labor costs are coming down. And it's inherently in conflict with a company that is known for engineering the best plane, no matter what the costs are to do that. But at the same time, in regards to the debate we're having right now, part of that incentive structure was to take, the article gets into, these people were not, it's not like they brought in a bunch of Indian engineers with 20 years of experience. They brought in a bunch of college kids to design software for this plane that hundreds and thousands of lives are going to be dependent on.
Well, yeah, of course. And that's the determinative factor, obviously. And it's unfortunate, very unfortunate, that so much of the MAGA rank and file just can't help but shoot themselves in the dick by reducing it to this matter of, well, the Indians. No, it has nothing to do with them being Indian. They could be Indian, Chinese, they could be African, European.
Right.
What
if you get a bunch of American college kids who just got out of school to design that software?
Right. The operative principle here is you found people who are willing to work for $9 an hour. They could be of any color or any background, doesn't matter. People who are willing to do that kind of work for $9 an hour are not going to do it well, no matter where they come from or what they look like. It's so clearly not about that. It's not a cultural question. That's what was wrong with Vivek's take. This is about you're hiring people for less money. You pay someone $9 an hour to design a plane. You're going to get a shittier plane than the guy
what you pay for.
Right, who's going to invoice you a few grand a week for their work. That's what it's about. It's not about them being Indian. The question here is a question of cost.
Or not Indian. I mean, that was where Vivek shot himself in the dick.
Right, exactly.
He made it about American culture, which he has to. Because these billionaires, how did Vivek make his money? Lying about an Alzheimer's drug? They can't have an honest conversation about capitalism because it indicts them.
Right. Exactly. And so, that is the main takeaway here. That's the main takeaway. And it's just so funny how in this story that was, a few years old, kind of flew past people's radar in this respect because we weren't having this H-1B visa debate back then. But you see how those two stories kind of collide.
Come together. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Don McCarthy, thanks for the $4.99. My 2025 prediction is that Keaton and Russell start the Do Dissident Psychic Friends Network and invite Dionne Warwick to join. There you go. Good one, Don. Interesting prediction there. Patty Savage, thanks for the $9.99. Says, we will watch you guys anytime. Happy New Year from Delaware.
Thank you.
That's very nice.
Very
Happy
kind.
New Year to you as well. We got a nice crowd in here. 1,700 is strong in the YouTube chat. 741 over on Rumble. So please smash that like button here in the morning. Let's get the word out for the last morning dew show.
These days we've been getting more on Rumble sometimes than YouTube.
Yeah.
I think it's the morning show. Too many of our Rumble people still haven't had their smack for the morning.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Star Fury, thanks for the $5. Love it. We are officially beyond the Twilight Zone. My president knows how to dance. Happy New Year. There you go, Star Fury. Love you all, but sometimes you're too quick to pick sides like Jimmy on H-1B. Many 0.1% started on H-1B. Him dismissing it entirely is bad. Yes, there's exploitation, but program is vital. the exploitation is what's
primarily what's going on.
That's what's in
program.
question. I mean, that's what's in question. And if we're litigating H-1B visas, especially when you're litigating Elon Musk's and Vivek Ramaswamy's and now Donald Trump's take on H-1B visas, there's no question that's why they want them. That's what I'm saying. Like you want to make a case for increased immigration. You can make a case for increased immigration, but when it comes from the mouths of people who pay employees and who clearly go out of their way to try and figure out ways to pay employees as little as possible, that's clearly where they're coming from. And whatever nuance exists on the issue was completely overlooked by Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Donald Trump when they had an election to win. And they ran as border hawks and immigration hawks. Like, it's a complete betrayal of their movement, nuance aside. Like, I'm not an expert on immigration. I'm not an economist. I'm sure you can make cases for, bringing people in certain respects. We do have the Genius visa, the O1 visa. But subtleties aside, it's very clear what their motivation is. And it's even clearer that they ran on the opposite message. They ran on the opposite message, and they sold out the base.
Yeah, let me save you guys some time because us former Democrats went through this process. There's a lot of resistance. I think it was Carl Sagan who said something to the effect, it's easier to con people than to convince them that they've been conned. Mm-hmm. So a lot of us went through this whole process with the Democratic Party. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And then you go back to there are no contradictions. When you think you found a contradiction, check your premises, which apparently is Ayn Rand, not von Clausewitz, as I attributed it for many years. But hey, even a stopped clock, right? If something just doesn't make sense to you, you're missing something. There's something you're missing. And it sounds very obvious now, but it wasn't at the time. They serve their donors. Everything they say about caring about people is nonsense. So I'm going to give you that for MAGA. All they care about is their own wealth and profit. They don't actually care about the people who voted for them. Now, once you apply that lens, everything they do is going to make sense to you. The contradictions will all resolve themselves. These guys, we didn't get around to doing it as a story, maybe Sunday. Vivek and Elon, they're suing the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that Andreessen got everybody all hopped up about by lying about what it does.
Right.
This has awarded billions of dollars back to the public in suits against the kinds of companies that Vivek and Elon run. And they're trying to claim that they're doing this because they just imposed a rule not allowing them to impose certain overdraft fees and saying how that's going to make it harder for people with bad credit to get credit. In what universe do you think Vivek and Elon Musk give a flying fuck about people with bad credit? In what universe do you think they woke up in the middle of the night and said, you know what? We got to do something about this for the people with bad credit. It's ridiculous. Of course, this is because of how it affects them. Apply that lens to everything they do. Everything they do is going to make a lot more sense than it does if you keep trying to tell yourself, as many Democrats did for many years, they're just playing 4D chess. They're not playing no 4D chess. They don't give a shit about you. They never did.
That's right. Trump found his Rasputin in Elon. Elon is his techno Rasputin, says Eric Rousseau. Thank you.
Good way to put it.
We should outsource Congress to India or China. I bet customer service would greatly improve. Yeah, I think it would. Thank you, Eric Rousseau. Appreciate that. Eric Rousseau also says you both should get ordained online instead of fake degree so you can preach. There you go. Good idea.
I had an actor friend who got that Rolling Stone online ordination thing.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it's like Church of the Heart or something. You can get an ordination by like mail.
Huh.
Yeah, you can like legally you can like perform weddings and stuff.
Huh. I did not know that.
Yeah.
All right, folks. So we are going to move on now to the stuff that broke overnight. So the new year is off to a not so good start. What we know so far about the attack in the French Quarter of New Orleans. So this was a New Year's Eve attack on Bourbon Street in the heart of New Orleans's world-famous sort of party district. At least 15 people were killed and dozens more injured in the early hours of New Year's Day after a man drove a pickup truck into crowds in the French Quarter of New Orleans and then opened fire before he was killed in a shootout with the police. Officials called it a deliberate attack and said the man, a 42-year-old U.S. Army veteran from Texas, had the flag of the Islamic State in his truck. That's ISIS, of course. The FBI said it was investigating the episode as a potential act of terrorism. In brief remarks to reporters, at Camp David, President Biden said he had been told by the FBI that the driver had posted videos on social media only hours before the attack, indicating he was inspired by ISIS. So here's one of the last times we'll hear from Biden as President of the United States.
Our hearts are with the people of New Orleans after the despicable attack that occurred in the early morning hours. To all the families of those who were killed, to all those who were injured, to all the people of New Orleans who are grieving today, I want you to know I grieve with you. The nation grieves with you. We're going to stand with you as you mourn and as you heal in the weeks to come. I want to thank our brave first responders and law enforcement personnel who stopped the attacker in his tracks before he could kill or injure even more people. I want to thank you to everyone at the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, including the FBI, working nonstop to investigate this heinous act. The FBI is leading the investigation to determine what happened, why it happened, whether there was any continuing threat to public safety. Here's what we know so far. The FBI has reported to me the killer was an American citizen, born in Texas. He served in the United States Army on active duty for many years. He also served in the Army Reserve until a few years ago. The FBI also reported to me that mere hours before the attack, he posted videos on social media indicating that he was inspired by ISIS, expressing a desire to kill. The ISIS flag was found in his vehicle, which he rented to conduct this attack. Possible explosives were found in the vehicle as well, and more explosives were found nearby. The situation is very fluid, and the investigation has a preliminary stage. And the fact is that right now, there you go. The law enforcement and intelligence community are continuing to look for any connections, associations, or co-conspirators.
Yeah, it's a shame he dropped out. He had that election in the bag.
It would have buried Trump.
Would have buried him.
He had only stayed in.
And he was totally fit for 4 more years, that guy. Yeah. Well, that's one thing. That one box off on the bingo card that we hadn't checked off yet that now we could check off. Add that to Joe Biden's record. ISIS comes back, right? Remember ISIS? We haven't heard from ISIS in a while, but apparently they are behind this attack, or an ISIS-inspired
behind it, or
attack.
Inspired,
well, it's tough to tell where one begins and the other ends, since they could very well brand this guy, label this guy an ISIS combatant. Like Joe said there, it's a fluid situation. Who knows? This could be obsolete by this afternoon, but we do our best with the breaking news. The man sped a truck around a police car blocking Bourbon Street at about 3:15 a.m. Wednesday morning.
I was going to say, you can't even drive on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, no, it just broke through the barricades. Yeah, that is pedestrian only. He then opened fire, officials said, and died in a shootout with police. 2 of those injured in the attack were police officers, officials said. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could, the New Orleans police superintendent, Ann Kirkpatrick, said at a news conference Wednesday. He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. So here is a map showing you the plan of action there. That was the turn around the car there. The truck went onto the sidewalk to get around the police car and then down Bourbon Street, which is, as Russell said, as someone who's been to New Orleans, quite a few times, he knows this area well. That is pedestrian only. So obviously,
yeah, that's the beginning of Bourbon Street where the truck entered.
Right. So you could obviously do a lot of damage there if people are walking in the streets and you drive your truck straight through. And this was just, like I said, a horrible scene.
That's especially New Year's Eve. On any given weekend, that street is packed with people from one end to the other. On New Year's Eve, it must be like Mardi Gras.
Yeah, exactly. So just a horrible scene, obviously. Investigators said they found what appeared to be improvised explosive devices in the truck and were trying to determine whether the devices were viable. It is not clear if any such devices were detonated. Alethea Duncan, an FBI official, did not rule out that there could be an ongoing threat, saying that agents were running down leads in an effort to try and make sure that there was no further danger. The man who drove the truck onto Bourbon Street was identified by the FBI as Shamsud Din Bahar Jabbar, a 42-year-old U.S. citizen from Texas. The truck, which officials said carried the flag of the Islamic State, held weapons as well as the improvised explosive devices, and potential bombs were also found elsewhere in the French Quarter, officials said. Mr. Jabbar served almost 8 years in the U.S. Army and deployed to Afghanistan from February 2009 to January 2010, according to an Army representative. He transferred to the Army Reserve after leaving active duty in January 2015, and then left the reserves as a staff sergeant in July 2020, the Army said. In a YouTube video from 2020 that appears to have been posted by Mr. Jabbar, he spoke positively about his skills in a post-military career in real estate. He said he had been born and raised in Beaumont, Texas. I've been here all my life with the exception of traveling for the military, he said. He said that in his 10 years in the armed forces, he had worked as a human resources specialist and an information technology specialist. So that was the first attack. Yesterday, one dead after a Cybertruck explodes outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. And you talk about an image. I mean, that is contender for Image of the Year already. Yeah. That was going to be the Democrats' campaign logo going into the midterms as a metaphor, but it turns out it's not a metaphor. It's not funny. It's an attack, but just, I mean, the image itself there's a certain metaphor to be found, I think. One person was killed and at least 7 were injured after a Tesla Cybertruck exploded outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas on Wednesday morning, the authorities said, and officials were investigating any possible links to an earlier attack on a crowd in New Orleans. Sheriff Kevin McMail of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department said during a news conference that the authorities believe this to be an isolated incident, but have not yet ruled out a connection to the Wednesday morning attack in New Orleans that killed at least 15 people. More on that in a moment. Sheriff McMail said the authorities had found gas canisters, camp fuel canisters, and large firework mortars in the back of the truck. It was unclear how they had been ignited, Sheriff McMail said. There is no further threat to the community, Sheriff McMail said. As of Wednesday afternoon, there was no indication that the explosion was connected to ISIS, which President Biden said had inspired the New Orleans attack, but the investigation remains ongoing, he said. At a news conference on Wednesday, Jeremy Schwartz, the acting FBI special agent in charge in Las Vegas, said the agency is investigating whether the explosion was, quote, an act of terrorism or not. I know everybody's interested in that word and trying to see if we can say, hey, this is a terrorist attack, Mr. Schwartz said. That is our goal, and that's what we're trying to do. So the reason there was some confusion about this, even though obviously the timing seems hardly coincidental given the attack in New Orleans the night prior, is that apparently there were no fatalities in this explosion except the driver himself. So there was a question, could this have been an accident? Elon was emphatic it was not an accident because he definitely wants you to know that those Cybertrucks do not explode on their own unless they're sabotaged. So he was really out in front of this.
Except for the one last week.
Right, yeah. Except for the ones that
2
cut
weeks
your
ago?
leg off if you close the door too fast or whatever it is. We did that whole segment on the Jimmy show.
Was it one of the cars or was it a Cybertruck that went on fire and the people couldn't get out? It was like a couple of weeks.
I think that was one of the cars, actually. I think that was a Tesla. Yeah, I don't think that was that was just one of the car models. But we did have breaking developments overnight. Now, this was put out by ABC 7, their local Denver station. So this is, reported by a, fairly credible outlet. We cannot confirm it yet, but this has been making the rounds because it was reported by a credible outlet here. Suspects in Vegas explosion, New Orleans attack served at same Army base. Sources tell Denver 7 investigates. So, assuming this is true, which at this moment we don't have reason to believe it isn't, we can't confirm it and report it as 100% fact, but you have an outlet here saying they have sources saying that they went to the same Army base. That is the plot thickening significantly. That is a link that authorities had been looking for since the second event, obviously at the Trump Hotel in Vegas. So the Colorado Springs resident, so the reason this was reported on in Denver is because the truck was rented from Colorado. So the Colorado Springs resident suspected of detonating a Tesla Cybertruck in front of a Las Vegas hotel, and the Texas man accused of driving a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans served at the same military base, sources told Denver 7 investigates. Authorities were investigating the link as a possible connection between the two New Year's Day attacks, those sources said. Well, yeah, that seems fairly obvious if this checks out, which they're saying it does. Matthew Livelsberger, who is the driver of the Cybertruck, apparently, is accused of renting a Cybertruck in Colorado Springs, driving it to Nevada, and packing it with firework mortars and gas cans before exploding it in front of the Trump International Hotel in Vegas Wednesday morning, killing himself and injuring 7 others. Shamsuddin Jabbar is suspected of plowing through a crowd in New Year's revelers in the French Quarter hours earlier, killing at least 15 and injuring dozens more in an attack that sent shockwaves through a famous New Year's destination the morning of a scheduled college football playoff game. Both men were confirmed to be Army veterans in the aftermath of the attacks, both of which were being investigated as possible acts of terrorism. Late Wednesday, multiple informed sources told Denver 7 chief investigator Tony Kowaleski of the link between the two suspects' military service. So it comes from multiple sources, not just one, but multiple sources are saying this now. Both men use vehicles rented from the Turo car rental marketplace, which is like an app you could rent, like people basically rent their own private. It's like the Airbnb, but for cars.
Right,
people have cars and they'll rent it out when they charge you by the mile, whatever. I rented a Turo when I was in LA last. In a statement, a Turo spokesperson said the company did not believe either suspect had a criminal background that would have identified them as a security threat. Jabbar enlisted in the Army in March 2007. We read those biographical details in the last piece. We don't have to go through that again. Authorities do not believe Jabbar, who was killed by officers, acted alone in the truck rampage. Denver 7 is working to learn more about Livelsberger's background. Federal agents were staking out one of multiple Colorado Springs addresses associated with him late Wednesday, awaiting a search warrant. So that is certainly quite chilling if they both came from this same military base. That would suggest something pretty sinister. Candace Owens just tweeted out, I just saw it once we started the countdown. This was literally breaking to the point where I couldn't even put it in the show, in the slide, but I'll read you her tweet. I bookmarked it. She said, the New Orleans terrorist and the guy who blew up the Tesla truck both had served at the same Army base. Given what we know about the history of sadistic government programs in our military, this brings forth more questions than answers. Yeah, I mean, that's a consideration as well, especially since, many in our space have been on this beat for a while, noticing ISIS does not attack Israel. A lot of people think ISIS is somehow shadily connected to our intelligence services, and this happens New Year's Day.
Weird. You got the resources and the coordination to do 9/11. You never attack Israel.
Right. Yeah.
Very weird.
So it's very strange. I mean, that stinks. and I don't mean stinks like it sucks. I mean that smells fishy. If they both served at the same Army base, it suggests obviously a coordination between them, given the coincidental timings of the attacks. And yeah, it does raise a lot of questions. Like, I don't know where you go next as a journalist, because looks like there's going to have to be a visit paid to this Army base. Looks like there's going to have to be some research done on this base, and that could be dangerous work.
Excuse me, just one more question. Why does Al Qaeda never attack Israel?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, that could be dangerous work. Obviously, just a horrible start to the year. There was a shooting in Queens last night. I mean, even if you don't suspect the kind of foul play that, frankly, I do, you're looking at symptoms of social collapse. You're looking at a very, very fractured social fabric here, heading into an administration that inherits Miriam Adelson's wish list for greater Israel expansion, promising crackdowns on dissent. This kind of instability, whatever, like, it's too soon to say definitively what these were, right? I mean, we know they were, I think it's fairly safe to say they were terrorist attacks, right? I mean, that's fairly obvious at this point. In terms of what's not obvious, what we can say is that this kind of instability ahead of an administration that we know is going to try and crack down on dissents, on protests. Yep. We're going to get into that in the next segment. It's a recipe for very, very, very difficult and potentially frightening times. This is not 2017. I've said this over and over again. Don't think that because when Trump took office in 2017 and the most newsworthy story of that year was Rachel Maddow losing her shit about Russian collusion. Don't assume it's going to be those kind of fun and games this time. It is not. This is a much more dangerous world. It's a much more fragile world. They are gearing up to really, I think, make this country resemble something it hasn't in a while. And so hang on to your hats. Hang on to your hats. And look, this is this is a difficult segue. But this is why I think we as a left, as an opposition, have to really get serious. Because this kind of environment, this is a recipe for fascism, for just absolute fascism.
Well, of course, the Patriot Act laid the groundwork for fascism. All you got to do is throw the switch. Once you have the legal precedent that you can detain someone without charges indefinitely by calling them a terrorist, well, all bets are off. Right. Over in the years since the Patriot Act was created, the surveillance technology is beyond anything they imagined at that time. Here in New York and in many cities, but particularly in New York, there's a fucking camera everywhere. Everywhere you go, you're on camera. Everywhere you go, you're on camera. And it is like that in a lot of major cities. The way you're being tracked online, all of your activity is being stored someplace, right? Everything you're doing online is being stored someplace. They can grab pretty much anybody if they just decide to do it, if they have the will to do it. I do not understand why anybody would be celebrating Crazy Eyes with the Manson lamps over there. Patel, a guy coming in who's talking about how we're not doing enough for Israel, in combination with an AG nominee who says that she wants the FBI questioning protesters. I don't understand why anyone who cares about speech and civil liberties would think this is a good thing, would be celebrating the nomination of these people. They're telling you very clearly what they're going to do. And yes, things like this, whatever the motive, whatever the reality behind it happening, it is certainly going to function as a pretense for people like Patel, people like Bondi, people like Trump to go ahead and do what they have given every indication they want to do, weaponize the government against dissent.
Absolutely. Yes. Took the words right out of my mouth. I just want people to understand. We're not saying that the people named in these reports are not guilty of doing what, I mean, we are going based on the reporting. We're not saying that. Obviously, a guy drives a truck through a crowd of people. The first guy we know that's confirmed, seems like both of those names are confirmed. And those are, of course, acts of terrorism. So we're not saying that they shouldn't be cracked down upon. What we're saying is that, as Russell just said, and you took I was going to mention those three names, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Donald Trump. You don't think this crowd is going to come into office in this kind of environment and use these events as justification to greatly expand executive power? You got rose-tinted eyeglasses on.
Yep.
You got, like, this environment.
The man wrote a children's book in which he plays a wizard defending King Donald.
Right.
I'm sorry. What if that was a Democrat? What if that was a Democrat nominee? MAGA would not stop mocking the person and screaming about how dangerous it is to put someone like that as the head of the FBI. It's okay because it's Trump. Come on.
Yeah. So to have this stuff going on 3 weeks away from this transition, you're really setting the table for some dark shit. It really sets the table for some really dark stuff. And these events themselves are obviously very dark and very troubling. The fact that now we're seeing a resurgence of ISIS after the regime change in Syria is complete, like I said, raises more questions than answers at this point. Now, we don't have anything to go on except our suspicions about that. More information will come out. There's going to be some visits paid to this military base. We're going to have to find out what's going on there. So there will be a lot more to talk about as it pertains to these events as more information comes out. But what we can say pretty confidently now is that this is setting the table for a very, very tumultuous year under an administration that is not going to be shy about using events like this as a pretext to, like I said, just greatly expand executive power at the expense of civil liberties. I don't think there's any real question about that.
Yep.
All right. Let's move on here. We got where is it? Oh, we got some more chats coming in. There we go. Sorry. Beautiful. Sam as I am. That has to be a Due Dissidence t-shirt where end state capitalism meets idiocracy. Yeah, there we go. That's a good one. 2025, where end state capitalism meets idiocracy. Randy Ray, thanks for the $5 for your next film club. Any chance you would watch the 1976 film Network? Seems appropriate for this current time. I'm sure we'll do that at some point. I don't know if it'll be the next one, but I can't imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that one is one, it's long, and two, it's kind of obvious. Like we're trying to do stuff that maybe people haven't seen,
right?
Or that even if they have,
never looked at it in this way.
That people haven't really had about it, like we did with Miracle on 34th Street,
right?
Like Network, it's like that's a gimme,
right?
But what is there to even say about it?
Yes, it's a little on the nose, as they say. Let's see here. Nateem, thanks for the $6.66. Appreciate that. Try saying Zionist-led ISIS terrorist attack from now on. Well, yeah, we're gonna talk about that more as this information comes out too. I have a feeling. Funbad, thanks for the $2. Any predictions for Kamala Harris in 2025? No, I think she's gonna be pretty quiet. She's talking about running. She ain't running.
Yeah, she's talking about running for governor.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. She's talking about running for governor. Yeah. I think she'd have a hard time winning, honestly.
I think she would have a pretty hard time because you know what? I saw a few people after she lost try to pretend that she was some kind of Harriet Tubman kind of figure, but they weren't. Even the diehards were not able to maintain that fiction for very long, and they just shut up about her.
Right.
Like even the Libius lib does not really want to litigate the case of Kamala Harris.
No, they want to put this whole thing in the rearview mirror. They never want to talk about
really
the selection
do.
ever
They really
again.
do.
Yeah. Yeah, they are
when
eager
things
to move
came
on.
out about the spending and like it's I don't think they want any part of her really.
No, they are eager to move on. That is for sure. Sparky says, good news, car companies and suppliers are, or Snork Y2K, sorry. Good news, car companies and suppliers are doing it too. Thank you, Snork Y2K. Ellen Jimerson, do y'all have a thought on why the H-1B visa is being talked about while the H-2 is not? Right now, I mean. So the H-2 is the agricultural worker visa, as I understand. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's the agricultural worker. And that is a good question. I think maybe it's that agricultural workers, they can't,
they can't plausibly say Americans would do it.
Right. Well, they also can't pretend that, those are elite jobs. At the rank, at the entry level, right? Like an entry level agricultural job, they can't say, well, we just don't have anyone smart enough to do that, right? We have to bring people in. So I think that's a kind of a different conversation. I think that's probably why. Thank you.